Welcome to the final day of LCQ here at VCT Game Changers APAC. Mika Fabs here with Dax with a very colorful shirt here. I
Yeah,
love the flamingos, Dax. I remember you picking that out.
yeah, you know it. It's just look. I'm kin up today, Mika, and I'm just very happy to be bringing a bit of energy here, especially as today is gonna be an incredible day. We already have one team into Elite from the LCQ, and from the three teams we have here, we're gonna be getting another.
Yes, you are enough indeed. Hi, Dax.
Hi,
How are you doing?
hi, Mika.
I love that. I love that energy. It's the right kind of energy to bring here on this final day. It's the final chance for three teams to battle it out for that one remaining slot to Elite. So it's going to be very exciting, as Dax mentioned. Yesterday, we saw MLT Esports in fantastic form, and they're the first team to qualify for Elite. Who is going with them? Will it be Neons? Will it be the Hero KDA? Or will it be Nyx Kyosei? Dax, do you have any guesses so far today?
This is gonna be so tough, Mika. Honestly, from yesterday's games, especially that I was able to witness them firsthand, I really feel like Nyx Kyosei is the most impressive team that we've seen in terms of their performance. Utter dominance versus Deviant Topaz, something we didn't expect given, of course, the pedigree of Deviant Topaz themselves. And honestly, it's more so that the Hero KDA was the one struggling to find their footing, even though they were the first seed coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that they were the favorite on a lot of people's lists. I think, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this time around it's working too well for them. And plus, you have last minute teams like MLT and Neon's kind of like ruining their plans, I suppose, right? But one last look at our Game Changers roadmap here. We had 3 opens so far, and we've only got this last chance qualifier to go before we head on over to Elite. Again, we only have 2 slots from this last chance qualifier for these teams to make it to Elite, and MLT already took the first one yesterday. Today, we're gonna find out from these 3 remaining teams who will be taking that second slot. It is that much closer to Elite, that much closer as well to Game Changers champions at the very end of the year. And Dax, I would say that with all of the teams that we've seen so far here, I think it's not so much for this last chance qualifier. It's not so much for I would say the teams, but more of individual players that have really made a mark on it.
It just goes to show, right, that sure we have these teams now who have come in to the LCQ. Yeah, Be My Team, Bot, Even Topaz, MLT, Nan and Friends, Neons, Nyx Kyosei, and the Hero KDA. But I agree with you, Mika, because from what we've seen so far, certain players have stepped up to bring their squads to Elite. Some of these teams, they struggled to even make it to the open playoffs in our previous tournaments. MLT, our first team that is going to Elite, was an absolutely new squad formed just for LCQ. And off the top of my head, I remember K4Dite, who has been absolutely incredible. Yesterday from Nyx, maybe Piety, someone to watch out for. There's just so many names right now that will look to contend with the greats that we have already set for Elite.
That's right, to contend with Team SMG, right? Orangutan, X, Full Sense, Sapphire, RRQ, Kaguya, Scythe, NWJ, and Global Esports Phoenix. And those 2 slots over there, we can already add MLT's logo, as you mentioned, Dax, over there, right in front. But yes, I mean, I think that, for this LCQ, we do see, I sense a little bit of the bias, of course, between you and me, Dax, for Nyx Kyosei, of course.
Ooh.
I mean, undeniable. And I think that also, as you mentioned, they were indeed a powerhouse. I wonder if Hero KDA, if they can, muster up that heroism just for today to be able to clutch that out, or Neons. Neons, I think, is a real wild card in this LCQ, especially since we know how steamrolly they can get. And we know that they're a team that, if you hand them just a little bit, you hand them, just a little bit of a morsel, they will take an arm and a leg with it. So I think we have 3 teams here that have 3 very different dynamics.
Yeah, there's so many stylistic differences that we can see so far. And one thing I noticed in the prize pool, second place also, since you're only going for the qualifier anyway, you will get the same prizing and you will get that Elite slot. But already, guys, we have our bracket set. And to continue on the story of the lower bracket from yesterday, it will be the Hero KDA and Nyx Kyosei, who did beat Nana and Friends and Deviant Topaz. And Mika, I get why we're on the Nyx train right now. It was a logo battle between Nana and Friends and Nyx.
Yeah.
And now Nyx is the only one still standing. Neos, of course, awaiting them. And truthfully, this is looking to be such a gauntlet for whoever wins this first series.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't deny logos like those. Part of you kind of just wants to see like a logo like that, make it all the way up to like a big stage, right? Because like you kind of just want to cheer this logo on, of course. But as we can see from
That's a
today's
name.
schedule,
It has a name.
Fifi.
Yeah,
Fifi, right?
Fifi.
Fifi. Wait, who does Fifi belong to?
Ah,
Who is Fifi's human?
I can't remember. I think I remember seeing Fifi on Twitter, but I can't remember who owns it. Oh, it's okay. He owns all our hearts, Fifi.
Oh, we are all Fifi's humans now. We've all been invited to become a part of Fifi's family just by having Fifi here.
Dude, I'm gonna make the Fifi fan club. Okay, it's gonna happen.
It has to. I feel like and especially since like Raph yesterday brought out Mochi.
Mhm.
I mean,
I have
there is an audience for it.
I have cats in the room right now, but if you want me to like bring out a dog every single map, I guess I can. I'm just gonna need the time to do it, Mika. Just like, here's the dog swap. Here's another one. Here we go. There you go.
Are you challenging me to challenge you to bring out the dog?
Maybe. I mean, it's gonna be.
What is this? What is going on?
Look, I think today I'm gonna be able to bring out a lot of dogs if ever, because with the series that we have upcoming, I wouldn't be surprised to see these games go the distance, Mika, especially at how tight-knit the competition has been in the LCQ.
Oh yeah, and as you guys saw in the schedule, we have the Hero KDA and Nyx Kyosei Fifi first up, and then one of those teams are going straight into a best of 5 to face Neons. So it's gonna be a marathon indeed for one of these teams, right? And that's the true test of endurance. How bad do you want this final slot, right? And that's I guess that's sort of like a little bit of a penalty as well from the lowers, right? You do have this whole gauntlet to run for today. One of these teams could be playing 8 straight games of Valorant, high competition Valorant today, Dax. That's gonna be so exhausting.
I can already feel the tired from here, and you're absolutely right, Mika, because the fact that these are the final few teams that we have here, they were incredible runs over the past few days. There were incredible teams making moments, but in the end, it's that consistency that has brought Neons, of course, who's awaiting them in lower bracket finals, the Hero KDA, and Nyx Kyosei to this level. And as of right now, given the fact that we have this upcoming Hero KDA Nyx Kyosei matchup, which is interestingly enough almost full of Filipino players, so that's good for us on the panel side. It's just that familiarity, perhaps the know-how from how these teams have been playing all throughout the year, that might be able to give the edge to one of these teams.
Yeah, it's also the synergy that they have, right? Because it is a factor in a lot of teams, right? The comms, how comfortable are you, especially in a high pressure situation. Of course, the Hero KDA, they are a mixed roster, right? They do have very experienced, very veteran players, of course, but it still is a factor. We've seen it in so many rosters happen. And again, Hero KDA, I would have called them the favorites of this LCQ, but they do have a chance to survive this lower bracket run today. And if anybody can make it through a marathon, the gauntlet of a potential full 8 games, it's probably these guys.
Yeah, I feel like when you look at the Hero KDA, Olulu, of course, would be that torchbearer. So clutch, the emotions from yesterday just to bring out the victory on Split and take that series. But on the other hand, Mika, Nyx Kyosei, it was a very different story. What started to be a struggle on Haven became the utter domination from the second half into the second map. I'm looking back at the stats, and if I remember correctly, ever since they started off that second half on Haven, they only dropped a total of 5 rounds to finish off the series. Some of the biggest streaks we've seen so far in this tournament, some of the most dominant plays, especially courtesy of someone like Gon. Nyx Kyosei, they changed the script suddenly and became the powerhouses moving forward.
There's something about this roster, right? There's something about this roster, and it's that X factor, that clutch factor as well for a lot of players. Those unpredictable moments that players of this caliber can pull out, those are the things that you can't ever prepare for. You can study a team as much as you want, you can have all of the strategies that you want laid out, but sometimes when it's like somebody has that ability to pull out a sudden 1v3 or a 1v4, or somehow gets this brilliant genius angle that suddenly turns around, those are the things that, like, no matter how hard you prepare, it just boils down to game sense. It boils down to their instinct, right? And that's the X factor I think that Nyx Kyosei they have, because they have this kind of like bravery in a sense, and they have this ingenuity that allows them to make plays like that.
And there's just purpose to their madness, basically. And sometimes they still get value even in desperate scenarios. I was able to cast these two teams, quite literally yesterday. And one thing I noticed compared between Nyx Kyosei as well as the Hero KDA, the confidence was skyrocketing for Nyx Kyosei as they moved on round per round. They didn't let that first half really shake them when Deviant Topaz had that 9-3 standing against them. And suddenly it was just them winning every critical clutch scenario, every critical clash, and just duel after duel they would take the dub. On the other hand, for the Hero KDA, I think that's the biggest mystery we have right now. Ever since they lost against Neon's Mika, it felt like they had something to prove in those clutch situations. It felt like it was the beginning of the end when it came to split, but just again, Olulu with the absolute moment. She's the shot caller, she's the clutch player, and she really stepped up for the team. I feel like she's gonna be setting that example moving forward, not just in terms of the performance, but that mental reset given that it's another day.
I like what you mentioned about Nyx Kyosei having that, those clutch, those critical moments, because I do know that like not a lot of teams here, at least in LCQ, have that, have that conversion. Like even if the numbers are down, they're still able to keep their calm and they're still able to find ways to pull things, out of their bags, right? I think that these two players over here that we have for these teams, Strawberry Bagel and somebody, are also two of these players that are able to do that. Even if you have the numbers advantage, you have to watch out for these two. I'm a big fan of the player formerly known as Capricious, of course, but Bagel was also pretty nasty yesterday with the cheeky positioning and the Odin sprays. I mean, how could you not notice that, right?
If I remember correctly, also, there was just that moment, especially on Split, that she was asleep the whole series, came online, and gave the Hero KDA that clutch to make it to overtime. You can honestly feel the impact when these two players are struggling. You can feel the impact when these two players are having such a great day. And I feel like right now, looking into this matchup, if one of these two players does struggle, it's going to be very apparent and the other team will take advantage. So Body, of course, so flexible, playing even the front line when she wants to bring out that Neon, if ever. Strawberry Bagel, that reliable anchor who can find angles later on.
And now we have our map select. We are going into Haven, we're going into Bind, and we're going into Fracture. Now, previously when they met up, I believe it was Ascent, Fracture, and Bind. So we're switching out Ascent for Haven. And, I can kind of see why, because it got pretty dicey. But these two teams, I think, like, they have different they have different dynamics here. But it's like a pendulum, It could snowball in one side and it could snowball on the other. The last time that we saw them, like for example on Bind, we thought it was, sealed for the Hero KDA. Suddenly you see Nyx Kyosei pull out a few rounds, it could just swing any which way.
I'm very interested about that last map because Fracture is something that Hero KDA and Nyx Kyosei did play in back on the Swiss stage. It was a 13-5 in favor of the Hero KDA. So if we go the distance, it perhaps might be the advantage for the Hero KDA, because looking at the maps themselves, first map pick, second map pick, I completely expect the teams that pick the map to actually take them. Funny enough, for a majority Filipino team, Nyx Kyosei, or rather the Hero KDA, have shown struggles on Haven. Nyx Kyosei, yesterday you saw the rally. We were there witness to such a big streak. And just to count it real quick while we're waiting, I think that was how many rounds in a row? Around 9 in a row or something like that. 8 or 9. And it just goes to show that once Nyx Kyosei gets the momentum, they know the angle so well on that first map.
Yeah, you make a good point about Haven. Usually performing well for a lot of Filipino teams, right? It seems to be very popular in our region. But a question mark here for Nyx Kyosei. Perhaps it's something that could be that they have something prepared for today, especially against the Hero KDA. I don't know. For this match in particular, I honestly don't know where this is going to go, especially since it's come so close in the past.
I feel it's the ultimate 50-50 right now. Both teams have such a good case for themselves for their respective map picks. Both teams have shown how strong they've been all throughout this tournament. And as of right now, it just needs to be such a wake-up call for both the Hero KDA and Nyx USA. For Nyx, it's about that standard that they set yesterday. The unbelievable dominance that we got from the likes of Kon, the likes of Sabadi. You can even add in Shuni. When you looked at that middle line, they were just winning 1v2s again and again. And on the other hand, Hero KDA, they just need that wake-up call. Icing, of course, is one to watch out for. When I see her put herself in predicaments, you know that there's always a method of escape. There's always going to be that method wherein the whole Hero KDA team can pivot off that. And I'm watching out, of course. Hannah has been some of the sharpest shots in this server. Lulu, same again. It's the same old story from the clutch. It just needs to be you wake up so quickly on into the series, because the early lead will define how these games will go.
Yeah, speaking of Hannah and like, for example, players like Kon, I'm really interested because both of these teams do tend to run the double initiator on Haven. No surprises there, but how crucial, or like how well are these players feeling today, to be able to set their teams up for success, right? We know that these players can be can turn the tables for their teams, right? And I think that, like, especially like, for example, Kon and Hannah, as you mentioned, my eyes are going to be on these two players in particular, especially on Haven, especially those first few rounds when you really need to get that momentum in your favor to be able to get the ball rolling. It's the first match, it's the first map of the day too.
I think it's insane that even they're playing the initiator. I remember moments where Kon's just like, I'm gonna go for the dart, and then suddenly I can actually win this. I can go for that kind of fight. And then conversely, Hannah, there was that one time yesterday where she went for a rolling thunder play and still got away with it. Like, she backed off at a moment's notice, popped her ultimate, and it was just, okay, I can actually play off this. Those small critical decisions are what will bring one of these teams to the lower bracket finals, and I'm really excited to see who can get the edge.
I think everybody's excited right now. Again, it's our final day here at LCQ, so we can't wait to kick things off. We are going to take a very short break, but when we return, we're going to go straight into Haven with the Hero KDA and Nyx Kyosei.
me what you got. Back that up, 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 back bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. I hope that break was as entertaining for you as it was for all of us behind the scenes. But we are just about ready to get into the game. We are going to see Nyx Kyosei versus the Hero KDA going into map number 1, which will be Haven. And Dax, we were talking about this. It could be, this could be like a pendulum, you know? It could swing one way for the first half. It could swing the other way for the second.
And I'm expecting it to swing one way the first map and the other way onto the second. Again, it's just been that kind of game that moving forward, previewing into it, it just feels like it's so 50-50 from what we've seen so far. The ascension of Nyx Kyosei, the humbling early, and how the Hero KD has been looked mortal from the past few series that we've seen from them. But in the end, both are here and both are willing to play just for that lower bracket final slot. And I think something we were discussing before we went into the break, Mika, is some of those crucial players, those critical, I'd say, key agents that these two teams will need to have performing today just so they can get the edge. And one thing we saw, of course, was on their head-to-head, Bagel and the player formerly known as Capricious, somebody with a 1 that I had to explain to Quack yesterday how it made sense, funny enough. It just feels like you know when someone is performing so well between both Nyx Kyosei as well as Hero KDA. And if they really want to make it too elite, then they have to be elites.
Okay, I have to pull on that thread.
Yeah.
You had to explain yesterday to Quack how somebody with a 1
Yeah, so I was
sense.
like, you guys remember those old Nokia phones where you see it on your keypad during emergency calls? It's just like, okay, you substitute the letters rather
Yeah.
into numbers.
Explain to the kids how we used to do it back in the day.
Back in my day, with my back hurting, text messages could only hold so many characters, and if you wanted to use shorthand for some of them, you would use numbers. And one of it, so to spell somebody with a 1, it's like SOMBD1. So if you guys want to be text mates, you already know how I'm gonna be putting those numbers down.
But then what's the 1?
I.
No, it's not.
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Wait, I'm so confused.
Hello? I mean, the one is an
Oh,
I.
it's like text. It's like the text speak. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
text
not
speak,
actually like the alphanumeric thing.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No,
I
like,
confused
the
myself
number
there.
one. So the number one looks like a letter I, Mika. I thought you were older than me. How do you not
I was
understand
referencing something far
Oh,
older.
okay,
Which is
I'm
like
sorry.
the alphanumeric
No,
keyboard.
no,
So it's like, hey,
I'm sorry.
I have Wingman here supporting my lumbar, so
He's
I'll
right here.
Just like yes, the back pains.
Wingman took a nap.
Them.
Look at that. His kumot is still there. His little blanket. Is just,
Aww.
he has a little bed on the shelf, and he wakes up when it's time for incredible games. And come on, Game Changers Elite is up for grabs. You know that the teams here at LCQ are playing their hearts out. They've been playing all year, Mika, to be at this moment. And sure, they didn't qualify through the points through the open tournaments, but they know that this is their last chance, and today is our final day. So one of these teams, they're bound for greatness.
That's right, and right now we are stepping into Haven with our Agent Select, and I don't think we're seeing any surprises from both of these teams. They usually run these kinds of competitions. As I was saying earlier, again, I'm going to be looking at Con, I'm going to be looking at Hana for this, especially since they're both on that Sova. A lot of information, and these two players can come really, really clutch for both teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. It just goes to show, though, that the difference in stylistics here between Iceling as well as Piety running different controllers is where the Hero KDA and Kyosei want to find the advantage. When you're running the Astra, we always talk about the stall potential with the Gravity Well, as well as helping out with the stars from across the map. But on the other hand, the Paranoia is just such a strong utility that Piety has been able to use on both the defending as well as the attacking side. And that's where it really gets defined here. Who finds the impact in those crucial moments? Because in a game like this, it can swing so quickly. Once these two teams play the entry, Snowkey, Delbisky, they're going to be those tips of the spears, but beyond that, it's how the rest of the team funnel in after those initial smokes and stuns come out.
Yeah, I'm also wondering about, how crucial the rotations will be here. Kachow and Strawberry Bagel as well on both the Killjoys. That's going to be really exciting, especially since, again, we saw Bagel yesterday with a lot of really cheeky plays. I'm eager to see that today as well. And, hopefully the Hero KDA, if they make it all the way out to the end, I'm all for the Odin Glory, the sprays over here up until the very end of this day. And right now, I believe we are ready to pass it on over to our casters. So let's get into Haven. Blackenblue and Zahk, all yours.
Thank you so much for that, Mika and Daks. We're going to be heading into game number 1 for the day, the best of 3 that will decide which team stays in this LCQ, has a chance of making it to Elite, and will be moving on. But before that, a quick introduction. It's me, Zahk, joined by the wonderful Blackenblue. We're going to be casting this best of 3 for today. Now, going by what our panel has said so far, Blackenblue, there seems to be heavy leaning by each team towards their particular map. So what are your thoughts about the veto so far?
Well, first and foremost, I think we saw an incredible performance coming from Nyx yesterday, right? The way they were able to kind of rally back and then string that momentum into map number 2, is one thing that we have to be concerned with. So if ever this does still go into favor early on of the Hero KDA, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, some way, Nyx Kyosei are able to respond for that map number 2. So I really do think map number 3, it could be inevitable for a series like this.
If it is inevitable as well, history seems to be on the Hero KDA side. This is a matchup that already did happen in that Swiss stage, and 2 of the 3 maps are still the same. Back then as well, Fracture and Bind were played, and it was kind of a reverse sweep coming out of the Hero KDA. So I think that Daks did mention that this map is kind of a must-win condition here for Nyx Kyosei ideally. And this is a map where yesterday as well, they started off a little bit on the wrong foot. It was a 3-9 half, but those were the magic numbers, because I think it ended 13-11 after that.
Yeah, well, at least in a map like Haven, they have that very recent history of making sure they can get nitty and gritty and come back when the odds seem against them. Still, though, you'll never want it to get that far, as Hero KDA here starting on the attacking side, making contact early towards C.
Still gonna be a lot of pesky Killjoy utility to deal with here if they do decide to push the issue, and that will cause the Hero KDA to fall back a little bit. They don't have much control on other places of the map. You can see how proactive Nyx are really playing on this defensive side.
Well, you can, as you mentioned, right, see how They wanted to press forward early on, but now as they rotate both initiators here to this A site, you get the scan rather than jump peek reconnaissance off of Liz Chan, and they know the A site hit is coming now. The question is, do they anchor down or try and give it on up? They're gonna try and fight for the site itself.
Nice recon to spot out a couple of these players, letting Liz Chan really find the value here, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, and suddenly the Hero KDA, they swing across the board here. Kills coming through completely in their favor, and suddenly it's a 1v2. Kashao, we've seen her get some incredible punches in the past before, but in this 1v2, it will just be one kill that she finds as the Hero KDA take the pistol.
A nice attempt, I mean, at least by the defense here. Tried to flood back in while the Hero KDA were going for the site execute itself, but obviously the fight just favoring here the Hero KDA, who just had the momentum to kind of overrun whoever was on the site there, being Liz Chan and Shuni for the most part, where typically you'd want that breach a bit further back so they can help with utility, but instead they didn't have that trap at the ready, and Hero KDA take the opening pistol because of it.
Yeah, it just seemed like they weren't super prepared for how quick that execute was, and you did see a recon dart coming in as well, but just wasn't able to find too much value off the back of that, apart from that initial kill. Now, the Hero KDA A-side worked for them great last time. They're looking for a repeat of the same feat. Once again, the dash from Snow onto site does catch on the position of the breach, and Liz Chan in the corner already being shut down by a Lulu. Huge opener in this anti-eco. Again, with just a Sheriff on Zelvinsky, I don't know how much they can do with everybody on the flank.
Oh, flank catch. And shot here by Strawberry Bagel. Second for her. You've seen her coming big, and that's a third. No real way to fight in that range. And Hero KDA, swift and flawless second round, and you can see that Snowkey, she's been taking a quite common pattern here of taking that dash all the way towards the right side of the site and kind of circumventing whoever might be on the back side.
That's one of the things that makes me the most sad. After this tournament, I don't think it's gonna be much more difficult for Jets to really pull off that maneuver, with the nerfs coming in to both the dash and the smoke, but especially that cloudburst time going down. Yeah, this is kind of like a last song here for Jet. That said, though, I was very impressed by Strawberry Bagel and her positioning to be able to get all of those kills, puts her incredibly close to that lockdown, but also just really able to save up that money and build invest in a rifle for this bonus. So quite a hefty bonus for the Hero KDA.
Well, you said right? They have lots of firepower, more than you might expect on a typical bonus to fight with here, and if they can kind of close up the gaps of engagement, they can really surprise Nyx and take a third round, especially on this attacking side. That would be spectacular. Vandal in the hands of Strawberry Bagel, as she's able to farm up quite a bit in the last round, and once again, a real good chance here, but proactivity from Nyx at least gains control of A long. I think it's the right side to hit.
It is indeed. Dash comes in from Snow. They manage to take the link here. They're not even going to push further up. They're just happy to get the plant on that east side. One of the easiest sites to get that spike down, but also makes it a little bit harder to defend. The utility seems to be the saving grace here for this particular team as they all fall back towards the open plant, but the flank is already here. Liz Chan looking for a little bit of value. 1-for-1 trade here, and the numbers remain in favor of the Hero KDA. And in that close range engagement, Spectre comes out on top. 2 players left, Kachao and Zelvinsky. What can they find? Quite a bit, it seems like. And now it's just a 1v2. They know where Lulu is possibly positioned. The fuse attempt starts to come in. Stun to try and keep off the back of, but it's not going to be enough, and Zelvinsky will make sure that Nyx win their buy.
Well, I mean, at least Nyx are able to kind of weather the storm there. Could have been very dangerous. That B-side plant can be quite a difficult one to try and, tear apart on the post plant like that, but luckily the fights here being given towards Nyx were ones that did end up favoring their defense, and when they kind of got encapsulated there, they kind of got all surrounded really on the site. They just weren't able to pick their fights and focus down on one area to keep them and their more, I guess, powerful positions in check.
Definitely. I think that when you talk about positioning, right? You mentioned the proactivity that Knicks were showing, but that's the thing. If you do extend on one part of the map, you leave yourself a little bit more open on the other.
Sova's dead.
1-for-1 trade already towards Long. Delvinsky finds that early kill, but Lischan gets taken down. That's going to mean no more recon available for the duration of this round for the side of Knicks. And this lurk from Strawberry Bagel, both Killjoys just sitting next to each other. Kachao has the information now, though.
What does she do with that information is a question. They smoke Strawberry Bagel out, so she's looking to opt for a different choice here. A-side hit at the ready. They do have one away from that Rolling Thunder, so the plant, it can be useful for the post plant if they do get that ult online. I'm not too aware of the short presence here coming from Shuni, especially. Delpski's let her presence known, but good timing on this. They can dismantle it. Big pick off from Strawberry Bagel. They know now Shuni is here, but what do they do with it as Kachao is ready to help?
Paranoia connects as well, but inside the dark cover, Lulu just seems to be able to find everything, brings it down to a 1v1. But PD's positioning just a little bit too ahead, ready for the angle and the swing, and PD will be able to find the diffuse to bring things up to 2-2. For Knicks Kyosei, I like the adaptations that they're showing here. They were trying to anchor down Hunker and fight for that site in those previous rounds, but instead now they go for this kind of short presence play, able to at least keep the numbers even, and the backup this time around was quick as well.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I think really here, the fact that that hold towards that short position was still able to stay alive, even though Dubsky taking down, Shuni getting the one, was able to be enough of a threat for the rest of the retake to pour on in, Kachao, Piety especially, coming in there from that spawn, and it made it a lot more uncomfortable for the Hero KDA, so they got some ultimates to throw, but you'd wager they'd want to pick off first before committing a big ultimate to this round.
That does seem to be the case here. They look to go in. It's a retake setup coming in out of Knicks Kyosei, and already the damage being done with the spam, the nanoswarm enough to close out the kill. Delvinsky with a second opener as well. The spike has gone down, yes, but there's still so much damage being done. PD finding the third kill of the round. They're in shambles here. Just Strawberry Bagel, Sheriff in hand, Lockdown in hand. I doubt we're going to be really seeing that come in. They know exactly where she is. The spam coming in to boot, and Strawberry Bagel just looking for something, anything in this round. Able to at least find 2 kills with the Sheriff here. Looking for a little bit more, but the defuse will come through and Knicks, they take the lead.
She's been really sharp with that Sheriff here today. We saw a while ago in the second round, and now again. So always a threat Strawberry Bagel has to be, it seems. For the most part, though, as I said, I don't wager they'd be too keen on using these big ultimates without the pick, and we see that here. So good discipline, by all means, I think, by the Hero KDA. They knew it's not necessarily the most winnable round, so no need to commit those ults. And now they have some to throw in retaliation to what Knicks might have for the post plant, but it's about getting into the site comfortably that has been a problem for them. We see the setups here on the defense from Knicks, by Kachao especially, have been quite a nuisance for the Hero KDA in some of these rounds.
This round, both teams have that lockdown as well, so when you talk about setups, that might be an even bigger factor. Full-on execute here off the back of the Rolling Thunder. A-side once again left up for that retake thanks to the sheer number of ults that are available for the side of Knicks Kyosei. Spike is going to go down. Planted. Cosmic Divide as well comes out of the Hero KDA along with the lockdown to just buy as much time as possible. They just need to wind down the 40-second timer here. Counter lockdown as well. Try to break it. Hunter's Fury ultimates ringing through on either side. Oh, this is so awkward. Snow, though, finds that first kill.
Big counter ults, but what a swing here coming from Hannah as well. Brings it down to the 1v4. It's way out of reach for Liz Chan. No chance in hell he's able to get that one, and this is a great round now for the Hero KDA to come out of that with only Olulu going down in the round. It's a big sign that they're still in this game.
They're just incredible at the way they go. They've been going for these executes. They just have a battle plan, in particular when they have rounds that go off the back of these ultimates, right? There's just no way that Knicks can really hold on to the site, and they kind of know it. That's why they go in for that post plan. But if you look at how those ultimates traded out, ultimately the Hero KDA, they were able to swap him out for a very advantageous position, and Knicks, they looked a little bit impatient as well with that spike kicking down to try and go forward.
Eco here now for Knicks, and Looking for what much they can do here. Big scan. And, okay, Kachao. Sentinels doing good work with these sheriffs in hand. Able to get a trade-off at the very least. Look at how scrappy Knicks are fighting this battle. Lischad with a double, Piety with another. And suddenly, the eco, it's worked out.
Yeah, they try to go barrel rushing in, but are immediately punished for it as Knicks, they don't give up an inch on that side. The cavalry comes charging in from garage as well, and now it's just a 1v4. We've seen incredible things come out of Strawberry Bagel in the past year, but this might be a little bit too much even to ask for her, especially with that spike being kind of stuck on site. Now has to be aware of the flank, gets reconned out once again. They know exactly where she is, and the discipline coming out of the Knicks players, right? They don't really want to force the issue. They know they have the spike, they have the win condition in their pocket. All they have to do is take care of Strawberry Bagel, especially with the crossfires in the corners. She has to push forward here, and going to the Blade Storm and the Phantom, not going to be working out. Next, they retake the lead off the back of a Thrifty.
Yeah, impossible situation there for Strawberry Bagel to try and convert, but see, when they try to simply bum rush their way into the site, not giving respect to the threat that Nyx can have, even on these ecos, they're punished heftily for it, and rightfully so. Timeout forced out of the Hero KDA's pocket. Operator now available for Delpsky. I think here what Nyx have been doing a great job of doing is being sure to give the Hero KDA multiple different threats at a single time, so that Hero KDA, they can't simply focus down on one side of the push, on one target, on one single threat to eliminate. We saw that on that B site plant a while ago from the Hero KDA, and we're seeing that more here now that they're on this, when they were on the eco. So if they can continue that and gain a few more rounds on the defensive side, they might be golden for this second half.
Agree with that here. For Nyx, they also do have that operator coming in, so it might make it easier for them to tease out those fights that you mentioned. So far, the Hero KDA, they seem to have a set battle plan, at least on this attacking side. Like to go fast, like to go as hard as possible, get those kills, get that spike down, and force Nyx to really play at their pace. But Nyx have been quick to adapt here, as we saw from that previous round. Economy got to be back in their favor, and for the Hero KDA, they're going to be forcing everything they have in this round, but it's kind of put them in a must-win condition here.
See what they got to throw out now. Rolling Thunder available for the defense. Might want to hold on to that. They can tell that if an A-side hit comes, retake is going to be their plan. Nobody within the site here for Nyx. Oh, big shot, but the only legs of Strawberry Bagel, she's lucky to come away with her life.
Yeah, barely getting away there. Now finally the execute comes in on this A-side. Snow leading the charge with the Blade Storm in hand. They found the site abandoned. They know that they have it for free. This time around, going to be clearing out short as well. Hannah tries to get down the plan, but the Rolling Thunder is already there to try and buy a little bit of time. Shuni spotted a couple of players, not able to quite do the damage yet, and the utility barrage is coming in. The spike is finally gonna go down here, but we're gonna get a full 5-on-5 unless of course Shuni does something like that. We're able to trade back 3v3 situation on site. The flame comes in as well. Snow going for the wraparound, takes care of it, and Shuni on site. She's the last anchor to try and contend with this. Spike gonna be in her control, has to tease out, isolate these fights.
30 seconds left.
Short. It seems like they know where they are, but Snow quick to react.
She had great timing there, just could not land a shot, and both Strawberry Bagel and Snowkey were pretty tagged up already. Unfortunately, just could not find those kills going her way, but Nyx, it was looking so good for them at the start there. Able to slow down, yeah, maybe commit a lot of utility to it, but they denied the plant, get the spike out of reach here, but an even better decision to be made by the Hero KDA with Snowkey and Strawberry Bagel especially, kind of going through short, the sewers, wrapping around through main, clearing that out entirely, and getting the free kill on the Kachao, allow them to kind of re-stabilize and re-establish themselves in the round.
Yeah, that was a really good read, actually. The fact that they had the presence of mind to clear back around, be sure, because of the fact that the Killjoy utility kind of goes out of range when it is all the way back. So Very, very methodical, and they're rewarded for that kind of play. Economy is still going to be stable for both these teams, though. Now, pressure being applied by the attackers towards his third outside. Strawberry Bagel just walks up, finds a couple of kills, knows where there's a second player shooting, using the aftershock to try and push them out, and that will net her the kill, bringing things back down to an even number.
Well, it is a 4v4, and this typically does kind of split the defense up thin. So what's going to happen here is that Nyx, they're going to be a bit more dry for information gathering, even with that Sova still online, because simply enough, they lose one player, and that spreads the defense thin. So now they have to play all the way back, no chance of anchoring. It's going to be a retake, is going to be their idea. The Rolling Thunder here for the Hero KDA is also going to make this post plant a lot more of a threat.
30 seconds
so,
left.
Nyx, it's going to be difficult to try and dismantle this, but let's see what they got up in store.
Recon coming in, they got a group up for this retake here. All of them really converging onto the side from the same position. Nobody's gonna be really spotted out by the Recon. Snow playing up close in that dark cover, that first point of contact, but Kachao takes care of her. Already first kill coming in for Nyx. Going Thunder gonna be invested early on before that spike even tapped. And it's Hannah as well, letting them a kill. PD will find another one. And just like that, the awareness from Shuni to take out Ululu. A beautiful retake coming out of Nyx, capitalizing on the Rolling Thunder to take out their opponents. And that's the best part, it wasn't even their Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, like it almost worked for them, right? And Ululu tagging up Hannah there. And the big thing as well was Kachao being able to find Snowkey there within the smoke, because they threw that smoke to isolate the hell position so that they can clear out Graffiti without having to worry about the crossfire. And yet, when they push the smoke, still, she wins out the bout, and that really just dismantled the post-plant hold here. They were bagging, waiting, and hoping that Snowkey could get one, but Kachao just a lot more sharper in that case, pushing through the smoke, and everything thereon just fell into Nyx's lap.
5-4, incredibly close game so far between both of these teams. So far, Nyx, though, apart from that first couple of rounds, we haven't really seen much aggression come out of them, instead opting for just that kind of on-site play that nets them a kill already. PD catching out Hannah in Garage, being able to find that kill is huge. Now, 3 players from Nyx on the C side trying to hold on to it. Snow spots out one of them. Now, though, Nyx know that Garage has been completely compromised. They're just going to be happy to watch it from this back angle now that they have an advantage.
Well, I mean, in this case, if you're the Hero KDA, all you're hoping for is maybe some sort of economic damage, because Nyx aren't too, I guess, happy with the amount of economy they have in these next few rounds if they lose a few guns in this. So they're not out of the woodwork just yet. Big damage done to the shooting, and Strawberry Bagel, that's a big pick they're able to find too.
Possible gun that can be retrieved as well, but Piety wants to be sure that that's not the case here. Goes for the re-clear, takes out Strawberry Bagel, creating a little bit more pressure. Now though, this crossfire, it has to be dismantled. They don't check Snow, and she is rewarded with a double kill for her efforts. 2v3 situation, the spike is ticking. Chow and Feeding, they have to go in, try to get the defuse here. Halfway stuck, almost all the way here. All they have to do is find these kills, and Piety with 4. She will do the job, and Nyx, that looked like a situation that could have gone very badly, but they restabilize.
I mean, it was looking pretty good for the Hero KDA there after the first pick. Strawberry Bagel finds the opposing breach here on Shuni, and then after that, right, they go for kind of like this aggressive crossfire setup where they don't expect Snowkey at all. Finds 2 to clean up house, but that's a problem when you kind of play off site on any map, really, when you know their controller is still alive. They can throw those smokes in your face, and you make your post plant, you know, long hold just suddenly a bigger problem. And if you can't find a spam through, you don't have utility like a molly to keep him off the spike, then that's exactly what happened. So luckily for Nyx, able to still rectify that round.
I like the position of Snow coming there. Like you mentioned, they just didn't expect that crossfire, but despite that, the Hero KDA are not able to close out the round. Aftershock to force out Delsbensky takes quite a bit of damage, but at least will be able to get away with her life. Triple stack towards this A site. In the past, the Hero KDA, they've been very insistent on pushing the issue on this particular site. So this time around, Nyx, they don't want to let it slip out of their hands without a little bit more of a fight here. Still, the Hero KDA advancing on this particular approach. Drone invested now by Hannah to try and clean it out. You can already see Shuni getting ready to break it, and the lockdown as well to come to boot will force these players off the side. They don't really want to risk playing for it. It seems like the timing not right for Shuni, and Strawberry Bagel will find that first.
Man, if Dubsky just knew, she could have gotten a free pick there, just the peeking on over when she was on top of the box, because Strawberry Bagel was right under her. But on the fallback, Shuni gets left alone, isolated. Now they get the spike down, but they got the lockdown here to try and buy them some space. Cosmic Divide expires. They have the Husky Spirit to apply more pressure, but nobody's watching the lockdown.
Lurk from Iceling takes care of it, so that will reduce the pressure on the Hero KDA to try and get off the side here. Two players, in fact, coming in for that Lurk play. They would expect the first, not the second, but they don't even need them. Hannah just being able to go huge here to find those 2 kills. Lurk kicking in as well. Piety surrounded on all sides. Tries to find something, but Hannah denies it. 3 kills for the Sova, and the Hero KDA they gets a 5.
Smart idea here for the Hero KDA to kind of wrap around early. You can tell that they knew that lockdown was going to come into play because you're already sending that Lurk up early. As soon as they got the plant down, sent the 2 to try and come in from behind. They knew it would be a problem if they all just front faced them, and the timeout by next Kyosei this time around. I still do think they have a good chance of making something happen in this round, but it's a Hero KDA who have been giving them a fight. Still though, the offensive side, 6 rounds, not too bad so far in the first half.
For sure. The thing though is that when it comes down to just coordination, I feel like the Hero KDA are looking a bit more in sync with each other. Nyx, you know, there seem to be a little bit of miscommunications happening. Like in that last round, for example, initially it seemed like they wanted to fight it out, but then they realized they had the lockdown, try to fall back, but nobody was really covering Shuni in that particular case. So the spacing coming out of the Hero KDA, the way they're going for these executes and their post-plant reads as well, they're just getting better and better as we head further into the game here. Sure, they had a little bit of a rough start, but they've been very, very quick to like restabilize here.
Well, can they retaliate and equalize the score up? They have the weapons advantage here, but the ults, Nyx have got some own of their in their pocket to throw her out. And if you're Nyx Kyosei right now, a 7th round would really help bolster themselves up. Big ultimate early to throw out, considering there is a Hunter Sphere on the other side, but don't really find too much off of it. Just a bit of damage, a tag on Strawberry Bagel. That's about it. So Nyx Kyosei now, they have some idea this A site hit is to come. Stars do telegraph that. The Hero KDA should get the plant out here unless they choose to deny that with a Rolling Thunder.
Seems like they're saving that ultimate just for a retake instead. This time around, the Hero KDA playing a little bit more aggressive. Rolling Thunder coming in, but it's not going to really connect with both of these players under Heaven. Hunter's Fury as well. They know where this player in the corner is. Not quite able to hit the shots, though, with the Paranoia at least. The Aftershock will find the kill under Heaven, though. Lulu with 3 already, finally being shut down. And it's going to come down to a 1v1. Hannah versus Delbinski. Delbinski low, has the dash time, will be able to get away and finds the headshot. 3 for her on the round, and Nyx, they get to 7. And Blackenblue, yesterday, Nyx on defense, they only found 3, and they won almost every single attacking round going forward. Are we going to see a repeat of that? Let's find out, but before we head into half number 2, we have our panelists coming in.
Some exciting rounds are ready to start off the day. I feel like, you know, for Nyx Kyosei, I like the teamwork that they have, the kind of like buddy system that they have. You never really catch any one of them alone at any one time, right? But I do agree with Zach. There seems to be a little bit more awareness on the side of the Hero KDA here, especially here on attack. So for Nyx Kyosei, I think like going into attack this time, could they potentially do better? Especially since, like, you know, that buddy system could work wonders, especially if they decide to split.
Look, it's in the game of multiple angles here, Mika. We've seen for both Nyx Kyosei as well as the Hero KDA, they love to find threats elsewhere as much as possible. The lurks coming in from the attack, they're on the Nyx side, that they suddenly can find another angle to work with on defense. And I'm really thinking about right now for Nyx, there seems to be less coordination than usual. And you look at the roster right now, truthfully, it feels like, I guess there are a few issues earlier on that we have both Liz Shan and Kachao, who we haven't really seen play in the playoffs so far on pretty much a map that they have picked. They're doing wonderful so far, but we've seen the Hero KDA have found moments to actually make those openings work. So as of right now, it really feels like Nyx, they have this lead, but it can be tied up very, very quickly, Mika. Let's throw it over back to the cast though, rather, as we will see the second half coming.
Thank you very much for that, panelists. Now, second half coming into it. Nyx, yesterday, they were incredibly successful on attack, to say the least, and this time, they're starting off with the lead.
Well, it's already a lot better than what we saw yesterday from their Haven, right, in that first half, so who knows, maybe good tidings to come for many a Nyx fan, and these bunch of gals who have really shown they've improved already here today. Daks did say that, maybe there's a bit less coordination sometimes in what Nyx are doing, but they're still able to scrap out these rounds, so you can't really knock at the tenacity of what these gals have been doing here in some of these defensive rounds, but their attacking side could be a very different question, so let's see how they try and differ things up now that the sides have swapped.
Yesterday, they seemed to kind of favor these very quick executes. They would go for a little bit of a default, get some information, and then just storm into site. And after a while, they were just doing the storming into site part, not even going for that real default play. So they're a team that on this attacking side seems to thrive off the back of momentum. We're looking for that a little bit more. Now leaning over towards the C side, smoke comes down. You do see Iceling trying to play within it, around it, already able to find that first kill off the back of the sun. Delvinsky goes down, Strawberry Bagel chiming in as well with the backup. The crossfire is almost impossible to break here. Heidi trying to play around the smoke, does find a couple of kills, but it goes away at the worst time, leaves her open, and now it will be the Hero KDA to take the pistol. They fight it out on site, and they win every single one.
Or what?
Yeah, good pistol for them to take, to not let Nyx kind of further extend this lead even out of the question. And on the defense, really, lots of this utility being super effective, especially that gravity well there, making it so uncomfortable for the push to just commit through all the way to the back site, catching out a player like Delbsky. And one has to wonder when, those Astro changes do come, will things start to change and how teams play around it, really.
I think we might see more of my boy Omen coming back into the meta especially with Astra's pull being her most valuable piece of utility, arguably. With that one being nerfed, it's definitely going to make things a little bit more rough for her, but at least the stun might get a little bit more value. Either way, though, back to the match here. The Hero KDA, they were able to win that pistol, looking a little bit healthier when it comes to the buy here. And already off the back of that Strawberry Bagel, able to find that first kill onto Kachao. Kind of lurking around Garage, trying to find some value, but it's going to be Strawberry Bagel with the opener instead.
Well, Strawberry Bagel, she's a player that has been consistently such a dominant force here, especially on the defensive side when you see her throughout this LCQ. But look at this, they're flushing out the Hero KDA from that short position, and also pulls the defense to rotate there. So if Nyx can find the timing on this, they might be able to hit another site that's a bit more unguarded. You can tell the Hero KDA, they're kind of catching on. They send Iceling back, they're clearing out the corner here. Strawberry Bagel holding down the line, but not for too long. And
30 seconds left.
that's a 3v4, but everybody's like one sliver away from death.
Recon coming in, everybody's super low like you mentioned. Lulu still find room before being shut down on Delvinsky. 6 HP, 1 bullet, does find the kill onto Hannah, but that will be it, and Iceling will take her down. A very nice eco coming out of the Hero KDA. A very nice anti-eco that they managed to convert here, but Nyx, they do the damage as well. They take down 3 players, charging up some of their own ultimates, and also denying the value for that bonus, really, for the Hero KDA. They're not going to be investing too much into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think all things considered, Nyx are not too worried about that eco there. It's too good damage, as you said, Zach, and that's really all you can hope for sometimes on those eco rounds. So now the Hero KDA, how do they try and differ this on up? Look at this damage being done here. Look at the pressure being applied on this attacking side. They both had the same idea of rushing down that C long, but now they're at the stalemate. And I think it's up to Nyx here to try and divert, change their plan up, see what other side of the map they can hit.
Try to go in for a fast and heavy execute on C, but didn't exactly work out in their favor. Now I think they're aware of this heavy rotation that's come in. 4 players, in fact, stacked around this garage and C area from the side of the Hero KDA. They're looking to go towards garage instead, where there are 2 players just trying to move it out here. Lulu goes for the peek, gets away with their life, lucky for her. And it seems like the Hero Knicks, they want to go for the B side instead. Alarmbot giving away that information, but nobody really on site to try and deny them this additional value. They go out towards that link, able to find a kill into Strawberry Bagel, and that will be enough to get them the plant. Even as another push from Garage is just caught out by Liz-chan. So aware. 3 players remain. They're all walking into Liz-chan's arms. 3 on the round already for her. 1 player left to go. Iceling goes for the wraparound, looking to do at least some damage here. Might be able to find the timing and does in fact take down Kachao. Now 1v4, not gonna survive.
Nice shots here coming in from Nyx, and especially their Liz Chan kind of holding the back line down. No real problem for her, obviously. Weapons advantage heavily in her favor, but still nice shots to connect, and that gets her within 1 of the Hunter's Fury, which could be really useful in this round and in the next few, considering the lockdown is available now for the Hero KDA. And if you're Nyx, you're kind of wondering, how can we get them to burn some of this utility early on? Because we see in these kind of head-to-head fights, especially with a mostly mirror match, it's been a stalemate whenever both sides kind of pick the same side to really bunker and strengthen down.
Defense definitely looking much stronger coming out of the Hero KDA than yesterday's game that Nyx played. They seem to have their strategies in place, so as to speak. Iceling as well, going for a very proactive push down C long, has all of this information for free, and that will enable the rotation towards this A site from Snow to back up the remaining players. Lockdown available as well for this retake if necessary. Execute finally coming in. Dash onto site. Delvinsky goes in the open. Liz-chan and Delvinsky between them though find all 3 players on site. Kind of the only one left, along with Iceling. The flank coming in as well. Wraps around. Makes it a 2v1, and Iceling, she has a lot to do here.
That was just a complete scramble there. At least, you know, the Hero KDA still winnable by Aisling, and there it is. Big pick off for her, but knowing the Omen's available, as she sees this plant, she should know that, hey, heaven is where it could be, and that's exactly where she puts a Cosmic Divide for. So great heads up by Aisling, but does she know it's coming from CT? Gets off at the half. The swing by Piety's right in time, though, as Aisling has kept guessing. She had the right idea, but just could not find the timing, and so Nyx, Kyosei, they get their 9th round on the board.
That was a beautiful execute coming in out of them. Just that 1-2 punch between Delvinsky and Liz-chan to be able to find all 3 players on site. I'm surprised that the Hero KDA were playing that aggressively with the presence of that lockdown, but I guess that Nyx, they probably were hoping that Nyx would expect an empty site so they could punish them for it. Instead, just the presence of mind and awareness that really wins the day for them. Hero KDA now on this awkward buy situation. Nyx seems to be aware of it. Early pressure towards mid this time around, but it's just a static default so far. And Iceling once again going out on a little bit of an exploration. Gonna take contact soon with the Omen. Does get spotted out and will be forced to call back.
Well, now that it's kind of the flip side here with the Eco being on the Hero KDA, how do they convert? We saw a while ago Nyx on their defensive side being very scrappy in these type of thrifty rounds, but Nyx, they're not kind of willy-nilly just rushing into a site. They want to make sure they get the bigger picture of the situation before committing, as not to try and repeat the same mistakes we saw from the opposing side a while ago in the first half. And now Nyx Kyosei, because of that, they've been able rather to pull that defense here towards C, while it's A they're currently working on, which is a lot less defended here from the defense.
Yeah, just gonna be a Killjoy and some Killjoy utility. Strawberry Bagel gets checked as well, so Delvinsky, that's gonna be the opener that they really need to confirm their way onto site. Like you mentioned, Blackenblue looking completely empty. Not much that they can do here. Iceling tries to walk into her smoke, but Liz-chan, so aware, will be able to take her out. The flank as well, just being held down by Piety. There's no avenue available for the Hero KDA to even start this retake. The 2 remaining players both coming in from Heaven and CT respectively. Gotta go forward, gotta find something, but it's just not happening. And now Hannah, 1v5, Sheriff in hand, finds the first. That will be all that she gets, and Nyx, they get to double digits.
Yeah, Nyx continuing that momentum from near the first half into the second here now. And they've been such a surprising team, really. Try and show up, especially against a team like the Hero KDA, who have a few names that we've become accustomed to. Not that, you know, Nyx haven't. We know Liz Chen, we know Delpsky, we know Kachao, you know, where they came from in the past as well. Piety has been a big player showing up this map, but I think the fact that every single win of theirs, for the most part, has been a 2-0 in this LCQ, that's a big statement to make, especially with tough competition.
Got it. Obscuring vision.
I don't know if they can really keep up that record, though, the way that it's going. These games have been going so far. Now, economy back in favor for the Hero KDA. They still have that lockdown as well as that Hunter's Fury. Might need it to deny the plants or at least try to play for the retake, especially since Kachao doesn't have one of her own. Nyx this time around putting some pressure towards mid and garage. Again, they're not rushing things. A little bit of a change from what we saw out of them yesterday. Kachao, though, will be able to take down Snowball at the lurk, and that's going to trigger the rotation over towards Zayo. Lulu in the corner, only able to find one, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, she could have found another there maybe, but I think she got cleared out, so had to pull the trigger. And now, at least they know early on that the hit is going to come towards the A site, but you can see them giving it up. They want to play the post-plant retake instead. And because Kachao is dead, they don't have any utility checking that flank, so Strawberry Bagel picking up the killer and the Piety. This could be big, but Delpsky gets a one on Aisling. This still keeps it with an advantage. Hunter's Fury connects, but
30 seconds
it's a
left.
1v3. Still difficult situation here for Hannah.
Has to start with isolating these fights here, but unfortunately it will be the round coming in for Nyx once again. 11-7 now, 2 away from locking in their map pick. And you know, Blackenblue, if there's anybody who could probably touch out a 1v3 like that, I would have to put my money on Hannah, but this time around it's a little bit too much to ask even for her.
I mean, we've seen many of those come time and time again from her, from all the teams she's been in, and yet, I mean, in this situation, they just did not give her the opportunity to do so as well. They know how much of a threat she is in that case. We saw it from that Rising Hope, from Mysteria, from, you know, Enigma Galaxy even in the past, but whatever those accomplishments might be, and that's the truth here for a lot of the players here on you know, the Hero KDA, from where they've come from, Snowkey as well, Aisling as well. They might have done a lot in the past, but it's about doing things here now, which for the most part, it's Nyx Kyosei who's been really good at converting these rounds. They've been so much more on point, and their procedures to this attacking side has been very convincing in the amount of mid-round decision making that they're pretty on point at.
Yeah, they're really, really good at taking those calls as to where they want to go. They've been very good at just creating the impression that they're going somewhere, swapping things around, going for a fast hit in the opposite side. And more than that, I'm impressed by how their individual players are able to find openers, like Piety, for example, or Kachao. They've both been instrumental in finding those opening kills. Delvinsky as well, of course. When she goes up the side, she's definitely able to find that opening frag. But the rest of the team, the way they're positioning themselves, is just very impressive as to how much damage they can do now. You do see the Hero KDA going for a little bit more of an aggressive play already. Lulu towards the window area. But look at where Nyx are holding. They expect this, Blackenblue.
Oh, maybe a Lulu.
Oh.
Great shot for her. But can she
Lulu
fall
finds
back
one.
inside?
Takes down Liz Chan with the Sheriff here. Looking for a little bit more. Does spot out Kachao. Not able to connect the shot, though.
Well, at least she's able to fall back in safety. Lulu still holds on that Rolling Thunder for this round. They got a big pick early on. Who'd expect the breach of all darn things to be that far up, right? Just crawling her way, and now she falls back into the safety of her own site. But Nyx still not out of the woodwork just yet. Try and find a way to get themselves into a site with 35 seconds left remaining and taken down.
Snow has the knives as well, so this A side
30
looking a little
seconds
bit more
left.
heavily defended than usual. Nyx, they're kind of debating between that A and B, but ultimately decide to go in for the B execute instead. Lulu gonna be watching the cross here, will put the stun down, but it's not gonna really stop the plant from coming in. Nyx, they're gonna be able to get that spike down soon. Lockdown coming in as well, with the clock being where it is. Rolling denies it once again, and now Nyx finally trying to put it down. The push comes in, but Heidi denies it. Snow able to find 2 with the Blade Storm, but numbers still in favor of the side of the Hero KDA. Strawberry Bagel with the classic as well, the detain to boot, and that will be a beautiful raid take on this eco round to convert the Thrifty and deny Nyx match point.
Nice work here coming from the Hero KDA. When they needed to the most, they show up, they step up, and Nyx just did not get things to work out because the Hero KDA just made it so uncomfortable for them, rolling Thunder while the lockdown was in their face, and then you can obviously tell that Delpsky was trying to look for maybe a kill there before getting detained, but Snow just wasn't giving it on up, so it's a big round for them to win. Operator is allowed now to be bought up and the timeout forced out of the hands of Nyx Kyosei, but I mean, barring some like kind of wayward lurks like that, like what we saw from Malolu towards that window, I don't know if that's going to continue to work again. So Nyx, I think they're still pretty comfortable here. They just want to make sure they don't let their lead simply get swept under their feet.
I feel like for the Hero KDA, that was a round that they really needed to kind of feel a bit revitalized in this half, because before that it was 4 in a row after the pistol and anti-eco that the Hero KDA were able to win. So definitely momentum finally being broken. They're gonna be, and that was a thrifty round to boot, so the fact that they were able to win it just off the back of 2 crucial ultimates, the Rolling Thunder as well as the lockdown, and of course the knives from Snow, 3 ultimates, never mind me. So the fact that they were able to convert it off the back of those has to be like a nice boost to not just their morale but also their economy. Already Snow gonna be able to finally bring that operator online. We haven't really seen that come out from her on this map before against this team, and it might be the difference maker here, but it's on the wrong side of the map.
Well, it might be on the wrong side of the map, but if they can start to rotate that just in the nick of time, if they can get kind of the read on the situation, then perhaps that can help their case out. You can see already they're adjusting Snow from that C now in the garage, locking that position down. I think she's shot out, yep, so they now know of that op being available and present here, but Piety, that's a big pick for her to find Hannah, who seemingly wasn't aware of just how much presence there was for next year. So push coming on in, big, another find from Delpsky, and 3v5 with an Odin and an operator here. Not the most best situation for them at all. 2v4 right now, and you have to save at this point.
Strawberry Bagel and Snow, 2 players left. And again, the protocols out of Nyx, they get the spike down, they have the crossfire ready to go, they know where these 2 players are most likely coming from here, but like you mentioned, BNB, the save, it has to be the call here.
Player standing.
Push comes out as well, Kachao on the flank, able to find the kill onto Strawberry Bagel, and that's going to be the Odin no longer carried over. Snow with the operator, she has to keep this for the next round. Sure, she wasn't able to find as much impact as she would have liked, but nevertheless, it could be a factor. Able to find a kill at least for her troubles, but that said, Nyx, they're going to be getting to match points now, only 1 away from taking the lead in the series.
Yeah, luckily able to evade here the hostility coming her way and save that operator. Could be the one turning point, the one big part of the defense in this final potential round to try and keep them alive. So if they can find her and place her in the right position, get a good read on where Nyx are planning to go, maybe it's going to make a difference.
Need a drop.
Economy in a very rough spot for the Hero KDA. That op, like you mentioned, it's going to be that major factor, kind of the X factor to try and make this round for the Hero KDA. Early on, Hunter's Fury, though, going to be invested here to clear out the angle. Iceling, though, not going to be affected too much by it. Still going to be able to hold on in the corner, but Delbisky checks it, is able to find that opener, and just like that, the seaside hold, it's fallen apart here for the side of the Hero KDA. They're going in early, looking for some value. The judge not able to find the kill, and it will be Lulu to at least find the spike, but numbers still remain in favor of Nyx very, very firmly. A 1v3 for Lulu. We've seen her pull out some very impressive clutches before, but this is going to have to be some magic. It's not going to be available to enlist Chan. The weapon advantage to close it out. Nyx take map 1, 13-8, and they are ahead in this series.
Well, they tried to go ahead and before the lockdown does expire, it does kind of set them all in place, but they just weren't able to do it in the nick of time without being, kind of scrambled in the retake attempt. And then obviously the first picks weren't going their way. Operator positioned the wrong side, and unfortunately here for the Hero KDA could not take it on their own map pick. So it's Nyx Kyosei who have been looking a lot more, I guess, confident coming from that win, especially yesterday. But I'm sure there's nobody who can beat the confidence of our panel, Daks and Mika.
Are you sure about that?
Whatever you say, Black and Blue. Whatever you
Sure.
say.
No, we'll give it to him. We'll give it to him. It's fine. It's fine.
I'll give him
I
a
think
smile.
that. But Nyx Kyosei here, I think, have all the confidence, especially in those final few rounds where you just really saw that they were fully aware of what the Hero KDA was going to do. They had the reads on point, and I think that, in terms of anticipating where they were going to go, they had that sixth sense kind of activated in those last few rounds. You could tell how much they want this.
Another dominant attacking side from Nyx Kyosei, basically. When we watch them play on Haven, it just screams confidence every single time. They set up on the site, they find the angles, and truthfully, I was a bit worried here for Nyx just because, again, that you look at the rosters playing right now, and it's two substitutes basically. We haven't seen Liz Chen since the group stage. We haven't seen Kachao ever at all, honestly, on this roster. I remember her from Orangutan X days, but they still find a way to make it work. And of course, the one to watch out for has to be Piety. An even better game compared to yesterday. 29 kills, Mika. And whenever it came down to the clutch, she would always deliver. A big reason why Nyx is at this lead because of it.
Sometimes you see stats like these and maybe like an overall series and stuff, but there's just one map, and I think that, for Piety, absolutely stellar performance indeed. I think that, I think we can probably say that, hey, Pinoy map replaying, perhaps? Yeah. I think you bring out a really good point with the roster, right? And I think that perhaps this is also what threw the Hero KDA off, right? They suddenly were faced with movements that they were potentially unfamiliar with because they did have two subs coming in. It's unique. It's like something that you wouldn't think they would pull out in a series, this late in the game for a last chance qualifier for Elite, but somehow it's working.
I'm not gonna mince words. I don't think they planned on doing this, honestly. I think that sometimes things just happen. That's why we had a little bit of a delay to start off this series, right? But Nyx Kyosei, no matter what we see is what we get from Haven. What kind of expectations we had at the very start of this series, they were able to do so. And while the Hero KDA, there were some big moments. I still remember that thrifty towards that B site from the Hero KDA. It barely happened in the second half. They tried to go for the raid sake. It will be Nyx already in advanced positions. Yet again, playing on a map like this, with Nyx feeling very comfortable of where they can play off from, they advance in certain positions that the Hero KDA isn't prepared for. Biggest example, that last round. So convincing how they get C. So convinced that they get this win. They already tried to play towards that backside and even more. And those confident kind of plays are what has brought Nyx Kyosei to this level.
Piety, just a monster indeed on this map, and I'm eager to see what else she does, especially going into Bind here. Last time that these two teams met up on Bind, again, it was very 50-50. You see the stats favor the Hero KDA on one half, and then suddenly it swings in favor of Nyx Kyosei on the other half. It's a little too late for Nyx Kyosei that time though, but I think they're pretty much prepared to take this as well, especially since the momentum is now in their favor, Daks.
Yeah, this first map is perfect for Nyx Kyosei. They needed to win this just because the next two maps that we're gonna get here, Mika, have already been won by the Hero KDA before in their heads-to-head. And if Piety is playing to the level she's been all throughout the tournament before this series, Piety, I believe, had the third most efficient rating, the third highest ACS, top 5 KDA, and with a performance that we saw in that last map, it's just gonna add on to those stats even more so.
Crazy stats indeed. And I think that, that means well for Nick's Kyosei, but again, that could just be that they're switching around or tossing around, passing around the momentum because they definitely want to be in this for the long run. And then when I mean the long run, they want to play 2 straight series in a day, including facing off Neons, right? We're gonna see if they can do exactly that as we step into our second map, but we're gonna go into a very quick break right before that, so don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ will be right back. Map number 1 goes over to Fifi and friends over at Nyx Kyosei, but I feel like in Bind, we have another 50-50 on our hands. The Hero KDA, they could potentially want that revenge again and say, this was our map, we took it from you once, we can do it again. Daks, I feel like this again, these X factors of Nyx Kyosei, this instant sudden roster shuffle is going to be very, very important as we come into a map that could potentially mean a 2-0 for Nyx Kyosei, or that we go into a map 3.
Look, I'm just excited for this one because now we're getting into the Hero KDA's mapping. As you mentioned, you said it perfectly, Mika. The next 2 maps have been won by the Hero KDA before in this head-to-head. But Nyx Kyosei, besides of course adding in Lishan as well as Ketchao, what we have seen from them over the past few days has just been absolutely beyond belief. We had Piety, of course, stepping up immensely in that last map. I wonder who's going to be able to do the same here. I guess my biggest concern right now, though, here for the side of Nyx Kyosei is what are they going to be running now on Bind? Because they experimented with something like the Reyna before, they experimented with the Raze and the Cypher together, but it hasn't really panned out as much as they would like. And on the other hand, Mika, for the Hero KDA, this is one of their best maps, is LCQ. I believe they played it 4 times, they haven't dropped it as of yet.
Ooh, that's scary stats indeed if you're Nyx Kyosei, especially knowing that the last time that you met the Hero KDA on this map, it unfortunately did not go their way. It very nearly did, though. As we were kept talking about, this match potentially being a pendulum swing, this is exactly that. This is the map that we were talking about. You look at the previous time that they were on Bind, and you see the Hero KDA take 11 rounds, almost in a row, right? Very nearly just take the entire map from Nyx Kyosei. Suddenly, Nyx Kyosei get the second win and get this momentum back in the second half as they are on the attacking side. So, I feel like, that halftime mark is also going to be very important this time around. It could potentially switch things up.
I feel like, though, the biggest factor right now moving into Bind is how clutch and calm Nyx Kyosei can be. Because going back to when they did face off, there were moments where it was like a 1v4 and someone like Hannah, someone like Ashling, they'd actually be able to pull it off. That's one of the biggest strengths of the Hero KDA. In terms of power levels, from what we've seen so far, I think Hero KDA is pretty much the standard, being on top of things, having that flawless record that we always say again and again. But when it comes down to it, there's always just that big step up from the Hero KDA. It's in their name, Mika. Someone plays hero, someone brings the team back into the fold, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it yet again because it's been the way that they've survived.
We're going here into Agent Select, and it doesn't seem like we're going into any major surprises as of the moment, except that we do have, again, Con back into the roster for this time, and somebody won.
Yeah, somebody's back, Con is back. They still keep Kachao, though, which is, again, very interesting because we haven't seen her for so long on this roster. Yes, she is an incredible player with such a talented history from Orangutan X, but now she's going to be picking up the side of her Hero KDA, though. This is something that has worked out for them before. Run that fade, run that brimstone. Hannah and Ashling yet again highlighted to be those 2 players to watch out for. It's been tried and tested, and Mika, no team has gotten double digits against the Hero KDA all throughout this tournament on this map. Will we see it yet again? Their attacking side has been very overwhelming, 72% overall. Honestly, I'm so scared right now for Nyx Kyosei because Hero KDA are ready to dictate what will happen here on Bind to begin with.
It's a very powerful push too, right? You do have the Fade, you do have the Sky on the side of the Hero KDA. And Nyx Kyosei, they do have some stopping power, just some, especially with that Cypher. Unfortunately, I don't know how this new roster again is going to mix up here. Nyx Kyosei here, they're really mixing things up. I'm eager to see how it all pans out. So let's step into Bind. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much for that, Mika and Daks. Map number 2 coming up here, Bind, and we heard it from the panel, Blackenblue. This is a map where no team so far has managed to find double digits at all. So Hero KDA definitely looking like they have an advantage so far.
Well, if it's comfortable for nobody, then who really is in a better position here, right? So I am curious about the fact that both teams are running ciphers when that's not typically the norm here. So that might just be kind of a big point of contention and how either team is able to utilize that more. Obviously, it matters a bit more to kind of close this out here. If you're the Hero KDA, you do not want to go down. Now you're in the lower bracket, right? That's your elimination potentially in your face. And it's Nyx Kyosei who, after a considerably convincing map number 1, they're riding momentum into this map, but this is a map pick now of the Hero KDA, so they have to have something up planned and in store for map number 2.
I think that X Factor could possibly be Khan here. She was the MVP in both the maps yesterday against Devi and Topaz. Really incredible shooting coming out of her. And that's what I like about this LCQ, right? You see all of these less known players. I say less known because I'm sure that they've been having an incredible amount of impact even before. But you get to see some of these players really being highlighted. And for Nyx Kyosei, what is a little bit different is the fact that they are running a slightly different team than they were the last time they played Hero KDA in that Swiss stage. So somebody gotta be that X factor coming into this. We know about Capricious. We've seen her on that jet just absolutely slay out. So her switching over to that Sova role. Interested to see what exactly is going to be happening as they walk up towards this B side. Early Recon already finds the information of presence here. And Nyx, they know where there is that presence, but what are they going to do with it? Already 3 players on site here to try and deny the push from coming in. And that Cypher utility, it's going to cause even more of a delay.
And they simply can't just push in now that they've kind of been found out. So you see Chao trying to press ever forward, trying to gather a bit more information where the Hero KDA could be committing to. Strawberry Bagel on the opposing side is biding her time here towards Showers. That guiding light will confirm presence towards Showers, and that's going to pull the defense away towards her side as well. But this time, it's actually a short now that Hero KDA are looking to kind of aggress through, and most of the defensive Nyx just aren't ready.
Couple of players in Blue Hall Snow looking to find these fights. Does do quite a bit of damage, in fact, and Lulu quick to clean up off the back of that 2 kills already for the Hero KDA. Third, a Strawberry Bagel chimes in. Delvinsky finally alleviates the bleeding with one of her own, but now it's a 4v2 numbers in favor of the Hero KDA. Iceling able to find that kill as well, and Delbinsky, she got the first, but she's gonna have to ace it out to clutch it, and it's just not gonna be happening. Iceling goes for the swing with all the confidence in the world and gets Hero KDA their pistol.
A great opening attacking round here from the Hero KDA, especially with Strawberry Bagel. Like, as soon as that fight was happening, you can see her already pushing through the triple, going around wide and catching a player like Somebody here off guard. And Nyx, it's a big risk to try and swap out 2 players after, you know, the other 2 were doing pretty well from that map number 1. Obviously, Khan, she's got a big job on her shoulders, being that Sky, being that second in potentially after Delbsky, and you have to wonder if this is the right choice. It might be what they typically run on rotation wise, but it's always a factor you have to consider.
Seems like Nyx, that first round, they just weren't really thinking about it, and it was clear from the positioning coming out as well. Talking about positioning though, now somebody able to find a bit of an advantage here. Takes down Hannah as she tries to go down here. Strawberry Bagel though finds a trade, although in that post-death position, it will be the pain shells to take down Hannah. They're looking for a little bit more value. Lulu pushing through, able to find a kill, but somebody's still there for the trade. Still classic in hand though, able to do the damage, and numbers in favor of Nyx at the second. Iceling trying to equalize, trying to make it a little bit more even here. Khan goes for the peek, goes for the swing, gets the kill, and now it's a 1v1. Iceling has the HP advantage, does have the spike as well, and she's just gonna go over to that A side.
Yeah, barring a crazy shot here from Khan, this round should be heavily in the favor of Aisling. I think now on the default, so peek around here. Oh! And that's a crazy shot we were talking about. So Khan, big clutch for her, and Nyx able to convert the eco somehow.
Just classics and surfs all the way through. We were talking a little bit about proactivity and position, and the fact that they were able to make that crunch work out. The first pressure, the first kill comes in on side from somebody, and off the back of that, right, you see displayed through the teleporter to be able to find a couple of kills, and of course the second trade as well from somebody really made the round possible here. It was Khan to close it out, of course, like you mentioned, an absolutely insane shot there, but all things considered, that was a team effort from Nyx, and they do it so well.
Yeah, big statement from her. You know, coming off the bench now, in slotted to the play, and delivers just in the second round with a big eco clutch. So Nyx back in a fighting capacity. Not that they never are. We've seen these thrifty rounds once again be such a threat whenever it's Nyx at the helm of it. So Khan, big pick. It's Hannah who goes down, and while there is an orbital here for Aisling, Hero KDA just need a lot more actual picks off and damage to be able to commit such a big ultimate.
They feel like that A side is just not a good part of the map to try and venture in, especially with that smoke coming down. So they're looking to hit towards B instead, but there's still going to be somebody as well as Kachao hanging around here. Teammates with Orangutan, at least in the middle, but now going to be on a different team instead. Cypher setup still intact as well on B, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult as they try to aggress in. Camera does at least spot out the player inside the box though. Kachao taking quite a bit of chip damage in the process, looking to fight, stay alive, maybe find a kill or two before going down, but it's just a headshot from a Lulu. Gets the Seekers off the back of that, and now the ultimates, they're finally going to be coming in for the side of the Hero KDA. Lulu with a second as well on the Sheriff, absolutely on fire here. 3v5 situation. Molly does burn them alive. They'll be able to find a couple of kills, but Lulu with 3 on the round already, looking for a fourth, looking for the fight, will be able to convert it, and that will be the Hero KDA bringing back a Thrifty of their own.
Yeah, just responding thrifty after thrifty here, so doesn't seem to matter if you have the better weapons as long as you have a team that can kind of use whatever strengths to their advantage, and that's what the Hero KDA are also capable of. They show right here, right now. It really was that big pick-off on Kachao within the site that allowed him to further secure an advantage, pick up the extra rifles, and Nyx Kyosei also taken for a storm here. So Hero KDA, that was an absolutely spectacular round for them to convert.
They were so careful about it as well. They smoke out Kachao with the camera, go through off the back of that, and then they will do some damage. Now hiding in the corner with the shorty in hand, able to find that first one, but Strawberry Bagel still there for the trade. However, the Whiskey with the paint shell will be able to find a kill, so that brings it back down to a 3v3. Neural Theft has revealed a couple of players on this particular site, so you can see the Hero KDA debating whether or not they want to push the issue. Kachao though might find the timing here, misses the shots though, and Hannah quick for the punish. 2 players remain.
It's a hard break to see that. Kachao, she had the timing right as well, but a bit of a cold hand so far in this match. Number 2 to start things off, could not connect. It's all now to Delbsky, who simply is outgunned and outmanned in this case. So Hero KDA, they bolster the lead up to 3-1, but Nyx, they have to start getting something back in return.
Unlucky for Kachao there. If she had been able to find that kill, that would have been the difference maker in that round. But nevertheless, despite the weapon disparity, at least some damage being done by Nyx Kyosei. Still have a couple of ults to work with as well. In particular, that Showstopper, if it can be delivered in the right place at the right time, might be enough for Nyx to really turn things around. But if that spike goes down Blackenblue, it's going to be so difficult because that orbital strike is going to be online as well. First fight being taken, Strawberry Bagel runs Khan down, and that's once again first blood for the Hero KDA.
Strawberry Bagel, big pick off there. Denies Khan from being an even bigger nuisance here on the defense, but now pushing towards his B site.
Oh no.
Zhao, luckily saved by the blind, a double for her now. Hannah gets a trade off, but kills are working in the favor of Nyx all the time. It's a 2v2 as they settle. They stand. Hookah is where they come from, and all alone here is going to be Snowkey. And the spike is just a bit too out of reach.
1v2 here. Snow towards the backside, 6 bullets left, trying to isolate these fights, runs out of bullets, runs out of positioning, and Delbisky with the push will be able to get that final kill. Next, they're keeping it neck and neck here. And what I really like about their play so far is how they're willing to really be aggressive towards that teleporter. More often than not, you don't really see that being a factor of play, but they just don't hesitate when it comes to these kind of pushes. Piety, of course, able to find the kill off the back of that orbital strike, and just like that, Nyx, once again, flipping the tables and the script here. They win the round. Gotta be having the economy to barely buy up, although it's still on shaky ground here.
Well, still do have some economy to work with, at the very least here for Nyx. It's a round where they can use to stabilize and reset themselves. Coming into this, Kachao finally comes online in that previous round, round number 5, after getting the double, holding down the line. Not too sure if they're aware where the camera is. They don't spot out somebody here with a judge as well, so this could be really big for them. Pain shell for pain shell keeps him back in the lurk once again. Here from Storm is huge.
Seekers come out, gonna be smoking out the position of these players. Now they know where somebody is if they were paying attention to the Seekers, but the flank is gonna be caught out by Iceling here. Second kill coming in for the Hero KDA. Now that they know that all 3 players are gonna be playing towards that site, A side is completely free. Lulu's still hanging around as well towards elbow, able to make that crunch even more efficient, taking down Kachao. The judge as well from somebody, not gonna be finding any value, and now it's just Delbisky in a 1v5. Unenviable position, no economy for the team. It might be better for her to save, but Lulu doesn't want to let her do it. Finds the kill to boot, and the Hero KDA, they come back.
The Hero KDA here playing a really kind of methodical game on this attacking side, and it's been throwing Nyx off because you can tell Nyx Kyosei, they'd kind of assume it might be a commit every now and then, but it really hasn't been, as the Hero KDA a lot more fluid and flexible in terms of their decision making here on this attacking side. And this is where we did see the better half of them a while ago on Haven, and it really does seem so that the attacking side here from the Hero KDA, that mid-round decision making has been one of their biggest strengths.
They've been very good at also parceling out the use of their ultimates so that they can really find value off the back of them. Like that last round Seekers, for example, let Ululu make that quick call, possibly like, hey guys, you know what, this B-side doesn't look very nice. I think everybody's here. I think there was a judge in the corner that I heard. So she was just able to rotate them back over off the back of that one key piece of util that gave them the info that they needed. So Hero KDA, they still have that orbital strike on Iceling. They haven't really had the opportunity to use it because either they've been going down before the spike or just being in such an advantageous position that they haven't been really needing to commit it. And until that goes out of play, right, Nyx just can't safely play inside that U-Haul area. That's just one area of the map that's completely locked off to them because of that ultimate and the threat that it poses.
Well, if we're talking about ultimates here, while the orbital might be available for Iceling, that can and that might be the sole one they've got online, they can really time that right and kind of shut down everything that Nyx have got here. If it does come to it, the Seekers and Hunter's Fury, a deadly combination, but on a Thrifty like this, you kind of expect them not to commit too much into a round unless they do good damage, which we've seen Thrifty rounds be quite effective so far in the series, but that could be a very different situation knowing at how it's positioned here towards the Octagon. It's completely isolated, no real fight put up. Hunter's Fury doesn't connect on much of anything really, so this is looking pretty good for the Hero KDA.
Spike planted.
Just a little bit of bait and switch tactics once again. All the Sky utility keeping them distracted towards long, while Snow just satchels in and finds those kills. 3v5 retake, like you mentioned, Heidi does have that hero weapon available, but apart from that rifle, there's just not much in the arsenal of these players that they can really use here. They look to push forward, but the crossfire is just going to be Hannah finding the kills. The second one through the smoke, only one left to go. Shorty and had all the confidence in the world. Somebody does take her down. Snow there for the trade, to spam through the smoke to find somebody, and the Hero KDA extend their lead to 5.
Yeah, pushing forward and pressing onward. Hero KDA here have just not stopped after gaining these 3 rounds now in a row. Hunter's Fury as well. I'm not too sure if that's the best call to make in the 3v5 on Eco Thrifty as well to pull that out. I think it could have better been placed in a more important round to win like this upcoming one, and now they don't have really any big ult to kind of throw to stop down rather and slow down the push of the Hero KDA, who have a lot to execute with this orbital and Nightfall too. So big pick from the Hero KDA, but fights just going their way still.
Yeah, singular peaks not really working out for Nyx, although at least Con is able to win out her 1v1. Nightfall gonna be put in towards
Right here.
this A site as well. Neural Theft will reveal where these players are, and that might force them to rotate over. In fact, they're gonna be moving towards that B site. Still
enemy
one
remaining.
left though, and they will just
down
walk
B.
into the Chao's hands. 3 on the round. 2 on the round already for now just Olulu left in a 1v2. Both of them take the TP though, and they know exactly where she is. Khan runs her down, takes her out, and Nyx, they resurge once again.
Yeah, big stop here from Kachao now. It wasn't a bad idea to take the teleporter there, considering, you know, the neural theft came up online. They knew that, okay, Showers is occupied, might be difficult to plant off of this, but still not able to anticipate Kachao being able to win those fights as effectively. The Hero KDA forced into a timeout here in the first half once more. They got lots of ultimates to throw now, but Nyx Kyosei, even when they're at a disadvantage, still somehow have things falling into their favor. Well, I mean, as of the moment, in a situation like this, if you are in the position of Nyx Kyosei and you don't have necessarily the best buy, you don't have the most opportune ultimates to throw out here, you only have that Seekers, then you are kind of in a tough rut, Zach, where what exactly can we do to try and gain an advantage early in the round? I would wager that Nyx are going to try to go proactive here early, maybe towards that Showers. You can see Delbski and Piety already poisoning themselves up to go for an early take, and knowing that the changes to bind on these teleporters have swapped that TP closer to Showers. It's even more important now to try and take that control early for the pinch, but now they're trying to play towards the B site instead here for the Hero KDA. And here's the Hero. He can once again take out this Octagon. That's going to be big. Showstopper connects for Snowkey. A double for her. And simply no way for Nyx to stop him.
Again, just not expecting Snow to come barreling in their face. Both
Spike
players
planted.
towards long, they're taken out. And once again, it's the unenviable position of Nyx to be in a kind of 3v5 retake. Sure, at least they managed to bait out a couple of their ults on their opposition side. The flame from Piety as well, kicking in, able to find a kill, and she's going to have the orbital strike off the back of that. So this round suddenly looking a little bit more doable. Orbital strike going to be invested as well, but Iceling still in the corner, not going to be expected. Will be able to take down Piety, and now it's just still risky. 1v3, has to push it out to be able to close out the round, and will drop at that first obstacle as Strawberry Bagel well-timed peek and headshot to end things out here. And you know, Blackenblue, Nyx, all things said, even though they're kind of lagging behind, this is still much better than the last time they played this team on Bind, because it was 1 out of the 12 rounds in their defensive half that they won, so they're already 3 times up.
Well, I mean, in their case, how can you fault them? Especially with the way that they play. They're just so good at doing this attacking side that Nyx have no response, no answer. And Nyx have once again been dismantled in that kind of octagon, that long hold that they have, where a player like, you know, Snow is just able to single-handedly tear them apart, with that showstopper especially, to try and buy all that space, going around them through Mika. And now once more, the Hero KDA simply taking full control of the B site. Hookah is still in control of Nyx, but will that be enough to gain them a few picks off here in the retake?
Seems like the awareness is there though from the Hero KDA of this Hookah presence. Seeker's gonna be coming out now from Nyx to smoke out the positions on the side. Surprised that they're investing it with this being an eco round. The clock is ticking as well. They gotta get into sight pretty soon. Khan watching the angle, trying to make sure that this defuse goes through the smoke, actually finds the kill. Ash is able to find a kill with the molly. Heidi goes down, but half the defuse is already through. All they have to do is really stick it. Delvinsky with the Sheriff in hand has a showstopper, but no opportunity to pull it out. And the Hero KDA, they find 7 here for a second. It looked like Nyx might have been able to stick it, but the Hero KDA, they're just too wise for that.
And look at their economy here, the Hero KDA, just a bountiful feast awaiting them. Khan does good damage too, but obviously the Hero KDA just a lot more equipped for the situation. If you're Nyx though, the defense this is where you'd kind of expect a team to kind of bunker things down, but once more, the Hero KDA, that B site has been proven to be quite an effective one for their attacking side, where it's looking like a liability for Nyx. So you can see them kind of, you know, employ 3 players now towards that B site, try and do something about it, because otherwise the Hero KDA have been abusing their openings on towards B.
They've just looked so coordinated when they do hit that B side, like that 1-2 crunch between Long as well as Hookah, and of course Snow being able to find those entries. 2 kills for her, not just that first time, but also almost every time she's gone towards that part of the map. It's been a little bit too much for Nyx to deal with. That stack up towards B though, it's been read once again by the Hero KDA. They get that A side basically for free. Showstopper gonna be invested by Delbitsky to push forward, try to clear out that Showers angle, but there's really gonna be nobody there. At least it does deny the plan for 1-for-1 trade so far, but this presence from U-Haul able to find a couple of kills by itself. Delbitsky still on site with Piety. They know where these last couple of players are.
It's a 3v3 retake here for Kachow. Coming in from that backside, they have triple control. Hannah's gonna be a big problem here from the Showers. If they can't flush her out, she can time this right and get the 2 picks off. That's exactly what we're talking about. The double for Hannah. We know where Kachow is. Who's fighting back. It's a 1v1 right now. She has a neural depth, but she gets the timing on Snow anyways, and Nyx, hold on.
Incredible round coming out of them. Kachow in particular towards the end, to be able to just get that player out of the equation despite Snow looking healthier, despite Snow having the spike. Despite this wraparound from Hannah, it could have been so deadly. Kachow does it all for the team, the kind of cipher that you really want watching your back and watching those cams for real. The Hero KDA though still have a couple of ultimates to work with. 4-7 now. They have a chance of extending their lead further with 8, but Nyx Kyosei as well. Economy back in favor of them, so it could be a 50-50.
My ult's ready.
Well, Nyx Kyosei can end this half with a 5. Can certainly help gain them the confidence to come back with once more. We've seen incredible comebacks from this squad. C's there. Oh, luckily Piety's able to TP up because he was surely dead to rights, but they commit the orbital strike to it. And now that leaves him without it to kind of retaliate against Piety's, who's at the ready with hers. Do the Hero KDA commit further towards his B site?
Does seem to be the call there. Of course, alert from Strawberry Bagel could be incredibly important, but this time around, Piety will be the one to smoke her out. Second kill as well as Con finds the timing onto Icelink. Huge kill there. No more smokes available. No more orbital strike either. Just like that, it's going to be Nyx finding the kills across the board here. 2 players remaining. One towards Hookah. Kachow takes her down immediately. Neural Theft back online once again, and they know exactly where this last player is. Will be able to find that kill, and that will be a 5-7 half for Nyx, who are definitely fighting as hard as they ever have on this particular map. But before we see if they can make that score look a little bit more even, let's see what our panelists have to say.
This is much better from Nyx Kyosei right now, considering the last time that they saw the Hero KDA on Bind, right? It looks like they've picked up on a few things, and it looks like they're reading the Hero KDA a lot more comfortably now. They're not exactly in a super comfortable spot, though, Daks. Hero KDA could still swing this map in their favor.
I mean, things are a bit better for Nyx Kyosei, and truthfully, the last 2 rounds were a welcome surprise for what we saw at the beginning of the first half, because you can already see the Hero KDA, they're so accustomed to the way that they play. They have the double initiator, including the fade for clearing out the corners. You see them get that space and make the raid towards that site, and they have some strong post plants that have given them such a distinct advantage. But Nyx at the very end, clutch and then critical shots. No other team has gotten more than 4 rounds before when defending against the Hero KDA. Nyx have gotten 5, so there is still that chance to recover to the second half here, Mika.
Just a chance, though. We're gonna have to see how it all plays out as we step back into Bind. So let's throw it on over to our casters to see how the rest of this goes.
See how the rest of this goes. That feels like something we've heard before, Blackenblue, doesn't it?
Oh well, the last time we were kind of wondering how things would go for Nyx, they just came back with an incredible kind of run of their own, right? So we're gonna have to find out for sure, but you can't never count out a team like the Hero KDA in this situation.
Yeah, they might be one map down, but this is their home ground and they're still maintaining that slight lead from that previous half. So starting off with the pistol here, gonna be on the defending side now. If they can deny Nyx the value, it might be what they need to really persevere going forward. Nyx, the last time around as well, they were able to find 7 rounds in a row on this attacking side. But that said, it's just very difficult for the Hero KDA because attacking is where Nick seems to excel. We saw it on Haven in action, the kind of momentum, the steamroll that they were able to build, and it seems to be the point once again. Cypher versus Cypher fight to start things off with, though. Kachao and Piety both finding the kills for Nyx. Now 3 players remain, and the Hero KDA is still looking for the fight here. Piety, though, able to find yet another kill, and now it's all down to just a Lulu. Gets run and gunned by as Delvisky just goes for the shot, and Nyx, they find an extremely convincing pistol.
Quick and easy for them, at least the way they make it seem here, with just nothing going wrong at all for Nyx. Just every single frag traded, every single angle marked, and Hero KDA stunned, it seems, for the opening pistol. But I mean, I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. If you're the Hero KDA, you can certainly bring a big fight to this, but full save is what they're gonna pull out.
Cam coming in to try and find some information. Snow gets spotted out as well by the recon, so paint shell for paint shell trade to buy some delay. Snow takes quite a bit of chip damage in the process, will be forced to fall back here. Kind of a 3-player stack towards the side, and it's going to be read by Nyx perfectly as they go for a quick rotate now. On this A site, still a couple of players playing behind the struck area in the smoke. Strawberry Bagel tries to make a play along with Hannah, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Strawberry Bagel still hanging around in that corner. And Kachao all the way towards spawn, able to find 2, able to find 3 in fact, and now it's just going to be Strawberry Bagel to find 1 more for Nyx. They get to 7. You asked us before we got into the halftime here whether they can equalize quickly, and that's exactly what they do.
Swiftly, and no real fight put up by the Hero KDA. I mean, a nice attempt there by Haddon to get the 1. At least she got hers, but that's all they really wrote. It's coming now to the Hero KDA's pressure to try and convert with a few rounds of their own, to try and at least regain some sort of lead here, bring it 8-7 in their favor. But Nyx have just shown to always be so tenacious in these type of rounds, and I wouldn't put it past them to do at least good economic damage to the Hero KDA here.
Yeah, they have a very eclectic buy, to say the least. But that said, it's the kind of buy that can really make things work out. Unfortunately, Smoke and the Hookah not going to be coming through. But that said, it's still going to be Nyx getting away with their life. Again, going in for that quick rotation over towards this A side. U-Haul already taken by Kachao here. And Snow with the paint shells able to find the opener. The plants will go down. But that said, numbers advantage and weaponry still remain firmly in favor of the Hero KDA already. A quick retake attempt coming in. They're pushing the issue on this U-Haul area. The recon bolt does spot out a couple of players, and the damage is being done. Lulu already with the first kill, although somebody tries to chime back here. Heidi as well as Con, the last 2 players left, trying to deny this here. First kill coming through for Con. Orbital strike as well, but half the defense has already been stuck by Isling, taking advantage of that element to reposition. Finds the kill off the back of it, and now it will just be Heidi to close things out. Beautifully played by Nyx with that final 2v3. Wow.
And that's what I said, right? On those thrifty rounds, you can never count Nyx out. On their bonus especially here. Doing a great job of burning enough time towards that short position, being such a nuisance there towards that lamps position where somebody in Kachao just kept on being a big thorn in the side of the Hero KDA. They knew they had to clear them out first. And then when it came to the actual spike itself, great decision for Khan to cross on triple using that, you know, Brimstone ult as cover from an orbital strike and hitting them where they least expected. So Nyx, they take the lead finally back.
An unprecedented state of affairs. I feel like there haven't really been teams that have taken the lead from the Hero KDA on this map so far. And now they're looking at it possibly slipping away even further. again, the lurk from Kachao gets spotted out. So far, the pattern for Nyx here has been to put pressure onto this B side. And after that, despite that, after that pistol round, they've just been going over towards A instead. That quick rotation off the back of Kachao, being able to find a lot of space on that side. So it's been very interesting so far. That said, though, it's still going to be a more heavier stack by these defenders towards this B side. Despite this weapon disparity, it's still going to be an advantage there of a sort.
Well, the child certainly made a bit of noise here. And that's going to keep the defense to try and be a bit more wary of an A-side push to come. That recon is just going to confirm their suspicions. You can see the defense rotating already. They're going towards the opposite way. At least
30 seconds
coming
left.
from Olulu. Chow, great timing on this. Gets the one. Could even pop the ult if they needed to, but just because it's only her, you see the defense doesn't rotate until they hear the TP out. Strawberry Bagel goes down, and everything working in the favor here for Nyx Kyosei. Hero KDA. A real fight to be put up. Gets the one, but she's done. It's a 9th round now for Nyx.
I like how Kachao didn't even bother putting down the neural stuff. She was like, guys, I got A side, just rotate over. Guess that first pick, it's going to be the same thing that we've seen out of Nyx in these last couple of rounds. A quick pivot towards this A side. And even though Lulu's able to find at least one, it's not going to be too much damage being done at all. And the second time out for the hero, KDA going to be burned out here. Kind of feeling the pressure right now. 4 rounds in a row in this half for Nyx, and they show no signs of stopping. This has to break their momentum, and for the hero KDA on this defense, they're just being teased and picked apart.
Well, Kachao felt like she didn't have to find out where they were, because it already seemed like Nyx, they were just aware already of what the hero KDA's plans were, of what their setup was ever since their first pick off there. When she finds Snow, everything just fell into place, and they didn't even have to get the spike down before winning the round, as Hero KDA read like an open book. And Nyx Kyosei have just been marvelous at writing these tales and telling it in whichever way they want. And I mean, history remembers the victor. In this case, Nyx, they might just be that.
Kind of the underdog heading into this LCQ as well, with Hero KDA being arguably the favorite thanks to their flawless Swiss stage. But Nyx, they've been showing up more and more every single series that we've been seeing them. And yesterday they were once again considered an underdog when that veto came out, but they were able to power through. And this time it's no different either. We've been talking a lot about their history, but they're evolving Blackenblue throughout this tournament, right? Every single game just sees them looking better and better as they go forward. Talking about forward, though, it's going to be Snow taking an aggressive position towards this hookah area. Does, in fact, catch a shot onto Khan, so no heal really going to be forthcoming. The recon, though, that's going to spot out Lulu. 1-for-1 trade so far. Snow still able to get away with her life. And that's going to be one TP coming in and Heidi getting a kill.
At least get some kills going their way back in return. Snow does have the ultimate to throw out if it ever does come to it, if push comes to shove, but Nyx Kyosei are going the opposite way. They're coming towards A. Tripwires set up at the ready here for Strawberry Bagel to capitalize off of, but if they get the plant down, that might give them the Seekers to utilize in this round. Tripwire triggered. Oh, but he being taken down though. They TP back and double round into B.
This is going to be empty as well. Smoke and Molly will give them the space to get into sight. However, Snow with the showstopper misses her window opportunity, and the Molly does so much damage as well. Still, though, throws it into sight, able to get the 3rd kill on the ground and denies the plant. Heidi looking to get it down further. Pain Shell's not quite connecting, and the flank already coming in. Pawn having to isolate and win out these fights in such a difficult position. It's just going to be the ace for Snow. All 5 on the round for her. All she needs, in fact. And the Hero KDA, they resurge after that.
Huge round here for the Hero KDA to retaliate with. Early push-up coming from them, especially Snow. Obviously, she gets the ace, but I'm surprised she still gets this kill on somebody who was still placing herself in a position to be caught out by that showstopper. Even with the Molly stopping them, you played a bit safer, but let bygones be bygones. It really speaks to the volumes of fight that the Hero KDA still have within them to return and retaliate with rounds like these.
Blinded.
see the wariness coming out of Nyx here after that early push through Hookah. Now looking to continue their momentum as they go towards long instead. Lulu still has quite a bit of stalling utility available. The Trailblazer will spot out a couple of players towards this long side. And with the lurks that Kachao's been finding, right? That's a little bit of nice adaptation coming out of Strawberry Bagel to try and catch her early on. Beautiful flash from Lulu. Gonna catch out both players, but they're not gonna be swinging off the back of it. So still Nyx, they maintain their numbers. Oh no.
I don't know.
Oh
No way to
no.
expect this right. Big pick from Aisling, but that's the only one she's able to find before Delbsky keeps her in check. The B site, the A site is mostly right for the taking. There is a lurk here from Strawberry Bagel. You just can't find the timing to get these kills.
Oh, the plant attempt comes in. Hannah puts down the Haunt, does catch out the player and able to find the kill onto Piety. Beautiful piece of utility there
30
to
seconds
just
left.
drop the spike onto site. Khan finds a trade though, and now Strawberry Bagel on the flank will be able to put out the neural depth and catch out the positions. But still, Khan, she finds the kill, makes it down to a 1v1. Snow has control of the spike, knows that Delbisky has to come for her, and Delbisky does indeed take her out of the equation. Nyx, they find double digits here, 10-8.
Nice pick off from Delbsky in the clutch. The 1-1. Hannah did a good job as well of trying to whittling down their numbers, but no matter how many great attempts there were here coming from the hero KDA, it's just simply Nyx always able to shoot themselves out of these bad situations, which has been one of the biggest strengths of them. Like, you'd rather not be put into a bad spot, but when it comes down to it, when you're in a bad spot, sometimes you need a hot hand and a fiery gun. That's exactly what the Nyx Kyosei squad has in spades.
In particular, like, Kachao has been a menace on this map today. This entire attacking half, she's just been this menace lurk that has finally been taking care of Aisling, puts her out of her misery early. Lulu on a prowl as well, looking for a little bit more value with the Spectre. In fact, able to do quite a bit of damage, leaving only somebody and Delbisky in this fight. Another kill coming through from Hannah as well. That was just somebody, Guardian in hand, looking to save this round from slipping completely away. They're going to be hunted down, though. Another player pushing in from the spawn, and somebody with only a Guardian has to find these fights, but there's just no favorable position for her so far.
Revealing area.
Yeah, no way this works out like this. You can tell that Nyx Kyosei just backed off. Seemingly threatened here by the push of Hero KDA, and
just me and a bottle
come
of
away
scotch.
with a free round really off the Thrifty again. How many Thrifties are we going to see in this map alone? Nyx Kyosei kind of being fearful of Hero KDA. There comes a point where you must respect the opponent, right? But you also can't be too wary of them in that case, and that's exactly what happened. Getting to their heads, and Hero KDA capitalizing off of kind of like the unexpected pace they throw at Nyx Kyosei.
Completely unexpected as well. Like, you saw how fast Lulu was basically in their spawn. She just ran it down with the Spectre. So I guess when you're in a tough position, you might as well try to make the most of it. Now you do see a little bit of change of pace coming out of the Nyx squad. They look to attack towards this A side instead, trying to make it quick, but the stalling utility is going to be a little bit too much for them to really deal with. Now Showstopper coming out of Delbisky, not going to be able to find any value, and the orbital strike instead from Aisling got to be put out early, although everybody's already on site. Khan finding a couple of kills of her own, and will be pushed off the angle with the Nightfall, but still the kills, they're coming in from both sides here, looking for a little bit more. Strawberry Bagel pushing through, going forward, runs out of bullets, and Delbisky shuts her down. 2v2 situation. Sight with them pushing forward. Heidi fakes the plant, but Lulu with the flash still finds the kills, and in this trade battle, Hannah will be the one to come out on top, equalizing things 10-10.
Scrappy round here for the hero KDA, but it also wasn't the most favorable buy for Nyx Kyosei, and not able to convert, so now they're put in a precarious spot. Now they probably have to eco and potentially give up, you know, the lead that they worked so hard to claw back for. It's the hero KDA who now are just in a great position to extend this into map 3, or at least secure match point. They do have the Seekers. Showstopper should be available very soon as well. And with the weapons advantage, they might be able to simply wrestle control away early here from Nyx.
Oh my god. Alright, an early kill to come out of Khan already. Expecting them to go for the orb. Not able to punish the one who does take the orb, but still gets a kill. And now looking for a little bit more towards this shower side. Khan finally falling back here. Does have the seekers available, but the gun is not going to be in a very retrievable position. Hunters here invested as well to try and clear out the showers area, but just not connecting with anybody. Does at least net Nyx a little bit of space as they will make it forward onto site. Teleporter now gonna be taken. A quick pivot over towards B instead. Nabisky already being able to satchel forward, but goes right into backside. Will be taken down by Olulu. 5 HP on Olulu still. Will be able to kill up her teammate. And now Nyx, they're gonna be surrounded on all sides. Already Snow through the TP, able to find yet another kill. And now just 2 players remain here. Snow gonna be taken out finally. But still Kachao and Khan, they have so much to deal with here. Forced to fall back.
30 seconds left.
They've at least done good damage into this, just to kind of tag Olulu up, but obviously there's way more to ask of Nyx Kyosei to be able to convert around like this. Kind of wrapping around Hero KDA. There's a big shot from Kachao. Still though, a sliver of health for either side. Plant will not go down, and Schwarbagel shuts any hopes and dreams for that round, but it still comes pretty close. I'm wondering though, now that we move into the final act of regulation, what do Nyx Kyosei come out with?
That was a very interesting round as well for Nyx, because it could have completely changed if any of the weapons that they had taken down were retrievable. Like, you saw Khan get a kill towards Shower, immediate smoke from the Hero KDA to deny the rifle being picked up. And it was kind of a similar case towards the B side. All the kills that they were gotten were towards CT, and there was just no way to really pick up those weapons. Now, for this round, they have the Orbital Strike as well as that Neural Theft available. Might be the ult to really let them play post plan. We saw how they were able to convert the bonus off the back of that. That said, though, the Hero KDA, they are stacking up on this A side. They really don't want to let Nyx get the spike down at all.
Well, a camera confirms that Delbski is present there, coming towards Hookah. Most of the push, though, the brunt of it, here towards this octagon. Trapar will get eaten by the Trailblazer. Kachao needs to time this right. He got a pick off. That's going to be huge, but Strawberry Bagel wins the fight. Neural Theft gives him a bigger picture of the situation, and now Nyx are forced to have to rotate. Kachao could not find a kill as well, and things are looking disastrous right now for Nyx Kyosei, as the Hero KDA have every advantage. Hannah's trapped in a corner. They get the scan, but she's still in fighting capacity.
Down A.
Now it's going to be a 2v5 situation. The wraparound as well of Lulu pushing forward, taking down somebody here. Now it's just Khan left alone, 37 HP and a dream, and Strawberry Bagel from the back will take her down to boot, bringing the Hero KDA to match point. It was a long time coming, and it looked a little bit dicey in the middle, but they were able to not just come back, but also steal away the lead again. This is the kind of Hero KDA we're used to seeing on Bind, and they're just much more dynamic, it seems like, in these last few rounds, the way they're handling the map, forcing that second timeout to come out of Nyx's side as well, to ensure that they can possibly close this out 2-0.
Yeah, ever since kind of like that Thrifty round was won here by the Hero KDA, it seems like Nyx Kyosei lost a lot of confidence and a grasp of the situation on what to do. You can see that they've kind of lost a bit of that explosiveness that we saw earlier in the map and during map number 1 too as well. Especially, they have been completely mitigated in terms of what normally is a threat when you're coming up against Nyx. The Hero KDA have been dissuading that and considerably finding out where they are, and you can see that Nyx, they just aren't on top of the situation in terms of making the right decision anymore in some of these rounds. Now that, you know, ever since after, you know, Hero KDA won that Thrifty round where they pushed him all the way towards market.
That Thrifty round, really the linchpin upon which this attacking half has devolved for Nyx Kyosei. Things looking a little bit dicey now. Economy not in the greatest position. Only the Neural Theft really to work with here. The saving grace for them is that their opponents don't really have any ultimates either. And with these kind of weapons, it's better if they can get into a close range battle. But so far, the Hero KDA, they're not really biting. They're not being super aggressive either. They're just happy to try and take these fights with as many advantages as possible. Now that Trailblazer is going to spot out at least 2 or 3 players towards this long side, but despite that, Nyx, they still want to push the issue on this B site.
Nyx Kyosei right now, difficult spot to be in. Match point already facing them. And only really that Phantom and Khan being true rifle in their hands. As Hero KDA simply have burned quite a considerable amount of time here off the clock for Nyx Kyosei, who haven't been really proactive in trying to change up the plan, trying to fake out the defense. They come in here, I mean, they have to win this fight. They have to scan off of Hannah, but every single gunfight is blowing their way. And Nyx Kyosei dismantled. 5 women remain standing here, 5 players still on the bout, and once more, confidence seemingly shaken out of Nyx Kyosei.
Absolute dominance coming out in those last few rounds. It seemed like that thrifty, like you mentioned, Blackenblue, was what they really needed to mentally reset on Bind. And kudos to Nyx here. They tried really hard. They in fact had the W streak going into that attacking half, but once those couple of linchpin rounds happened, they just weren't able to bounce back into the full swing of things. And the Hero KDA, they're able to push this to a map 3. We're going to be having Fracture coming up next, but looking at this map, I feel like what Nyx really made work out for them was those impactful lurks coming in from Kachao. So many rounds you saw her just catch out a couple of players, find a kill or 2, and then be able to cause a rotation for the team to come in, but she wasn't able to do that towards the end of the game, and I think that was a factor. But hey, that's not my job. We have a panel to talk about what exactly these 2 teams did. So Mika and Daks, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zach. Why are you stealing our job, huh?
I mean, she can have it, you know. I don't mind. I'm happy to be here.
We value Zach's opinion here, and she is the encyclopedia of game changers, as we do know. Exactly.
All regions, by the way, not just here, EU.
That
as
is
well
right.
as
That is right. She is a multi-regional talent, and we are very, very proud of her. But we are also very, very proud of the Hero KDA for managing to pull out this this map. This was so close, Dax, and I feel like, you know, those last few rounds were so painful for Nyx Kyosei, just because I feel like they lost it right when they needed it the most. Oh.
It felt like that they had something, right? They had something to work with when they won that bonus courtesy of Con. Just how they were circumventing one another between the 2 teams. You could see the elation there from Nyx Kyosei. But I keep telling you, Mika, when the Hero KDA needs it the most, someone steps up. And while Olulu is our MVP yet again, doing an incredible job with consistency all throughout the map, I'm gonna give my award to Snowkey. Not only the incredible ace that we saw to answer back, the final round where she got that 3K. Overall, it's again, when the Hero KDA is in a predicament, they're able to dig themselves out with someone leading the charge.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. I give my award to Snowkey as well. She not only was able to, you know, clutch in those rounds where they really needed it. It was more of like a, I could kind of feel that she was like the one motivating the squad, right? It's like if she got that A, she got those 3Ks, whenever she'd pull out the clutch, there was kind of like this the squad was reinvigorated. You know, they suddenly had that fire rekindled again whenever she would pull through, and I feel like that was her role, and that's why she was so pivotal, because you could feel that momentum swing as well when they would win those rounds, right? And that's why this map was so dicey, so painful for Nyx Kyosei, but such a morale boost for the Hero KDA.
I mean, to be fair for Nyx Kyosei, this is the best performance we've seen from any team against the Hero KDA on Vine. But truthfully, I love the composition and the way that they've been playing. It's a little bit more on the old school style. You're running Sova and the Sky together. Sure, you're gonna get incel, but perhaps that's why people have shifted more to a double controller meta instead. It really feels like here for Nyx Kyosei that they've been trying to figure out what composition works, and they use their talents and their individual familiarity to play a map like Bind. But as a team, as a unit, it's the Hero KDA with stellar calls courtesy of their MVP Olulu. I still remember, Mika, that one round where the casters were saying maybe Nyx Kyosei was a little too giving to the Hero KDA, because the Hero KDA pushed towards market, got that thrifty, and you wouldn't get calls like that without Olulu on this roster.
Yeah, you wouldn't get the belief that you'd be able to pull something like that off either, right? That willingness to just push forward and still stick to it, even though there was just a small chance that they would do it, and turns out that small chance was all they needed. I think that, for Nyx Kyosei, they shouldn't let this get to them. As you mentioned, Dax, this was actually a huge win for them. This was a good performance from them. Yes, the last few rounds are probably like frustratingly painful, but they were not bad rounds in any case, right? There still is a lot of momentum going over on their side. They could potentially bring it back, but Fracture, this is another one. We're back. It's back to zero. It almost feels like we're back to map 1 over here between these two teams, because who knows who's going to take it now, but it is going to be our series decider. It is going to be the final map for this one, so we will get into it right after this very quick break.
Defend.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and everybody in between. We are now down to our final map for this series. We're heading into Fracture with the Hero KDA and Nyx Kyosei. And I feel like right now, Daks, again, we are back to zero with these two. There are momentum swings in both sides, I feel like. And I think like for Nyx Kyosei, these roster shuffles that they're doing in the middle of the series, you know, it could be a little bit confusing.
Yeah, but honestly, going back to that second map, they did get Con and Capricious or somebody now back, right? They still stuck around with Kachao and she did perform, but there's always still that whole chemistry, that synergy that you don't want to be doing during the tournament itself. You want to build that in scrims, build that in earlier experience. And speaking of experience, we go to Fracture yet again as a decider. Two things we said before, that both Nyx and the Hero KDA have played against one another here, and the Hero KDA took it. But the second most important factor right now I want to bring out, Mika, is while for Nyx, this map has been mostly their experience here in the LCQ. For the Hero KDA, this is one of their most played maps in their history all throughout the year.
We've been seeing a lot of Fracture action lately in LCQ, and right now I feel like this previously has favored the Hero KDA, especially since, as you mentioned, most played map here, a lot of experience, very, very warm, coming in very hot on this map. For Nyx Kyosei though, this is a revenge match once again. The previous time that these two teams met up, the score was 13-5 in favor of the Hero KDA, and I feel like for Nyx Kyosei, they have to make sure that that Vine map did not get to them. Those last few rounds of that Vine map, they have to make sure that that mental reset is indeed, you know, clear, and they have to be able to bring it back really, and just think that like, okay, this map won again, we have to restart.
Well, you know who has their mental reset? The Hero KDA. I'm always excited to see their post-game cams given a 3-map series, just because they're the most emotional. They're just like, okay guys, we actually did it. We're gonna go for a 3rd map. And speaking of their emotions, I feel like when they get control, they are so good at keeping cruise control going. You saw that streak by the tail end of Bind. The Hero KDA is that kind of team that once they're able to get on the gas, they can run away with these kind of games, and it's been the storyline for them for multiple series all throughout the LCQ.
I wonder what we're going to be seeing coming out of Nyx Kyosei, especially since, you know, they do, well, if they do have Capricious, somebody rather, and Khan on there, you know, they can be game changers indeed for this map, right? Especially on the Sova, especially on the Brim. But I'm interested to see if we're going to be seeing the Neon coming out from Delvisky.
I think really maybe a shift from the roles so far. We've seen that a bunch from Nyx already, and they've done so on this map. One thing I wanna pretty much highlight though is because of the Hero KDA, it was Nyx changing up their composition on this map. They used to run that Cypher on Fracture, and then they changed over to the Chamber after losing to the Hero KDA, and when they lost again, and when we saw them versus Demon Topaz, they went for the Killjoy. So there's been a bunch of Sentinel shuffles so far. You also mentioned, of course, how we did see Delvisky on the Neon instead of somebody, so there is that dynamic of a shift. So with all of those changes that Nyx has, is it gonna be enough to throw the Hero KDA for a loop when on the other side, the Hero KDA, everything is more structured, everything is set in terms of the composition, and while they fell apart versus Neons, they got back their confidence against Nana and Friends. So you're back to a reset, rekindle the Hero KDA, and this is what we were talking about. We knew it was gonna go for a Game 3, Mika. We knew that for both of these two teams, they would be getting the map picks, but now the advantage is for the Hero KDA, given the history we have established so far.
It is the final day here at LCQ, right? Why not? Why not bring it all the way? And not to mention that, you know, again, whoever wins this map, whoever wins this series is going to go straight out of the frying pan and into the fire, going up to face Neons in a best of 5. So that's like, this is only the start for whoever will be the victor. So I am not sure indeed who could possibly take this. I do believe in both teams. Of course, there is a little bit of separation as Nyx Kyosei, but the Hero KDA also has such an interesting storyline here. Snowkey, by the way, I do have to point out, she was like for Dax and I, like our MVP pick, so to say, just because of like how impactful her rounds were, right? I think she's coming in hot. She's, she's feeling herself right now, and that, that sort of like rallying cry, right, from her being able to clutch out so many rounds could be, that second win that the Hero KDA needs to get into Fracture.
Yeah, and while I agree with you, Mika, we've already said our hymns of praises about Snowky in the last map. I think you still need to continue on the incredible performance of Alulu over the past few series. Ever since we've seen the Hero KDA in the lower bracket, she's been stepping up immensely, not just in the communication, of course, but also in the battlefield itself. So just setting that example is a standard here for the Hero KDA. I look for Nyx, and for once, I have seen 7 people so far, I believe, play on this roster today. I think there is a chance.
Never
perhaps,
thought we'd be saying that.
I think there's still a chance we can get an 8-player on, because if we had Shuni already, I'm trying to think. So if Shuni's here already,
we did
Sheena
have
is still. Sheena's in the roster. I don't know. Okay, there's just so many factors right now for Nyx USA. But one thing, of course, that we can say so far is they've been playing out of their minds over the past few days, and they had that chance to win on Bind. If they can just recover from that, get back with the same kind of standard that they've been playing so far here, Mika, then they're gonna also still stand a chance on Fracture, given what they did against Even Topaz.
Right now, we are heading into Agent Select. It looks like we are seeing the Neon indeed, looking very closely at the roster for Nyx Kyosei. And it looks as though we will still be seeing somebody and Con on there, along with Kachao. The Biscuit on the Neon, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and it goes to show that without Shuni here for Nyx USA, it's Piety moves over to the Brimstone, because Kachao is an incredible anchor central player. She's been finding her form so far in this series. It's really the true test for her and Nyx USA, because the Hero KDA, you already know it's clear cut. We've seen how strong Aisling has been in many of these corners, how Olulu can just set up a single lane for herself and Hannah on the other. Be fearful when the two initiators have their ultimates, because the Hero KDA, usually on any side of Fracture, whether attack or defense, you have 4 angles to consider. Immediately, 2 will be controlled by the Hero KDA, thanks to just them.
I love how, the Hero KDA, it seems as though they have such crucial agents in play to be able to hold all of these angles here on Fracture. And I think that, for Nyx Kyosei, we know them as a little bit of a chaotic team with the Neon on there. Like, I'm all for it. I'm all for, playing in an exciting and a little chaotic way. We do know that works well for a lot of very successful rosters. So who knows? Perhaps that's their X factor coming in here. But let's get into it. Our final map of the first series of the day. So casters, take it away.
Thanks a lot for that, Mika and Daks. Map number 3 coming up here, Blackenblue, and the winner of this, they move on to that lower final to decide who will be making it to Elite, and the loser, well, unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to them for the rest of the year. I know we heard a lot from the panel about these Asian comps, about these play styles, and after having watched the first 2 maps, what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, I kind of heard them kind of talk about the whole mental game a while ago, and I hope so that they can reset themselves, because it really did seem like after that market push on Bind a while ago, Nyx Kyosei just lost their head in the game and simply could not make, more delicate decisions into the fold. So if you are them, they have to have taken that time to kind of reset themselves after the break, because we're going into what could potentially be really their final outing here if they can't recover from that. So another map here that the Hero KDA are very, very well experienced in, and that's never the best stat to be coming into a series like this for. But Nyx Kyosei, I'm sure that they have what it takes to make it happen. The question is, will it happen today?
It's an excellent question. I mean, Nyx Kyosei, they surprised us yesterday as well, right? When they were playing against the likes of Deviant Topaz, this being a map that they're not as favored in, so as to speak, but they surprised everybody by taking that stomp of a 13-3 victory. So we talked a bit about momentum, we talked a bit about resetting. Hopefully they've been able to do both of those things heading into this particular map. Now, going to be on that defensive side once again, trying to get it over with, so as to speak, because Nyx, they look a little bit more successful on attack on both the maps that we've seen so far. And as for the Hero KDA, they're going to be taking out this underpass area first before they look into going onto this B side. Con, that first point of contact with the jiggle, does spot out a player. So that's some information garnered, though already the utility combination, it's coming in. B side, it's going to be the target of approach. 4 players, in fact, towards tower, and Con just can't do anything against that onslaught. Site, it's going to be completely taken. 3 kills already going through for the
player
KDA.
standing.
The flank is well caught out by Hannah, just so aware here. And now it's just going to be Kachao. A 1v5 has to find something, anything, but will only find her dead.
It's only the Hero KDA finding things going their way in this opening round of the pistol. Just completely overrunning Khan here. She just wasn't expecting that much to come her way. I can't believe you done this, she might have said.
4 in the tower. Just imagine going for a jiggling kick away. Like, wait a minute, why are there 4 people here? Hello? Yeah, that's a yikes.
Let
not
the
just
floodgates open.
There's not just the people. It's, to make things worse, there's also the concussion from Olulu. There's just nothing that she could have done in that position. Oh, poor Khan goes down, but well, goes down fighting at the very least. That said, for Nyx, no economy, just gonna be pistols across the board. Couple of sheriffs on Khan and Dabiski, but aside from that, not much else. And for the Hero KDA, it's a bit of a weird buy. 3 Spectres, a sheriff on Strawberry Bagel, which is honestly all she needs, so I understand.
Well, a hearty attempt is better than no attempt at all, so he can come away with that one for the meantime. As a flawless is what they were able to convert. They do so once more now that they have even more of a firepower advantage in the previous round. Come into it onto the 3 side. 2 kills at least being found here by Nyx, but for the most part, Hero KDA, they have control of the site, and it's going to be a lurk off the flank to come in from Nyx to try and maybe wrestle back some control from Arcade.
First point of contact here, gonna be the Spectre towards tower. Spots out both players, so will be falling back after taking that chip damage. All of them look to converge onto site now. 3v4 situation overall. 3 towards main, 1 towards tower. Spike gonna be smack in the middle of both of these, so it's gonna be pretty difficult to really make that defuse work out. A Molly as well. The first is broken, the second one triggered, so can't really hold down the Spike. Lulu and Iceling between them, taking out everybody they can find, and Strawberry Bagel for the final kill to net the Hero KDA their anti-eco without too much trouble.
2-0 so far. Maybe not a flawless, but they came pretty close to it, so nothing too bad just yet. And on a map like Fracture, the panel was talking about the fact that, you know, Fracture is a map we've been seeing a lot this LCQ, and I'm glad we are, because they're removing the map from rotation, and it's honestly one of my favorites to see. I think it's very interesting for the competitive scene to see how diverse teams approach this. And in that same vein, with Nyx picking this Neon plus the Sova to accompany it with a breach, it's not exactly now groundbreaking. We've seen teams kind of run a similar comp, you know, in other regions, but it is one that is a bit unorthodox, and you'd love to see these type of teams and see how they convert these type of compositions and make it work. As an equal trade happens here towards A main, the A site flooded, and it's all Hero KDA's.
Spike planted.
1-for-1 trade towards main as well. Snowkey finding yet another onto somebody. Their huge kill to be able to take her down, and will be falling back to boot. So additional pressure being dealt here. Con finally being able to stop the bleeding. Still has some utility to work with. Almost shocks herself, and that's going to be enough for Lulu to really push forward. Again, though, the numbers, they're just going to be maintained by Nyx here. 1v1 now at the end. Kachao trying to isolate this fight, signal it out, doesn't know where exactly Hannah's playing, although that Prowler is going to give away the location. The clock is ticking as well, has to go forward, going to be caught by the C's here, not going to be able to hear anything either, and just like that, Hannah's brought enough time to convert this bonus, all that she really needed to do. The kill as well to close it off, the icing on the cake, and the Hero KDA, they start with 3-0.
We could finish this with
That was a big C's coming from Hannah, literally just... As soon as she connected that, she won the round. She won the clutch. There's no way that the push would have been close enough here for Kachao. She wouldn't have been able to get a sideline off her, and that C's just being perfect. So Hannah coming in big with utility. We talked about her clutch potential a while ago. It finally coming to the fold here, but that's a painful round for Nyx to lose. Kyosei, after the quick 2-0 opening of this, you know, map, just also losing the anti-bonus is a painful one to concede.
Yeah, it's very rough for them, especially with how scrappy that round got in the end, coming down to a 1v1. Just excellent trading and spacing overall coming out from the Hero KDA side to be able to manage that. Now, once again, setting their sights towards this B site. It's been through towers so far, the pushes, so this B main tactic is a little bit of a new one for them. They look to go forward off the back of that recon, not going to be able to spot anyone, and despite that being the case, they're looking to fall a little bit flat and maybe go in through the other side.
Well,
Careful.
if they can catch him off guard here, that would be even more into their favor. The Hero KDA shot does not connect from Kachao. The sniff take is what they're trying to do here of the tower, but Kachao keeps Snowkey in check. And Khan going big, a double for her. Trey comes in for the Hero KDA, still though, good damage down. It's on the Strawberry Bagel, who cannot find the fruitful basket to pull this clutch off. It's a 1v3, and as it stands, 1-3, the score shall be.
That was a bit unfortunate on the reload timing there for Strawberry Bagel. Could have possibly found another kill, and of course, like you mentioned here, Khan on site, just being able to find that double up was insane. Gonna be able to net Nyx their first round, and we've seen the kind of momentum that these Thrifties can spark off for both of these teams. Off the back of that, Khan gonna have the Hunter's Fury as well, a perfect counter to the lockdown of Strawberry Bagel. Now though, for Nyx, at least they're gonna have to be proactive about how they want to play this, and that does seem to be the call as well.
Found them.
Wow, here KDA taste of their own medicine. Big kill here from Khan, but luckily Kachao's there to support as Snowkey was on ready up for the trade. That's a 2v4.
One enemy
Strawberry Bagel
remaining.
here in Hannah. Difficult attempt from them to try and come out to get the spike back under control. And Nick should be able to swiftly tie up, or rather close up the lead here, 2-3.
Just Hannah with the Sheriff now. Spike not under control either, so she has to try and find the kill here. Goes for the white swing, but might be more than ready for it, and that will be the second round coming in for Nyx Kyosei. Suddenly being able to find themselves back in this map and lose the momentum. And of course, Khan once again starting things off here with that kill. Back up from Kachao as well to find that trade. Excellent work coming out of Nyx Kyosei, finally looking to read their opponents and understand their playstyle a little bit better.
Well, to read the situation, Nyx, if they gain momentum on the defensive side for the first half, we're talking about well here for the KDA.
I'm out of here.
You want this attacking side to be your most fruitful when it comes to a map like Fracture, and Nyx so far have quickly kind of closed up that small early gap. Your
Face
KDA,
your fear.
no reason to panic just yet. They've got lots of ultimates to throw. The Nightfall being one of them, expended already. The site is mostly clear for them to try and take out. It's about kind of keeping them at bay. The defense is set up here. Delsky and Kachao going big. Everybody here for Nyx just being such a problem for the Hero KDA to try and flush out.
Just falling like flies. 3 players get shut down as they try to make their way onto site, but are completely denied here. Just Iceling and Strawberry Bagel now left in
enemy remaining.
a 2v5.
Spike
Make that a
down A.
1v5 as Piety finds a clean headshot. Kachao aware of the position as well, spots out the arm, and will be able to find that final kill to tie things up here. Nyx, you talked about it. The attacking side, often what teams end up favoring, but Nyx finally able to bounce back on this defensive, and they're able to match the ultimates coming up from the Hero KDA on the opposite side. And in fact, that's going to be a timeout possibly called by the Hero KDA here to ensure that they can continue dominating. They're dominating spree rather on this particular map.
You can see that Nyx were less occupied with trying to anchor down on the site in that previous round and more of just creating a kill box for them to punish the Hero KDA. They let them in, and little do they know they were ready for the Trap Hunter's Fury, a few other kills on Hero KDA, who are trying to find out where exactly they were, and they kept them from extending further into different domains of control, kept them from pushing into A main as they came from drop, kept them from pushing into the ropes as they came in from sands, and if Nyx can continue to do that, kind of set up these traps where Hero KDA are lured into coming in, that can be great for them. So if you're the Hero KDA now, that's going to make them more wary of situations that might look a little too good to be true.
Good to be true. I feel like that is kind of the story of the run though so far for Nyx Kyosei, right? You see them start off immediately knocked down to that lower bracket almost, and now they've been making a fiery run the way back up. But it could be it's the opposite for the Hero KDA. They're a team that was the favorite seed heading into this, but them dropping to the lower bracket almost unexpected, so as to speak, and now both of them fighting for their lives in the South CQ. Early execute coming in. Snow with the showstopper taking up so much space with the site. Kondo in the corner denies it, finally being shut down by the showstopper, but still the timing gotta be there. 1-for-1 trade so far. You can see Snow looking to find at the gun. Will be able to retrieve it. That's a huge pickup. And now the retake setup. It's gonna be Kachao watching for the lurk here. Hannah caught out of position, caught off guard. Snow taken down to boot. And now it's just a 1v3 Lulu. We've seen her do such incredible things in the past, but on the side, not able to isolate the angles. Kachao just shuts her down. And just like that, Nyx, they are ready for their opponents. Completely for the 3.
That could have quickly been a disastrous round there for Nyx if maybe Snow was able to get a kill or two towards our ropes, and maybe if Lulu was able to find the pick off on Kachao potentially in that 1v3 as the other two were stunned. So many close moments, but at least Nyx were able to keep him at bay, and they burned the showstopper off of the attacking Hero KDA side. So definitely going to benefit them moving forward as well here, knowing that that wasn't a round they had to concede, and now they've got a bit more of their own to kind of throw back. Luckily for the Hero KDA, they still got ultimates here to utilize as well. And now that they're applying to split this A side, potentially this Rolling Thunder could be a very big piece of ult that can suddenly shut them down, considering how forward Nyx are playing.
The thing is that there is a lockdown available for that lockdown, and while the Rolling Thunder can enable the Hero KDA to get the site, there's still so much that they have to contend with when it comes to these ultimates. They can't even afford to use the orbital strike for the post plant unless that lockdown has already been dealt with, because that's the only counter that they have at this juncture. Gonna be Strawberry Bagel to take that first point of contact, not able to connect the shot, so will be falling back. It seems like the spike itself is headed towards his B side, and Nyx, they are able to find that huge opener. Kachao finding the angle just in time, the recon as well, for even more information. Khan tries to push out and make the play, but it's not going to be enough. Lockdown finally going to be initiated. Now, Rolling Thunder to boot. Flank coming in. Nobisky finds the kill, looking for a little bit more. The second to boot as well. And now it's just going to be Strawberry Bagel in a 1v4. No, they know exactly where she is, though, and somebody will shut her down to get Nyx the lead again.
5 rounds now in a row Nyx have been able to string. Well, you're wondering if they can recover coming from that map number 2 when it almost was looking pretty good to be theirs, but no doubts about that this time around. Just looking way more confident, way more settled in these rounds, and less kind of thrown for a spin, the same way here counterintuitively to how the Hero KDA are, where you can see a lot of times they're seemingly lost or things are moving at a pace faster than they expect, and Nyx are doing a great job of changing up that tempo to make it difficult for the Hero KDA to adjust.
Yeah, usually you expect the Hero KDA to be the one setting that tempo, but Nyx, they're just better at stopping it now. Burning alive here, Kachao with the setup, able to shut down Snow, doesn't even get a chance to use that shotgun. And once again, first blood, it's going to be going into Nyx's pocket. A couple more players trying to push the issue on the tower, but Kachao still going to be an absolute menace here. A couple of judges now sitting in here. Kachao wants nothing to do with it, and she's just going to fall back.
That's a perfect setup from Kachao to shut down any notions of hastiness, of aggression to be pushed in from that rear tower side. And because there wasn't any push coming from B main, there was nobody to get the trade off of her pushing and pulling back, reeling from that fight. That's a 4v5, and helping to favor Nyx right now. You know they kind of got Hero KDA here in a bit of a predicament. Now, where do they commit to? It seems like A is where they want to rotate, but if that's the case, Nyx have just a lot to keep on tab
30
in this
seconds left.
situation.
Hannah trying to create a little bit of a distraction here. Going back up, does in fact find the kill with the Judge, so Kachao, she's going to be going down. That side though, the spike is going to be rotating back towards this B side. Still, Khan trying to play spoil sport here around this tower. Hanging around, has to find a kill into Hannah. Does in fact do so. And now with 10 seconds left, they have to plant on this B side. They're going to be rushing in. Khan, she has the positioning, has the timing, but Lulu shuts her down. The spike's going to be dropped, and unfortunately, just no time for the Hero KDA to manage to do anything with the round. Sure, they pick up a couple of upgrades. They were able to get that spike down to boost their ultimate economy, but aside from that, Nyx, they are, like you mentioned, Blackenblue, just so in control of this map right now.
Yeah, and economic damage isn't even that important for them from that round, because Nyx have just so much to continue buying up into the next part of this half. If I'm doing my math right as well, no matter what happens at this point on, they should be able to buy up for the next few remaining rounds of this entire half. So the Hero KDA, I mean, nice attempt there, just kind of dry out for time in their idea, but that's a bit more of what they have to do, keep things unpredictable to keep Nyx on their toes.
I feel like this is a kind of change of pace that we're not really used to from the Hero KDA. They've been kind of methodical so far, but now they're trying to get into side. Shocked out already from Khan, able to take down Snow, who was tagged up heavily by that Molly. Holy-wise, just so much damage being done here. Rolling Thunder coming in as well from Nyx, but despite that, it's going to be Strawberry Bagel to find the kill here. Looking for a little bit more, pushes in through the smoke, does get the second one on the round as well. Dabisky and PD, the only two players left, and make that just a one, as Piety will be the last one in this 1v4 to try and find some value. Clock has almost ticked its way out, does at least take down Hannah, but the remaining players on the side of the Hero KDA just are not peeking. Finally, Iceling off the sound cue will be able to take down her counterpart, and the Hero KDA find a round as well.
After 6 rounds in a row, Hero KDA finally warming back up to the competition here when they needed to the most. Attacking side is one that is typically favored here statistically for a map like Fracture, but that seemingly was escaping their fortune. And looking at how, you know, the Hero KDA's defensive side typically goes here in Fracture, it's not that much more worse, but it's certainly considerably not better. And you have to wonder if this will continue on, but if you really want to talk about the numbers, interestingly enough, Nyx Kyosei, that's a big pick off here, and Lulu and Strawberry Bagel, they get things going.
Yeah, you see from both sides, Nyx try to kind of go for a push here, but immediately punished. Delbitsky, though, able to take out Snowkey, so at least a little bit of that damage being alleviated with that player no longer being a factor. That said, though, it's still a 3v4, and Nyx, they're coming out of a very unenviable position here. No fancy flank, no control of anything, really. They have to be very careful about how they approach this. Now, a lot of utility being just thrown in the direction of this door, and it seems like there's arguably no way to really make their way through. Orbital Strike invested to root, and just like that, it will be the lineup attempt coming in. Hannah with one, Zabisky with the trade, but there's another player inside, and she finds them, and just like that, Lulu and Strawberry Bagel between them. 4 kills on the round, and a 5th in total for the Hero KDA.
In the half.
Hero KDA finally waking up here. Those 2 early picks really just helped cement this round heavily further in their favor. And you never fault a team like Nyx to try and attempt for the retake. I mean, they still have economy for it anyway, so why not, right? Timeout by Nyx Kyosei. That orbital strike also being another kind of nail in the coffin for that final round. We move into the last one of this opening half, and ultimates here on either side could be very interestingly used. None of them kind of replicated on either side in terms of who has what, but the Hero KDA, you look at now what they've been able to do during that map number 2, and it's rounds like these where they're able to get early pickoffs and early advantages that they're been decently consistent with converting at the end.
They've been able to do that quite well, and not just converting those advantages, right? It's also just the kind of positioning that they're reading. So many times you saw that early aggression from Nyx Kyosei find that value, but now they're just reading it. For example, in that last round, the kills that came through from Strawberry Bagel and Lulu just completely caught Nyx off guard. They were not expecting their opponents to just be waiting for them to make a play like that. So definitely some very good adaptations towards this end of the half coming out from the Hero KDA. That said, though, they have three huge AoE ults available. All three of these, it's going to just get them so much space on the site. Perhaps to counter that, you see an early push coming in towards this tower area away from Arcade. Not going to be much found, though, because the remaining players are still close to spawn, just kind of hanging around.
Pushes at the ready here, coming from Hero KDA. But they actually double back here towards that A site instead. Rotate around as they pull the defense. Can be very important on the timing. A map like Fracture, the defensive rotation is pretty quick from that spawn. So luckily, Mika Chow here on the side. He's got lots of utility to make it difficult. Gotta keep him at bay for the meantime.
Ooh. Hunter's Fury from Khan comes out, does connect, takes out Strawberry Bagel, so at least brings the numbers down. With both Killjoys being taken out, no lockdown gonna be available either. Slabisky towards the top of the drop, trying to find some value. But now the rolling that are gonna be invested towards Khan here. In fact, does catch her out. Only gonna be one player affected though. So still things not looking too bad for Nyx. 1-for-1 trade once again. Make that a 2-for-2. And both of the remaining players, they're just towards main. Until the spike diffuse comes in. Somebody just being able to stick it halfway through, but the spam connects. And now it is just Khan trying to clutch it out. 30 HP and a dream. Still looking very healthy as Iceling. No orbital strike available, but all she has to do is find a kill, and that's exactly what will happen. 6-6 half here as both these teams, they're neck and neck. That said, though, before we head into half number 2, we still have our halftime coming up. Mika and Daks, what do you have to tell us?
I'm liking the Hero KDA here. Just keep calm and collected, and somehow those rounds, they're able to close it out, right? And you mentioned it earlier as well, Dax. You know, that ability to be able to stabilize throughout these high pressure situations is what makes the Hero KDA, you know, able to pull it out. That looks really positive, especially since whoever wins the series is in for a marathon.
And come on, look, we're already a 6-6 standing. We know that these two teams are neck and neck. And Mika, I'm just gonna break it down in a tale of 4 quarters. The first quarter, first 3 rounds, one up to the bonus by the Hero KDA with that momentum from the previous map. Then the answer back there from Nyx Kyosei, where you have someone like Kachao really stepping on up. The way that they're able to get the eliminations early on. And the next 3 rounds after that, how they're able to play their standard post plant. They're effective at the retake, they play these safer angles, get the value on. But I love that the Hero KDA, they sniff that out. They realize, okay, if we can actually get that entry pick and have the numbers to have the advantage in the post plant, that's where they recovered, and that's the tale of the first half.
Wow, that's you really clutched it out there. But thank you very much, Dax, for that halftime report. We're gonna pass it on back to our casters to continue the rest of Fracture.
We really do appreciate that eloquent halftime report coming in, but halftime it's done with. We're going to be heading back into the game here, 6-6. Each team needs 7 rounds to move on, and whoever does get it first will make it to that lower final. Whoever fails, however, will be the end of the year for them for 2023 when it comes to game changers. A lot at stake here, BNB, and so far, from what we've seen of these teams, who do you think has it in the bag?
It's difficult to call. It's really difficult to call. One thing, though, we can go off of is that Nyx, Kyosei are one of the few teams that have a better defensive half on Fracture than they do their attacking side. It's a 10-point disparity, actually, 10% disparity, and that's a big kind of deviation from what the norm is typically in a map like Fracture. So let's see if we can keep up this momentum here on this A side. Now as they go for the attack, the Hero KDA, they give up the side and play retake.
Yeah, quick push coming in. No real opposition to be caught out for, although already the flank is coming in extra fast. Anna and Snow together just doing the damage. The push converges as well from the spawn side, and from every angle Nyx, they just have no reprieve, being shot at and taken down. Pistol once again being convincingly taken by the Hero KDA.
seems like Knicks were, I'm not sure what they were waiting for. A perfect opportunity, a window, a sign before they get the plant down. They had side control to have gotten the stick down, but they don't even get that. At least it would have helped them, you know, get a bit more credits coming to this next round. But there, you can see there that sometimes Knicks, they fall prey to just not having a concise plan. It's almost like, you know, a dog chasing a ball. Once they get the ball, they're like, what do we do with it now? We have the sight, but now what?
Unfortunate that they weren't able to really get that plan through. Also, the fact that everybody came down through that drop side really meant that the players in main, namely Hannah as well as Stokey, completely had free reign there. Sure, you saw a stun coming in from Delbisky to try and deny that exact outcome, but with the angles being what they were, it was just very easy for the Hero KDA to capitalize off the back of it. Now, they're going to be giving away information about a possible push here. Khan goes for the peek, but doesn't spot anybody. They know, however, that there's going to be some heavy presence on this A side off the back of the turret.
They're cutting noise here now, Knicks. That's going to keep the Hero KDA guessing and make the wrong guess in this case. They go towards that A side where B is really where Knicks want to continue on forward now. Realizing that, hey, it might just be the B site as they flood on in. Should get the spike down this time around. And
30 seconds left.
the question is, how does this post plant hold up against the retake? On a difficult spot, they don't clear her out. And connect the shot though, unfortunately. And
Remaining.
Hero KDA, quick overrun from them, no problem at all. That's an 8th round for the defensive side.
Flawless retake to boot, just no hesitation in finding those angles. You saw a bit of discipline come out from Khan, but unfortunately not quite able to connect the shot towards the end. And once they started falling, Knicks, the remaining players, fell like dominoes in a row. Just not much for the Hero KDA to really struggle at all here. This round gonna be the real test though for Knicks. Finally gonna be able to buy up here. Economy-wise looking a little, weaponry-wise looking a little bit ahead in this bonus round. But the Hero KDA, if they can convert this, they're going to be having those run-of-mill momentums that are just absolutely terrifying.
Well, you have to also consider the fact that if you're Knicks right now, you just let such a big lead be erased. You come into these rounds right after that don't really get much done. We can see that Knicks sometimes their consistency does get called into question, so big round here for them to convert. It is an anti-bonus, but we've seen these type of rounds go disastrous for them. Then they come on in now within the site. Big fight being put up by Knicks, and we're luckily able to deal with and weather the storm. They find most of the picks coming their way. It's only Hannah that stands, and that's the type of round they need to get back into the game.
Yeah, just completely swept apart on site here. You do see the Hero KDA consistently trying to trade and trade again, but not able to really find the shots against the Vandal power coming out towards main. Now 1v3 here for Hannah. Very difficult clutch to really make it work out, but at least she might be able to do some damage off the back of this Marshall / Ghost combination that she's rocking. First point of contact gonna be coming out towards this A main. Aftershock to distract, goes for the site, does do quite a bit of damage, and finally Paidi will get the kill. Next, they find another round here, 7-8, but it got way too close for comfort.
I mean, initially it was looking pretty good, but then obviously some damage being done. Going to help bolster up the hopes here of the Hero KDA, who are looking to sweep in and save the day after losing that map number 1, coming back, retaliating for map number 2, and continuing that momentum into this third, where Nick suddenly in that first half built up those 6 rounds straight. It's a very streaky team these Nick's Kyosei gals have proven to be. But when they can't even get that momentum under the wings, how do they build it up from the start?
Well, last round was a pretty good indication. This one might be as well. Delsby already with that first point of contact, be able to take that kill for free. Does put down the stun as well to create even more of a division, just doing as much damage as possible. And the Hero KDA forced to kind of fall back here. They don't really want to take this fight. It's not exactly in their favor. Still a 4v5 situation. Nyx maintain their advantage, and now with that kill, look to go towards this B site instead. It is going to be available for free. In fact, a quick plant coming in. Somebody
planted.
protecting that as well with that kill, although Hannah finally finds the trade here. 4v3 scenario. Piety has the orbital strike to boot, so this is a very dangerous looking post plan that's currently available for the side of Nyx. Hannah has to be the difference maker here. Pushes out, finds the kill in time, and that is going to be huge. Icing starting off on the defuse. Hannah doing enough to distract, to buy some time, and now unfortunately, despite half the defuse being struck through, Pawn will be the one to win it out, and Nyx, they start building up the momentum that you were talking about.
Yeah, Khan coming in big there from the flank itself, but also Hannah just making sure they can pincer down on this tower hold. She gets a 1 kill while she doesn't follow up on where they had the hold itself here from Piety. She burned enough time that Piety could not help on the site itself. It made things a lot more viable to convert the round win. And look at the Hero KDA here. Still struggling for these type of economy to come under their wings. Piety, she did a good job of also being alive just long enough, but orbital strike available for her now. Hunter's Fury as well. And here we move on forward as they've tied up the game.
Incredibly close here from both of these teams. They understand what's at stake. And of course, technical pause to come in to break a little bit of the ice that we're feeling as these teams get colder and colder as the day goes on. Looking at the ultimates, Piety does have the orbital strike, one off the Hunter's Fury for Khan, so definitely a lot of post plans available for Nyx Kyosei. But that said, right, now they seem to have quite a bit of an overwhelming advantage. The ultimates, the weaponry, everything seems to be in their favor to really put together the kind of streak that we're used to. But that's what happened on Bind as well, if you remember. It was 10-8 at some point, Blackenblue. They had the lead, they had the advantages, and then one Thrifty, and it fell apart for them, the Hero KDA, just denying them the 2-0 victory. Now on map 3, they're positioned at a similar precipice to be able to take it forward. And the Hero KDA, slowly but surely, it's gotta be getting to them, that pressure.
Well, pressure has certainly kind of been flipped on its head now as Nyx have come back and tied up the game here. Obviously as well with the fact that they're at disadvantage, so their lead could be swept away from under him, the Hero KDA, if that doesn't continue on further. But what a story these two teams are. Kind of haven't really been together for too long as a unit. Some of these players coming from different teams, various teams, really all of these players are. We know some of them from different iterations. Some of these squads, especially like Nyx Kyosei, who have, I believe it's like 7 active fielded players that they can throw in here. So you always kind of wonder if which really is the best configuration, but they come into this LCQ with the same story, kind of put in as of recent to try and make something happen and make their hopes of coming into Elite still viable and a real possibility.
This might make you happy, Blackenblue. 8 players on this server, I believe, are Filipino. So this is basically just all-out war between the talents of the Philippine scene here, and only one of them will be making it forward. Now, with Sheriffs in hand, it's going to be a bit of an aggressive, proactive push coming out of the Hero KDA. Not able to find the kills, although the same can't be said for Nyx here. Just persevering forward. 2 kills already for Delbisky. No damage taken at all in the process. And once again, with that patience being shown by their waiting, with them getting those openers, they're going to be able to just rotate over towards that B site. Also, the awareness towards the flank. Khan finds the kill, and immediately another pivot towards A instead.
Timing here.
One enemy
Strawberry
remaining.
Bagel, he walks out, but Kachao is just at the ready, and this almost assuredly should be the round going to Nyx Kyosei. No way in hell Hannah wins this. Even with a player of her caliber, what she's done in the past, still, odds are way too ever against her favor. In multiple ways in one. And Nyx Kyosei successfully get the round.
Yeah, flawless round to boot, 3 for Delvisky. Again, just the patience that they've shown the Knicks squad over the last few rounds to just hold up and spawn, wait for their opponents to make a mistake, immediate punish, and then they make a call as to where they want to go. Incredible read and discipline both coming out from this team, and just the level of preparedness that they have all across the map. You could see Strawberry Bagel being taken down by Kachao, who was just lying in wait. Delvisky hunting, prowling for those remaining players, and Knicks, they have the advantage once again. They have the lead and the ultimates to go with.
Nowhere to run.
Well, push coming on in here. Hunter's Fury burned up early, and they're looking to connect, but not really finding much. A site can be planted into, but you can see here the Hero KDA once again luring them in, and now they're going to try and punish now that they've put them in their kind of kill box here. Pushing on out, Sabani can't find the pickoff. She had great timing, but the shot just not landing, not connecting for her. They're pushing on back, pushing her forward.
Oh!
Now look at this, Knicks trapping them in their own maze here towards that door, towards the sand, and a flawless converted by Knicks Kyosei.
Beautifully played by them, especially towards that main. Sure, they put the smoke down. They tried to catch one of the players towards main. I believe that was somebody, but just no hope of really doing anything with that crossfire coming into play. Now, second time out going to be used by the Hero KDA here. This is exactly where the last time around they were able to turn things around on Haven to go from this scoreline to winning the entire map. Will this timeout be enough for a second time around will be the question. They have the ultimates to work with, in particular the lockdown and that showstopper. Both can be devastating in their own ways. But Knicks, they're just in so much better control of the map at this juncture. It seems like no matter which avenue the Hero KDA try to explore, Knicks, they're more than prepared to just stop them in their tracks.
And how ready they have been. That's been the big thing for the Kyosei squad here. On the post-plant holds, they've fell prey to that kind of kill box routine that Hero KDA have showed a while ago when it comes to their defensive side. And yeah, Knicks Kyosei still putting up a great fight. They, as we said, are a team that divergently from the norm are typically better on the defensive side in Fracture, but that doesn't seem to be necessarily affecting them here so far. They've still built up this lead and are looking on a pretty good path to extending this into an 11th round.
For sure, especially with the economy being what it is for the Hero KDA. Once again, a push through this this B main area. Hannah going to be the one with the sheriff to try and smoke out these players. I don't think she spotted Delvisky quite yet, though the expectation is there of a player being in this corner. Does get spotted out, misses the shots though, and that's going to be her punished and taken down. Delvisky taking a little bit of damage, but honestly looking quite healthy. And once again, a quick pivot from Knicks off the back of that first kill to be able to take out the site for free. Tower control garnered as well. Strawberry Bagel does have this lockdown, but I don't think we're really going to be seeing it. It's just going to be a head-to-head fight here between both of these teams.
Unfortunately there for Hannah, who've maybe found off a pick if a bit more luck went her way, but now it's a retake to come in here for Knicks Kyosei. You have to hold off of. Hazen goes down, every kill going their way, and the Hero KDA just don't have enough firepower nor man count to really put up a big fight. Okay, double from Olulu. Bit of a consolation. Build up that Rolling Thunder all quicker, but still. Oh, okay.
Celebratory tactical crouching. It's totally not being mean or anything. Just a little bit of a happy moment. Hey, if Demon One can do it, anybody can do it at this point. That's
true.
The kind of ingrained at this edit. So, yeah, last ditch effort coming out of Hero KDA. Gonna be investing everything they have in their economy, including that operator, and it's gonna be a timeout coming in from Knicks instead. They want to make sure that what has been working for them so far continues to work, as they are only 2 rounds away from locking in their spot in that lower final.
Well, Knicks Kyosei have also been pretty on top of the situation. As you said, they're aware, they're anticipating the plans of Hero KDA, and you can see that there with them realizing that, hey, they're on an eco, they're on a lesser buy. They might go aggressive here towards B main, and let's wait it out. Let's see and feel out what their plan is. And that's exactly what happens. They wait out. Luckily for them, it's only Hannah that far up forward, so they get the free catch onto her. And the rest is history. So, operator out for Hannah. A glass cannon, as she does look armorless coming to this next round.
I always find it so funny when I see Hannah on the up because she's always playing this initiator role these days, and you just, it takes you back to the days when she used to be on that chamber on occasion. It's just so interesting. Never mind, she switched it away. Okay, Hannah, I get it. You heard us talking about it. Fine.
Yeah.
Still,
Seems like she's like, oh, let me go for the safer option here and just buy a darn rifle armor.
it's sad, honestly. Hannah hits those shots. Like 99 out of the 100 times she takes a shot, she usually just connected. So it could have been the difference maker in that particular round. But talking about difference makers here, it's gonna be the Odin to find that opener. Kachao this time around is gonna be punished for being the first one to peek, and that's something that the Hero KD have definitely changed. They're not peeking anymore, except off the back of this ultimate. Rolling Thunder connects, but still not able to find the kills.
Yeah, she's being wary of swinging out wildly here. Carried out by Delpsky immediately off. Stun keeping them at bay. Aisling, big pick off. Could have found another if they lined up, but it doesn't come to pass. 4v2. Somebody and Khan are left alone. That Odin has already proven to be a problem here for the attacking side. And the Hero KDA using it to recapture control of the situation.
Spike's still in the hands of somebody, but like you mentioned, it seems like the Hero KDA, they are fully in control here. Beautiful shot from Khan, though, to take out Strawberry Bagel. That's going to be the killer utility taken off site as well. 30 seconds left. Seems like Nyx, they want to go in for a little bit of doors play here. Maybe find another pick or two, but they're just going to walk into the embrace of Aisling here. That takes one down, finds the other, and Hannah to clean things up. 11-9 for both the teams, and the Hero KDA, they really needed to win that, and they do it in style. They keep through their weapons to boot, so hold on to their advantages for sure.
Yeah, well timed from the Rolling Thunder as well to just immediately stop the pace and momentum that Nyx Kyosei were coming in quickly with, might I add, here towards that Sands, and Rolling Thunder coming in from Olulu just stops them in their tracks, resets kind of the pace of the round, and keeps things in more manageable constraints here for the Hero KDA. So now they come on in. B site is where noise has been made for Nyx Kyosei, but Chow, she's got a lot to chew here.
There.
Already, Snooki going into that tower area, expects the second player here, and Novisky on the angle, able to find that opener. Once again, entry there for the side of Nyx Kyosei. Now the remaining players on site, Hannah looking to find the cross, does get the trade and the kill to boot, bringing things back down to a 4v4. That was just a distraction though. The main party is still towards this particular site. Now Rolling Thunder gonna be invested. Counter lockdown as well to boot, and there's just so much available, and off the back of the Rolling Thunder, they're able to break the lockdown. So this attacker one, it's gonna have to be respected. Kachao off the back of that, able to find yet another kill, and now it is a 2v4 attempt to try and deny match point for Nyx here. Lulu, despite being stunned, able to find a headshot onto Kachao, just jumping through the doors. 2v3 situation, looking to push a little bit forward. You can see Khan just playing for the time while everybody else is attempting to take that site. Flash comes through, Strawberry Bagel gonna be connected by it. Khan capitalizing to find the kill, and just like that, Nyx, they get to match in series point, 1 away from eliminating the Hero KDA.
Yeah, nicely done from Nyx, and that Rolling Thunder really bought them the space they needed to make sure that the lockdown in counteractive thrown by the defensive Hero KDA was not going to be in play in this round. And look at the buy here from the Hero KDA. Barely want to scrap up with 2 Vandals, a Stinger, 2 Buckies. Difficult position they've now been placed in. And can the Hero KDA, who are looking pretty good coming into the tournament beforehand, can they finally scrap themselves out of this?
Watch out! This way!
It's gonna be a lot to ask for. The Whiskey once again, with the help of the fast lane, being able to slice apart these angles, letting her really take that space for free. You can see an early Prowler though, an attempt from these initiators on the side of the Hero KDA to do something. Orbital Strike now coming in on the site, but Nyx, they were ready for it. The forward position they have is just tearing apart these players of flawless round to close things off on, and we were cynical about it. We said that Bind and Fracture, they weren't the team's best map, but 2 days in a row, they do it, and they move on in that lower bracket. Nyx, Kyosei, they are undeterred here.
That's a heartbreaker of a round to lose, and a map in a series as well for the Hero KDA. Unfortunately, we can only have one join and fight against Neons for that final slot in Game Changers APAC Elite, and it shall be, in this case, Nyx Kyosei. Will it come back from them in almost every single map to put up a great fight, but in the end of things, Hero KDA just weren't able to regain control of the situation, and with a lesser buy, things just became almost way too difficult for them to convert.
Yeah, it looked possible towards the end, especially that final round, right? The awareness from Nyx about that orbital strike, to have the presence of mind to push forward, and in that second half, there were so many of these moments where Nyx, they just had the better read and awareness coming in. But that's gonna be it from us, at least for this particular series. Let's throw it to our panel to break it down for you.
Nyx Kyosei will be advancing into our final series of the day, and Daks, I hope they're prepared for this marathon indeed. But based on those last few rounds that we saw, it looks like they're gonna end things with a bang, and it looks like they've gotten this kind of like, you know, they've reignited in a way. Those last few rounds were very explosive indeed for the side of Nyx.
Yeah, sure, Mika. You're saying that there's going to be a marathon approaching them, but it feels like their warm-up sprint has been absolutely on point and so stellar to boot. That second half was just the Nyx Kyosei we have seen over the past 2 days. Just utter dominance and the executes. Strength onto the contact. And I'll put 2 things right now that have really thrust them to this greatness, especially with that big streak onto the attacking side. First, of course, the big step up from Kon. She's really found so much firepower and so much footing in the role that she's in right now. This is absolutely clutch and absolutely critical in every single round that we basically see her find the impact. But on the other, I really feel like as a unit, here for Nyx Kyosei, they just feel so confident learning from their lessons and making adjustments along the way. Delbisky was such a key component to the success here, Mika, because back then with some body on the Neon, yes, she had familiarity, yes, she could find the impact, but this time around, they're more accustomed to Delbisky making that space for the Rex of Nyx Kyosei to work with, and it does look like it is the missing piece that has finally found its fitting point and the fitting win.
It's a matter of how well the pieces fit together, right? And it seems like indeed that this the Neon on Delbisky just works so much better, and to have somebody actually on the breach, which gave quite the impact as well. But Kon, again on the Sova, you know, she does this all the time. She's so consistent when it comes to these kinds of plays. And I just feel like, you know, she's definitely one of the players that we have to highlight throughout this whole LCQ. I think that unfortunately, it is the end of the journey for the Hero KDA. They started out as the favorites here in the LCQ, but unfortunately, you have teams like Nyx, you have teams like MLT that are just, you know, there's such wild cards here, and they bring such firepower. I don't think the Hero KDA could prepare much for these two. But that said, though, they gave a very, very brave fight indeed, especially up against players like Kon, for example, that we can't stop talking about.
Yeah, the Hero KDA, big props to them. You understand why this is a map draft. They've been so stellar in their ways and so set with it. But when it goes down to it, it's that firepower and the speed of execution that Nyx Kyosei was able to take advantage of. One more thing, though. I remember the casters talking about one of the timeouts, and I felt like taken by Nyx Kyosei, and I felt like it was just that mental reset round. We're in, okay guys, we're almost there again. We need to make sure no one from the Hero KDA plays the hero. And it really goes to show here for Nyx Kyosei, their eye was on the prize. They never let up in that second half. They were just absolutely strong as soon as they got their rifles there, Mika. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because this is a Nyx Kyosei that can contend in Elite if they play to this level and they play well against Neons as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be the true test indeed, alright? They still have one more series to go. Congratulations to them for claiming victory over the Hero KDA. Guess who's waiting at the other end? It's gonna be Neons, another roster that tends to be so explosive and so fast-paced, right? So, with that, we're gonna take a quite a bit of an extended break for this time to give Nyx Kyosei a little bit of time to regroup and recover as we head into our final series for this LCQ. It's going to be Nyx Kyosei versus Neons in just a few. So stay tuned to this broadcast to find out what happens in this final series.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Manipulate the battlefield even more so now with the Viper spin. Baby T,
On the iceberg, they know she's there. Ayumi clears her out, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Ayumi
Let this rip. There's the push in the room. That's so shocked. It's 2 here. Make that 3. Moragutan out. Now trying to find a bit of an angle. Here comes both Emmy and Twirly to try and get hold close from Ayumi. Meow, the courts navigate closer. Prowler is avoided, and Meow gets 4 for her troubles.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Game Changers APAC Last Chance Qualifier. And it is the absolute last chance indeed, because we are down to our final series between Nyx, Kyosei, and Neons. And we are here on the desk with myself, Mika and Blackenblue this time around, who just came fresh from casting that earlier series. Nice
Yeah,
to have you here.
I'm just here trying to replicate, your whole Barbie pink energy. So hopefully we can keep that
That's
going.
the best you can do.
Yeah, as I am
So
in
pink, that's it.
the stead of Daks.
We need to get you some pink themed polos in that case. I'm
Yep.
pretty sure somebody else over
I
there
have
will
nothing.
agree. We can we can remedy that once we hit our own personal off seasons indeed. But
Yeah.
first up, of course, we have this best of 5 series between Nyx and Neons. And I think that Blackenblue, this is gonna be a real test for Nyx, especially since this is pretty much like a best of 8 for them today.
Yeah, I mean, it could go one of two ways. Either they have warmed up enough from that first bout, or they've kind of lost out of gas, and as I said the other day, even a Bugatti needs some diesel to keep on going. Well, maybe more like unleaded. In this case, though, lead is gonna have to fly for Nyx, because we've seen them not necessarily been the type of team to go the distance in terms of matchups like this. They typically end their series 2-0, and that was one of their first best of 3s we've seen.
Yeah, that's gonna be a real question indeed. Are they warmed up or have they run out of steam, right? In the meantime, Neons, they're coming in, very, very fresh indeed. The question for them this time is that, are they coming in very, very cold, perhaps a little too cold, or are they coming in so refreshed that they could look potentially immaculate on this series? Both teams have this tendency to run on a lot of momentum, right? They do need that explosive plays. They do need those explosive rounds, rather. And then once they start going, it's difficult for them to stop, which is a good thing, obviously. But, for these two teams now coming in with two very different dynamics, wherein, you have Neons coming in so fresh. They had time to relax, and Nyx just coming in from that best of 3 with just a in between. It's gonna be tough indeed. Who wants this the most? It is the final slot for Elite that is on the line here, Blackenblue.
Well, it's going to have to be, at least for my money, the fresh legs that might have the advantage in this case. They've been really spectacular throughout their opening run in that upper bracket, right? They took down a team like HeroKDA 2-1, and especially Diva and Topaz 2-0. Obviously, MLT did kind of stifle them up in that case, but in that previous matchup between MLT and Neons, you really did see some players like Felsi here, players like Coyote especially, who all tournament long have been so undeniably great that you can't help but wonder, where have they come from? And they're going up against a team here like Kyosei, who we're not too sure if they can handle the amount of firepower that Neons have up in store.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see, right? Especially, for Nick's Kyosei, who they've been going through some, immediate roster shuffles, right? Whether or not this was planned or not, sometimes it does, throw your opponent off guard, right? They're preparing for something else, and then suddenly you have a different mix that comes into the scenario. It's also good to know that they do have that reserve ready to play and come out should the time be should they need to come on board. Especially since this is a best of 5 once again, perhaps those roster shuffles can be something that helps the team in the long run, right? Especially since they are coming off of that earlier series. Now, I have a feeling here that Nyx Kyosei, we're gonna see how the series plays out within the first few rounds. We're gonna see just exactly how energetic Nyx are, or if they've run out of steam. That big question, right? Especially since you have Neons coming in pretty warm, so they don't have any excuse. I feel we have to see them on top form indeed because they had all the time to prepare.
Well, I mean, they might have had time to prepare, but you'll always have to see if those ideas, if those plans stand up to the field test, and that's what we're going to have to see here right now. I'm looking at a team like Neons, who have just come out of the woodwork, have never made it into a situation like this, that they are a top 8 team in a specific open. They've always fallen down in the Swiss stage, and then they come into this and suddenly look like one of the favorites to qualify into Elite. And we talked about some of these players a while ago, especially Coyote, who has just been such a menace all throughout this entire tournament run. But Delcy on the other end, I think, is one we have to look out for. We saw her on that Go Siren squad, and she was always just one of the biggest pieces to their puzzles on why they were so formidable, and she's proven to be that case once more, as we've seen from her recently here on Kyosei.
I think that Coyote and Yamro, they tend to share the duelist role, right? And when it's in the hands of Coyote, you're absolutely right. She does make those amazing plays. She's definitely a player that you have to shut down right off of the bat. Otherwise, you won't be able to get you won't be able to recover in that round. Delbisky, on the other hand, is one of those players that I think plays well with her team. She doesn't need to extend too much, although we did see her cause a lot of chaos on Fracture previously. Right now, we're gonna see how much chaos she can cause on Haven, on Bind, on Lotus, potentially back into Fracture, and on Pearl as well. This is a really interesting map pool that we have right now. Blackenblue, what are you thinking?
Looking at that opening pick here, coming from Nyx on Haven. We did just see them play their Haven a while ago, and you have to wonder if it really necessarily is the best idea. I mean, to be fair, it is one of those better maps coming in from their opposition, but hey, at least they were able to convert, and they did the same against a team like Deviant Topaz, against a team like MLT, and those are definitely not a bad historical kind of statistic to come against. But you look at that Bind, and Bind is really where we saw them struggle a while ago on map number 2, and it's one of the best maps for Neon, so this could go either way to start things off. But that Lotus, that's the one we haven't seen from Nyx Kyosei here today, and that has been, so far, one of their best maps statistically, like by far none. 100%, 7-0, and they come up against great teams like Pot and MLT, who have consistently been a problem in the past when it comes to maps like these. But Fracture, we saw that final one a while ago, right? And how they were able to finally convert when the going got rough. So they're maybe fresh off of that, not a bad map for them. Well, obviously Pearl, if we ever do get up to it, that's going to be, I think, a difficult map for them. They haven't necessarily been the most convincing when it comes to a map like Pearl here for Nyx Kyosei, and Neons maybe have not had much too favorable success, but I'd wager that Neons are a much more capable team on Pearl, so it really could go either way. I'm not too sure how to kind of say who has the advantage in this map veto, but to start things off, at least, if you're, Neons, you have very recent history as of an hour ago to see how they play their maps.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fresh. I mean, Neons can just, like, if they were watching, of course, they know exactly what to look out for this time around, right? I'm noticing a trend as well. You see Nyx, Kyosei pick Haven and Lotus 3-site maps, and then you see Neons pick Bind and Fracture maps that, they kind of want to do a ring around the rosy kind of play
Compact.
here. So yeah, compact and at the same time, heavy on rotation. So kind of see where both teams kind of want to direct these series, I guess, or how they want to play this out, right? It's gonna be interesting then if ever we do get to Pearl, right? But we are starting on Haven first, and that excellent point that you brought up again about this being so fresh, not only in Neon's, not only on Nyx's mind, but in everybody's mind, right? I wonder if this means that Nyx Kyosei are going to mix things up. Are they going to play Haven this time with their usual starting five instead? Because as we saw earlier in that roster, you did have some of the subs come in, right? Do they now want to say, okay, this is what we actually plan for Haven?
They had the all Pinoy roster coming out a while ago, with Piety and Liz Chan playing in there, and Shuni. So I wonder if, to your same idea, if they're gonna swap things out, considering they are a pretty large, sizable roster. You could have like 2 half teams really if you wanted to compete here from what they got. Almost a football team is what they're fielding. But I wonder if that necessarily will be the right idea, considering now that as of recency, obviously Neons have the information how they play, so maybe they might just want to change things up here, which means I wouldn't be surprised if we see something somewhat, maybe not entirely, but somewhat different compared to what we saw a while ago for their opening series.
Yeah, hey, reserve rosters work very well for a lot of teams, as we have seen throughout 2023 season. Right now, we are heading into Agent Select, and it looks like we are seeing indeed, we are seeing somebody, and we are seeing Khan in here this time on the side of his.
Okay, very interesting on who is playing what this time around. They have Delvsky still on that jet, yes, but Kachao is now on the breach instead of Shuni, where they had Shuni on that breach a while ago. They keep her this time on the breach. Somebody who a while ago did not even field into map number 1 into Haven, she's this time on the Killjoy. And they have Khan, who was such a great player, on map number 2 and 3. They have her on the Sova. Obviously she played Sova as well on Fracture a while ago. And it seems like here Nyx Kyosei really kind of sticking to the same game plan, yes, in terms of the composition, but changing in and out which pieces necessarily are going to be playing those.
Such an interesting head-to-head here that we have between Khan and Felchi, because these two players we know have made massive impacts all throughout LCQ, right? We talk about how these players that come in clutch really for their teams, and they're able to carry the teams in such precious, important rounds, right? So it's gonna be so interesting indeed, especially since we have this mirror matchup right here. Another one, you have the player formerly known as Capricious up against Kit Kat, right? We did see Kit Kat come out, whip out the Odin sometimes, and we know that somebody or Capricious loves lurking around. So those are some things to watch out for in this. Piety also had an excellent series earlier. We're gonna see if she can have that momentum and carry it over into this series, especially since it's against Yamro. So how is this gonna play out? And then of course we have their head-to-head that we pointed out earlier between Coyote and Delbisky. So it's gonna be very exciting. This is you have things working, I feel like, at the moment on Neon's favor, just because we have a lot of information given out already by Nyx Kyosei earlier. But we'll see indeed, because this is a different roster starting out here on Haven. So let's get right into it. Let's throw it on over to our casters.
It's the final matchup of the open circuit of Game Changers APAC. We are here in the lower bracket finals, Zach. And who will take this? They will move on to Elite. 1 slot up for grabs. 2 deserving teams looking to do battle, and a best of 5 awaits. Daks here with Zach, and well, I'm just so excited for this one because we already seen how impressive Nyx Kyosei has been, and of course it's Neons who surprised many, waiting for them on the other side, and now they're here.
Yes, this is gonna be a match for the ages, I think. Like you mentioned, 1 slot on the line. You win here, you make it to Elite. Your hopes of 2023 are still alive, but the loser of this one, unfortunately, that's gonna be the end of the season. So a lot at stake, and once again, we're back with Neons. We didn't really see them for today because, of course, they were coming off of that loss yesterday in that upper final. That said, though, in this particular matchup, I feel like both of these teams, they've demonstrated extremely well the capabilities that they have. Nyx Kyosei, in particular, over the last 2 days, has been looking extremely frisky.
I'll just be real with everyone here. I was about to intro this whole thing as the grand finals. And then I realized, wait, we're playing for the slots. This is the final match though. And it's so humbling to be here because we've been through 3 open tournaments. We've been through the LCQ. Almost pretty much like hundreds of teams have played so far, and now the game is afoot and Kit Kat draws first blood. We begin with a strong statement from Neons. They've been waiting for this series, and they know there is a big chance for them to make it to Elite if they get this done.
Yeah, this is the last obstacle that stands in their way. They had a chance yesterday, weren't able to quite convert it against MLT, but this is a roster that was assigned around Open 2, if I'm not wrong, and they've been doing their best to make it as far as they can. Somebody strikes back here, taking down Kyosei, leaving it in a 4v4 situation. Still, things being taken quite slowly by this Nyx roster.
Nyx Kyosei, they're still running with Gachao, just a last-minute substitution, or effectively a roster swap at the very end of the road. It's honestly pretty wild thinking about it. But we check out Yamroll now, waiting to keep tabs onto Long. Dart yet again to be a bother, courtesy of Con. And Nyx Kyosei will go for B instead. Flash into play. Kachao's gonna be there. Fault line being primed as well. And somebody looks to lead the charge. Coyote though with the find onto her. And now it's gonna be a 4v3. Pivot though from Nyx Kyosei. They're looking to go for A perhaps. They're actually gonna plant towards B. Keep A-Link controlled instead. Problem is, the pinch is possible when with Piety onto the backside now, moving over to the side itself. Coyote still wins it. Neons, they're prepared for any angle to work with. Spike's already planted. 4v2 scenario though. Yoki looking for an angle. Coyote's there too. Piety down in backside. And Piety makes it happen. Pristine for Piety. And it's a premier experience too. Nyx Kyosei takes the pistol.
Absolutely insane clutch, a 1v3 and all headshots to boot, I believe, coming out of Piety towards that backside. Incredible positioning, and remember, this is the round that started off with Neons fighting that first blood, huge advantage, bringing it down to a 2v4 in fact, but Piety towards his backside just cannot be stopped, cannot be dealt with, and that will be the linchpin to get Nyx that first pistol. An excellent start for them, and remember, this map is one that they haven't quite lost yet. It is their map pick after all in this particular series, and they look as convincing as ever.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out just a few hours ago, Zach. I was there, you were there, and we all had a good time watching Nyx Kyosei do exactly just that. Delbisky finding Yamroll to begin with. Now here comes the Phantom yet again. Firepower for Nyx Kyosei. 1-2 punch courtesy of Delbisky. And Coyote and Felche do fight back though. It's Kondo on the board. Piety finishes it off. And then a quick blitz. It's 2 now for Nyx.
They lose a couple of these Spectres, but all things considered, not too bad when it comes to damage. They keep that Phantom, which is the most important thing, and like you mentioned, exactly what you'd expect to see. A nice recon does enable 2 kills to come through on this anti-eco, but apart from that, Nyx, they continue to keep that advantage. In particular, in this bonus round, that Phantom might be the ace in their hole. We've seen how they can convert these rounds in these bonus situations so quickly here, and Delbisky, she's slowly been warming up today. That's how I can really term it.
I mean, it's been ramping up. I'd say the same case for Kachao, who's back to her roots, back to that initiator role, because the usual rotation here for Nyx is to have somebody on that Killjoy instead. So it's very interesting. A few subs a while ago from Nyx Kyosei. Now it's panning out to a 5-1 rotation itself. And here on their bonus, I guess what I'm keeping tabs of right now is if Piety can do exactly the performance she did a while ago here yet again. Top fragging on Haven, now ready with it from the shadows. A poke into Garage, but it's Neon still holding steadfast.
Here.
I like that you mentioned Piety's top performance. I think she already started off with a bang with that 3k clutch to open things up. Talking about opening things up though, Neon, they've been very, very patient so far on this defensive half, not really testing the waters out too much, not being extremely aggressive, waiting in fact for Nyx to walk into their clutches. And this round again, there's a crossfire on the C site.
Paralysed there, the Bilski looking to go pretty clear towards Logs. You still see Kit Kat, there's a 1-for-1, Kit Kat still alive, and from that point on, it's Kon who'll get the find instead. Yamroll though, every watch for him, through the smoke even, Kon will connect, and from this point on, it's all Nyx yet again. Your standard Nyx experience, get on site and just get the kills. It's already all left to Coyote. This bonus will be so strong for Nyx. Coyote fights back though, 20 HP left. A 3v1, he needs the taps to make this happen. Kon AFK. In and out, and quickly, it's somebody who'll respond. Nyx make it 3.
The patience and the quick onslaught onto the C side just didn't seem ready for it, despite the 3 players on side. Just the isolation of these duels coming out of the Nyx side, and of course, Khan through the smoke to find a couple of kills with the Sheriff. Insane free fires almost to come out from this team. Beautiful bonus round that they convert, and off the back of that, their economy has taken such a huge injection of positivity. The same can't unfortunately be said for Neons. They do have the Blade Storm to work with. Coyote has been great throughout this entire tournament, but in this round, she's gonna have to be something extra special for Neons to make it work.
I mean, the Blades are out, and okay, Shock Dart's there already. Second one comes through, and as KitKat gets on the board,
no.
seems like it's Yoki instead, as Neon's finding the eco frags to begin the round. A strong start here for Neons, as Nyx will have to pivot to a site instead.
Yeah, multi-stack towards mid really paying off for them, but the read is there. They know that the A side is going to be completely less guarded, if not outright empty, and they do find it for free. 3v5 now as they set up for that post plan, but still, for Neons, they haven't picked up any of these upgrades.
Yeah, start though, get these information. Which one? Piety on board, and here comes Kachao and the Biscuit too. Coyote still on site with a shorty, Piety with another find, and Nyx make it 2v1, so the extra firepower really pivotal for Nyx here. Onto the corner, it's still Biscuit. No need to help, because Piety's got it. It's another round win for Nyx, but Neon's at least doing some damage there.
Race into the spike sites.
They got some really nice openers as well. I'm surprised they didn't go for that flank kind of push to try and get the guns, because the odds are that Nyx would be sticking together in that kind of situation when it's a 3v5. So perhaps if they've been able to get some of that weaponry drop towards mid, they might have been able to make more of a difference there. But like you mentioned, eco round, they do the job, they get it over with, and now they have the lockdown ready for this next one. So right now, I feel like Neons, what they're really struggling against is that explosivity that's coming out from Nyx round after round. It's like quiet across the map for half the time, and then suddenly just a double Yuki session that's happening now.
I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, this is such a strong map pick for Nyx, not only because of their history, but if you remember that upper bracket finals, right, Zach? This was the map where Neons was dominated by MLT. It was 13-3, and as of right now, things aren't looking too good for Neon so far. They do have the lockdown, though, to utilize if ever. Coyote, of course, and Felsi. I'd love to see some confidence plays from them. Flash into the play. Coyote goes for the duel out in the open. 26 HP, backs off for now.
Forced to use that tailwind to get away, but like you mentioned, at least able to maintain that life and keep that numbers advantage even. Now drone invested further by Neons to try and catch some presence, but only spots out one player if at all. Coyote updrafts to try and take a more aggressive angle, and for Nyx's side, still not looking too committal, now looking for that B side hit instead possibly, which again the site is completely empty. Just a breach watching, but just the default Daks. It's so much confusion, so much misinformation that's being fed to this Neon squad.
Well, they have that lockdown still for the retake, but as of now, the anchor on A is where we have to watch out for. Darts there, Felsi hit by the paranoia. No expectations of Coyote on top of the crate. The Bisky with one, sure, but the hold still from Neon's looking strong. There's the fight back from Felsi. Yoki as well doing the same. Over at Hell, you have the swing courtesy of Khan. It's 1v3 though, paranoia's into play. Times run out here for Nyx. Neons will get on the board, but do they get this final kill? They're containing Khan for the time being, and KitKat will connect. So at least now, Neons, you mentioned it, just the way that they're holding onto this site, the way that they're playing this defense, that's what you want to see more so from them.
Yeah, really, this time around, despite the utility being spammed at them, the fact that Neon's players were able to get a couple of kills before being taken down was that difference maker. Khan being left alone in a 1v3, incredible player, does have the potential to clutch it out, but not when the clock has ticked that far. Neons, with this lockdown in their pocket, look a little bit more confident towards these site holds here. They know that they have that option of always falling back and retaking off the back of it. But somebody now only one off of her own ultimate. So we might be seeing a lockdown for lockdown as this very quick B hit comes in.
Yeah, Piety gonna go for the plant. There we go with the Hunter's Fury though. And it will get the connection onto Piety. No escape. A second one to boot after the second shot a while ago. Already collateraled the Bisky along the way. So great confirmation. Courtesy of Felsi. Statement being made by Neons in this round.
2 opening kills, now the 3 remaining for Nyx. They're trying to find some kind of pick here. maybe catch a player off guard. They're going to break that turret in Garage, forcing someone to kind of peek actively for that information, but still the numbers, they're hugely in favor of Neons, and especially with Yamroll having walked all the way up towards Ceylon, they have so much information and spacing to work with here. Half the time gone down, B-side still seems to be the point of interest, and there's still Yoki watching for that crossfire, although somebody's lurked. This might be the difference maker.
Yeah, again, potential way to transit towards A, and there
Oh!
you go. What timing, courtesy of Nyx. Kachao calls for the entry. Somebody takes that opportunity, and look at that rotation go. Well executed by Nyx so far.
Planted.
3v3 though, and the battle of the lockdowns, perhaps 3 ultimates actually already here for Nyx. And while Neons, they got those amazing initial kills, they haven't gotten the hold onto the site. The darts there, scan as of yet. Lockdown from above over at Heaven, courtesy of KitKat. The latter got lockdown from Nyx instead. Kachao and Con work together here. KitKat now dropping down, moving towards the site itself. 2v2 though. Smoke's being set as well. Kachao ready with Rolling Thunder, waiting for that on the Q. Stops the defuse for the time being. Con now looking for the contact. Yamroll out in the open. Con will connect. And from this point on, it's time for Con to go down and catch KitKat in the act. Well done again by Nyx. The recovery was so sublime.
Oh, they barely get to keep their weapons as well, but like you mentioned, insane recovery there, Daks. Man, them being able to just pincer down on towards this player on A. Coyote losing that position at the worst time possible, and after that the post-plant was impeccable coming out of Nyx's side. For a second I thought that flank coming in from Yamroll might be the difference maker, but it was just a little bit too late to have any kind of impact, especially with how ready Nyx Kyosei were to push onto that lockdown. They were absolutely waiting to counter it, and with their own lockdown being broken as well, they knew exactly where that last player is. That said though, KitKat, Marshall in hand, it's all she needs to once again find those opening kills.
I mean, we've seen that multiple times from Neons in the upper bracket. If it's not someone like KitKat, it's someone else like Yamroll. And as of now, Neons, they are just so sharp with those longer angles. And surprise, surprise, to the short side too. It's Yamroll who just robbed somebody. Feltzy, okay, getting on the train. And it's looking to be Eco Station here, Zahk, as Neons have already taken down 4 members of Nyx. Piety, she's been a hero so many times on this map. Can she do so yet again? Slowly creeping, finding Yamroll. Fault line gonna be the answer though, courtesy of Yoki. Smokes are out from the shadows that she's had for pretty much since the second round. We're gonna be getting it here now. Down in hell. Still one close. Coyote's there looking for the timing. Piety's not gonna expect this whatsoever. And the shot will connect for the second round.
Yeah, you can try to smoke yourself to get the spike off, but you also leave yourself vulnerable to exactly that kind of situation. And because of the numbers advantage, Coyote able to just walk up and find that final kill for free. A beautiful thrifty coming in. Just these positions being held with the lesser weaponry to give them the best chance of survival here, especially towards C. Double Marshall, that's something that Nyx just didn't seem to be ready for. And off the back of that, this time they're going to be the ones in a little bit of an economic pickle here. Sure, Bladestorm available for Delvinsky, but aside from that, it's going to be difficult for them to really make headway onto site as they look for a quick C hit.
I think for Neons, really, if they can get their strong anchors going, then this defense is gonna be better in the long run. The Misky, though, doesn't expect this. Yamroll over onto the corner and can teleport back to safety. Backside also, the Bastion here for Neons. Aldro now searching and seeking for a target. The Hunter Fury barely misses one of the players, and eventually it's Con trying to get the connection. Still, though, Neons are on site, and exactly what I was talking about. Anchor Station is a go. The pre-plant situation here for Neons, rather, the way that they're able to prevent this fight from being put down is one of their biggest strengths on this map. The flash into the peak. Yamroll gets another. Piety also caught that there. And from this point on, it's Con in a 1v4. Neons is just so prepared.
Yeah, not much that Con can really do from here, it seems like. The spike's still in her control, but aside from that, this kind of the way that Neons were arranged around the C site, no way for Nyx to really successfully break it, especially with Delbisky going out that early, not checking that corner. It's this kind of minor mistake that really causes a problem for Neons, and Con now still looking to clutch it out. Another player towards that backside. Paranoia doesn't connect, and that's going to be a headshot instead for Yamroll. 1v2 right now, and both players coming in towards
There we go. Swing again from Con! And 3 already. She's making a miracle happen, but it's not gonna work against Coyote. So close for Con. Just those moments, especially when she avoided that paranoia. But in the end, Neon's had the advantage, and they'll take the round. That skipped a beat though. Like, my heart skipped a beat in that round, Zach. What a play from Con still.
She only had 1 bullet left as well in that 1v1. I genuinely was gonna scream if she managed to hit the headshot, but still in a 1v4, she made it as expensive as she could, and also gets the spike plant for a little bit additional value. 1 bullet, she needed 1 kill, but Coyote just in an angle that Neons were more than ready for. Now timeout gonna be called by Nyx quite early on. They've struggled in these last couple of rounds, and a little bit of derailment of that momentum that Neons are starting to build might be what they need, especially with Coyote's operator gonna be kicking in from this round here.
I mean, I think they realize over the past 2 rounds that now they're struggling to actually flush out Neons. Neons are so strong at playing the long angles, using utility to give them the advantage. And from what we've seen, right, just between the marshals, of course, as well as that last round, Neons is awake. One thing I wanted to ask you before everything else is, how do you think would it be in terms of momentum for Nyx, who played that best of 3 to completion, and now they're running with that momentum coming into this best of 5, compared to a very fresh Neons that, yes, they did take a while to get back into the game here, but now they're looking to be honestly better than ever here, Zach.
I mean, definitely it pays to be well rested. I know if I came off playing a very intense best of 3 that went to all 3 maps where all 3 maps were pretty close, I would be a bit tired, but also a bit exhilarated. And I feel like for Nyx, that's definitely a factor, how tired they are after that first series that they fought through today. But I think that for Neons in particular, they're coming off a defeat. And for Nyx, it's a victory. So that might be a factor as well, because Neons, it was not a very easy loss that they took yesterday. It was 3-1 on one of the maps. Was an extremely dominant showing. Talking about dominance, somebody got to be caught on the lurk with that operator, and Coyote, she's got to be the first one to strike.
And because of the op there, going presses towards A, it's a C hit instead. Nowitzki gets 1. Kit got on the board, but Ketchao's there too. And from that point on, Nyx actually backing away for the time being. This will make Yoki look to play towards the back of platform instead. And perhaps an opening towards another site here for Nyx. Great smoke from Piety 2. Now Nyx pivot their way towards B as Con is crawling. There we go with the fake though. They want to contest Link, and Piety gets them both. No matter what, Piety is prime. Here comes another one, and Piety will get her too. 3 for Piety, and a 3-round gap now between Nyx and Neons.
She should just change her name at this point to 3K Piety, because I think this entire game she's either gotten 3 kills or she's gotten bust. And a lot of these were 3 kills, starting with the pistol, the bonus, I believe, and now this particular round as well. Piety just in absolute form today. Counter timeout gonna be called by Neons right now, and if you think about it, right, so many of these rounds, Neons, they've been able to find that early advantage, but still, Nyx, they're able to convert these 3v5s, 4v5s without too much ado off the back of those individual heroics. Like, both Piety and Con have been looking absolutely insane throughout this entire tournament when it comes to just hitting shots. They've been kind of having a little bit of a battle with each other as to who gets the MVP, in fact.
I mean, I look at the stats overall, and I think Piety has, if not the highest ACS in this tournament, at least the second highest so far. And with a performance like that, with just such stellar mid-rounding here from Nyx, realizing how to manipulate such a familiar map to them, that's what's going to bring them to Elite if this is the pace that they continue on. And just to go back to our previous topics, Zach, I think my chime into that whole question is, for Nyx, the shorter the series is, the better it will be for them, because they're running high from that initial momentum. If we go to 5 maps, I will be concerned for their endurance. I will be concerned for how long they've been playing. And it's up to them, really, to set the pace early on such a tried and tested map for them.
This is a map that they have historically dominated on, and they're continuing it. Ooh, a couple of cheeky wallbangs already onto Yamroll there. Doesn't take too much damage, though, only losing a little bit of that armor, so not too bad. But again, right, this A site, it's just something that we're seeing more and more coming in from the teams. They just like to leave it open, knowing that it is one of the easiest sites to really retake on this particular map. And for Neons, they're completely gambling, in fact, that A is going to be cleared up. Coyote, the only point of clear in that close point of contact. Utility just being sprayed at her. No way to escape, and the whiskey shuts her down.
Yeah, the fall side's on one side. You know that it will be the wall being hugged on the other. Well done here by Nyx to get that first pick. But you mentioned it, Zach. Here already to stop the push. The ultimate from Yoki. The Rolling Thunder getting absolute value. Allows Felsi to play a cheeky angle over onto the corner instead. And as Nyx will back away for the time being. If somebody can get a kill there, perhaps that will be the opening. And look at you miss it. Yoki falls. The Bisky there too. And from this point on, it's Nyx who just double backs and goes back to A.
Yeah, I like the From the Shadows play there from Heidi to make it seem like perhaps a rotation was imminent, but just the fact that somebody was able to get that kill brings the numbers so overwhelmingly Nyx's advantage. KitKat at least able to find one as she goes forward, looking for a little bit more, but just a utility barrage. It's so much for these players from Neon to really try and deal with. Now they're able to get into sight, be able to find another kill, but that is going to be it. Nyx, they capitalize on the numbers advantage to get to 7.
Look, the mind games really from Nyx. I'm just gonna be impressed though, the fact that Piety had it again. She has another From the Shadows. She has another way to just give that false information. And look how hasty Nyx is on the execute. It was a weird moment there towards short, I'll admit. But from that point on, it was just, okay, we got the kill. Cool. We go A. We go push. And just the confidence here from Nyx Kyosei. You have... It just really feels like ever since they went to the lower bracket, Zach, they're just a completely different team on their outlook. And because of it, it's been so positive on their play.
Positive seems to be the best way to describe them so far. Like, this entire tournament, right? They've been kind of the team to really surprise us with how much they have improved. Nyx, we think before today's game started, we talked about how they had struggled against the Hero KDA in the past, and they were able to overcome that without too much trouble. So this might just be another battle for them to really brazen out and win. Early aggressive presence coming out of Neons here, but it seems like Nyx expected. Oh, they spotted them.
And there you go. Felsi doing well to get one, but all across the map, it is Nyx instead. And look at this play! You don't get bonus points for taking 2 sites, guys! And now, that's why they're gonna bring the spike towards C. Kit Chow here, gonna get smoked out, sure. It's Yoki, the only one left standing. This is already effectively a Nyx round. It just scoreboard just needs to update it, sure. Kit Chow, though, this is bravery from her. Paranoia, I think it's connection. And Piety will actually... Yeah.
Why you steal my kill?
Why you take my kill? Kit Chow's just, I'm already part of the roster here. I'm already playing today, and you gotta do this to me, Piety. In the end, though, look at the gap here, Zach. 8-3.
Last shot in the half as well. Neons off the back of the eco, able to invest in it once again. Operator coming online for Coyote. It was able to find that opening pick the last time around, but the problem is that for Neons, right, even if they get that initial advantage, they're just swept apart by how Nyx have been playing. Whether it's the lurks coming out of somebody or the aggression out of the rest of the team, it just seems like the way that Nyx are quickly able to adapt to these situations is a little bit too much for them to deal with as they this time around pivot towards B.
Yeah, Delbisky's pushing. Fault line though. Stuns are up. And this time around, Nyx actually bringing that spike towards A. They go for the lockdown play as well. KitKat, does she dare cross? Waiting now for that detain to pop. Interesting enough, Nyx, they're not committing as of yet. Eventually, though, they'll put that spike down onto the default, braving the Nazar events. A good stall so far from Neons, and even better with the Hunter's Fury. Looking now for a target or two. Felsi letting it rip, but can't get the guesswork to go her way. Kachao finding Yoki over onto C-Link. So this hold from A side and this A-Link position from Nyx, already such an advancement that they can use to bring the fight towards Neons. 5v4. Aldron gets the intel. Lockdown coming out from heaven as well. Beautiful Paranoia and Yam roll. Oh, she's not able to get the kill. She set it up well, but now Neon's looking to find a way past the fumble. 3v3 for the time being onto the site here for Neons. And as Nyx goes for the Owl drones too, they also figure out it's time for the Nano Swarm. Somebody here over at short. Kondo holding from long, and the angles of opportunity are working well here from Nyx. Even the flank from Delvisky, but it doesn't matter. Any place, any time, it's Nyx who is online.
9-3 half domination once again coming out of Nyx, and I believe that our panel said it yesterday. There is nothing more scary than a Filipino team on Haven, but hey, we have Blackenblue and Mika to tell us exactly why that's the case.
Well, if we said it yesterday, we'll say it again today. There is nothing more scary than a Filipino roster on Haven. I think with the way Nyx are playing these rounds right now, Blackenblue, it's looking to be the case. You gotta love these, bait and switches, and like Dax mentioned, it's like, it's as if they're trying to get bonus points for taking more sites.
Well, do you know who I've been loving so far in this opening half? It's been Piety. She has been so consistent, such a constant force that we saw a while ago, even in their matchup versus, the hero KDA, that she kind of top fragged that series, by the way, as well. And he's doing more of the same here, leading by example in this case, and you'd kind of wonder where would, the controller in this case would not normally be that player, but he's been doing a good job of plugging all the holes. But if we talk about, them as a team, the Nyx squad, we kind of assumed they might run out of the gas by the time we got here, but no, they're still fired up, and we're moving to the second half with such an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's that dreaded scoreline once again, and I know that Neons tend to start slow and then they can snowball later on. But I don't know. I like the way Nyx are playing right now. I like the way they're managing their energy. So let's see if they can close out this first map with a win on their side. So back to you, casters.
So I just want to say that I'm the one who said that yesterday. And I was the one who said it a while ago too. So Zach, please credit me for once, thanks.
I am very sorry, Daks, but I believe you were on the panel yesterday when you said it, so...
That was my alter ego, Daks.
Yeah, Daks, Caster Daks, all of them are insane at what they do, so you still get credit, Daks. It's okay. It's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, bonus points is where we go for. You
Yes.
want to have the 12 out of 10 score line. But now, 9-3. Will the curse happen though to Nyx? That's the question. This was a scoreline that they had to deal with versus Deviant Topaz, but they were the ones at 3 points then. Now they're the ones in control. Neons they found enough back into them to figure out a way to answer back versus Nyx. They're going for A though here for Zahk. It's a big setup, courtesy of somebody as well. Watching out for what Kyosei can do. He wants to lead this charge. Now it's one Popcorn. Holding with a short, the on work. Yoki on board with 2. Answer from somebody as he holds short for the time being. But Neons have made their way towards the site here.
Khan did manage to do some damage with the shorty. No heal available either, and there's already a flank as well. This wraparound from somebody through short has to find some value here. Let's spot out that first player, but the timing, the trigger discipline not working out here for somebody. Now a 2v4. They look to aggress off the site. Kachao able to find that first opener. Stun doesn't connect, and Piety finds the kill off the back of that. Now just Piety though in a 1v2, and Yamro denies even that much. Really nice pistol coming out of Neons to start them off here. And this is exactly what they need to really jump back into it. You talked about the 9-3 score being a factor yesterday.
Yeah, the other day, 9-3 is a thing apparently here in LCQ. But superstitions aside, this was Neon's braving the setup there of Nyx. The fact that as soon as the smoke dissipated was an awkward moment with the shorty in hand.
Hello
the rest
there.
of Neons to they just funneled in. They just said, okay, we can actually take this side. And I'd love to see more of that. Confident plays are what will bring Neon success in this series. And it seems like Coyote dash in already. Platform position though, courtesy of Delvisky. Aftershock will be there too. And Yoki and Yamro on board yet again. Overwhelming here from Neons. This round is pretty much over.
Yeah, the stack didn't really work out in favor of Nyx there, so just gotta be Khan in a 1v5 Sheriff in hand. Might be better to just try to find some damage and maybe try to die to the spike here. That seems to be the plan, but talking about that particular round, right? The thing I want to count so far is how many kills that Yoki gets with her Aftershock. So far, she's 2 for 2 in this half. So that's what I've been intrigued about. Turret giving away Khan's location as well. Timing not in her favor, looks the other way, and KitKat will not be someone to let an opportunity like that go by. 5-9, the gap really narrowing here. And if Neons can somehow convert this bonus round, that's going to be something that Nyx might have to be worried about.
Yeah, she's trying to make it a stealth game. It's one of those games where the blind zone of the camera is right under it, but the turret is not like that. It's like, no, what are you doing here? Not allowed. Still, I like the start here from Neons. They have a good arsenal to play into the bonus. And interesting enough, KitKat has a lot of money. She's not going to go for the rifle buy right now. Willing to just save for the next round, if ever. Because of it, Neons, they hustle towards B instead.
They managed to make their way inside as well. No one really contesting them for it, although you can see that Nyx want to take these ranged fights with the kind of weaponry they have. Plant gonna come down as Yamro gets it down. And the problem with that is that there's just so much utility available for Neons in this post plant.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx, they have the angles though, and the window is what we want to watch out for. Kachao here, checking out the backside. Flash already, go for the plate, counteracted by the flash of the opposition. Mirror image basically, with Yamro finding somebody to begin with. Yoki also going for the spray down into the takedown. Piety though on the board yet again. Always a threat, always a menace. KitKat and Felsi answer back. So no more window opportunity here for Neon. It's up to Piety to just clutch it out for the team. 3 already for her here. The 1v2, looking to pick up another gun along the way. Smokes out the spike, maybe can't go. One more target, KitKat will fall. And Piety, she found so many targets of opportunity, but she's run out of time. Well done here by Neons to win out the bonus.
Piety able to save the gun at least, but momentum sliding back in Neon's favor here after that round win. They realized that with the weaponry they had, it was better to just try to go in for that quick B plant. And once they get it in, they took full advantage of those close corners to be able to fight and duke it out to get those kills, especially towards the flank. You mentioned it, the push through garage and spawn just not paying off, as with just mere sheriffs, Neons were able to shut it down. 6-9 now. Nyx forced into an eco situation, no ults, no Bladestorm to really work with, only that hero rifle on Piety. It's gonna have to be enough for them in this round.
I mean, she got 4 a while ago. If anyone else can do it, it would be Piety here. But besides that, that's only the hope here for Nyx. Neons is absolutely in control of this second half so far. With the rifles at the ready. They look to play towards the garage flank possible. Courtesy of Con. And I love this here from Neons. If they can make the short angle work and overrun, perhaps they can actually bring people to the sightlines of Yamroll. I'm worried though. His Con's there, sticking around towards lobby still. KitKat looking to check things out. Towards short as well. Eventually though, the Killjoy gonna be in charge of the flank. The rest of the team for Neons, they're moving towards C here. Smokes out for Piety. Paranoia is ready as well. Somebody coming out from the garage. There we have the scan into the kill. Doesn't really matter here for Neons. They're just gonna flush out all the opposition so far. This is their side to take.
Excellent utility usage once again. Too much to deal with. The flank seems to be expected as well. Con spotting out the player, still gets the kill, but left with only 1 HP. Felsi is able to trade it out quite easily here. 2v4 situation now as the remaining players from Nyx, they struggle to make any kind of headway onto sites.
Yamroll's ready, and there you go. Struggle is an understatement. It is an absolute stoppage here, courtesy of Neons. This was 9-3, now it's 9-7. Again, what is superstition here in LCQ? It's looking very possible for Neons.
Just talking about these executes, right? The utility that's being bombarded onto site is just not anything that Nyx can really fight against. The corners being cleared up by the Aftershock, the recon onto site for Coyote to try and find those entries off of. They're playing this to perfection when it comes to executes. Nyx, they were able to find rounds off the back of them actually finding picks in that previous half, but with the side switch incoming, they're just struggling against the kind of pressure that Neons are exerting in their attack half.
It just feels like they are lacking the priority in position. There is always a potential for Nyx to find kills, to find these angles, but if they're not ready for this, and Neons instead, overall the numbers, we've seen that to be one of the biggest, I'd say, Achilles heels of Nyx as a whole. So Neons playing towards mid for the time being. KitKat just snuggling her way towards the cubby itself. Now the swarm's
Right
there
there.
too. But Neons, they're cutting noise for the time being, keeping Nyx guessing.
Smoke comes out to cover that alarm bot being broken. Kit Kat still kind of lurking around towards this mid area. Might be that first point of contact here. But the rest of the squad, they look to once again go towards the C site. Fake Omen ult to boot to maybe give away some kind of information. But this time around, the smoke and the recon combination doesn't work, and Delbisky finds that first blood.
And Yoki though, another aftershock for her. The body though, and Delbisky. This is what I was talking about, Zahk. If Nyx is ready, Nyx will go get him. And Kachao now moving towards window. Kit Kat versus the world in this scenario behind her. Kachao still just spraying her down and taking her down. Finally, double digits here for Nyx. And it's such a statement made when they are able to play prediction. When they're prepared for a side take, it is such a night and day difference.
Yeah, they were just really waiting for it. In particular, the kind of mistake that Coyote made in getting out of her own smoke that early was not expecting the position from Delbisky there. Piety still goes down to that aftershock, but that additional backup from somebody from Garage was what really kind of changed the way the round played out towards the end. Nyx now 3 rounds away from taking their map pick home. And Neons, they continue their aggressive push this time around towards this A site.
Economy though to work with Delbisky will catch Coyote napping there. Great help courtesy of Kachao. Nyx now with advantage here. And they're expecting this A push to happen, so over onto short and long. Neons, the plan now. Try to find a way of entering through the split push. They have the Rolling Thunder to work with especially. Here comes the aftershock, courtesy of Kachao as well. And Nyx is just holding steadfast, trying to imply a lot of presence here on A side. And perhaps force Neons to rotate away.
Rotate away they will. They hear and feel all the utility being tossed in that A side, and they decide like, yeah, no, we're okay. We'll just go somewhere else on the map. Have a nice day, guys. And they make a break for that C site. This side is empty though, to be fair. Piety, the only one kind of playing around this garage area, hoping to see if she can find anybody. Rolling Thunder considering to be invested here, but instead gonna be safe for that post plan. A good call by Yoki because there's nobody really here.
Yeah, exactly.
30 seconds left.
They had an idea that this is an empty site. And Nyx is playing with the expectation that the Rolling Thunder is going to be used that way. But Neons staying one step ahead of the competition. Now they get the site for free. And from this point on, it's going to be the retake courtesy of Nyx. Paranoia gets the connection. Here comes the lockdown into play from Neons as well. From the shadows, going to be the call here. And as somebody wants to play the long angle, you can see Yamroll has repositioned to try and play towards Link instead. Good find from Felsi as well as Yamroll. Neons here turning things around. And as Con is going to go for defuse. Now we have the Rolling Thunder 2 down though, courtesy of Nyx. It's 3v2 for the time being. And from the long angle, it's Yoki and Felsi trying to get things done. One shot dart still to use. There's the bolt line and there's the kills. Yoki and Felsi, they're so ready for it. And Neons, what a round to win.
Excellent post plan coming out of them. Like you mentioned, that Rolling Thunder that they saved kind of coming in clutch at the end. Half the diffuse does get stuck, but with that dark cover going away, there's just no way for the remainder of the diffuse to really come in. And despite some of these kills going in Nyx's direction, the 2 players towards long, the double initiator setup was just too much for them to deal with. And Nyx once again gonna be at an economic deficit. They still do have the ult advantage, so in particular, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown both going to be available for this round.
Revealing area.
Just always good to see those kind of plays. And now Neon's full of confidence to keep the moment going. It is an eco here for Nyx. One hero Guardian to fight back with, but Yamroll gets away with her life. Con, at least, does get the kill across the map. But this is a 4v2. This is Neon's taking the site yet again as the Kachao can't find any value here. He only has a classic even. You can see the difficulty already, Zap. Neon's gonna get the plant down. Regroup for Kachao and Con. Maybe pick up a gun along the way. Not gonna happen, I guess. Still, over onto window. The site's being held here by Neons. And overall, it's already how Neons has been playing this attack. They're just so ready for whatever Nyx is gonna throw their way. Dart meets fault line onto the site, and okay, Yamroll killed thanks to the TP. From this point on, it's 2v1. Con making it happen with a Guardian. But no dice. Coyote's ready. Neons have crawled their way back, clawed their way back, and we are 1 round away from getting things tied up.
9 to 10. That lead from Nyx suddenly looking narrower and narrower as we head further into these rounds. A nice try coming out from Khan to be able to find 3 there, but unfortunately just not gonna be enough by the end. Guardian not able to quite close out the clutch here. And now Nyx, they're gonna be taking their second timeout to try and prevent us from slipping out of their hands. No money for an operator either, unfortunately, for Delbisky, so it's just going to be rifles across the board. They do have those 2 huge ultimates and are only one off of that Hunter's Fury for Khan, so might see those come into play, especially since for Neons, they only have 1 Hunter's Fury of their own for that post-plant or for denying the Killjoy ultimate so far. So for Nyx, they gotta figure out how to really deny Neons the aggression that they're slowly but surely building up. A lot of these rounds where Nyx try to get that early pick, they're so often punished for it. And I feel like Neons, they're just getting the read of their opponents round after round after round.
I agree with you because we've been hyping up this to be pretty much the hallmark of Nyx's greatness, but we still remember how they had to go for that comeback versus the Event Topaz when they struggled on the defense, and it's all about the dictation of position. They tried to be proactive, Neons is prepared for them. They tried to play a bit defensive, they're gonna get overwhelmed by the numbers of Neons and the utility setup. And it's been the problem here for Nyx Kyosei on the defense. They were able to figure it out a while ago. First is the Hero KD on the defensive half, they continue on into the second from there. But now the struggles that we saw from the other day, it's rearing its ugly head, unfortunately.
Yeah, just another time, another thing that they really don't want to face. And this was kind of what got them down into the lower bracket in the first place. So something that you really don't have a chance of doing against. There's no lower bracket from here on. It's either up or out. That's the call. And the utility barrage this time around, not quite finding the damage that it usually does. A little bit of a slower change of pace coming out of Neons towards this side. They really don't want to make any mistakes here, and that hesitation might be something for Nyx to capitalize off of if they play their cards right.
I mean, the Aldron already gets intel, and Nyx here with an inkling of what's going on as Neons has taken that mid position. They do rotate now towards A, where KitKat has been waiting. Here comes the aftershock, used early on by Kachao to just stem the tide for the time being. And smokes are out as well. Somebody though, smoked off from heaven. Still has utility work with nanoswarms into play. Coyote seeking for a target. But it seems like Nyx will be happy to give up the site. They have ultimate to work with. Okay, Con? That's dangerous, and KitKat will punish her accordingly.
Just tries to walk in to find the timing, but yeah, the paranoia, it's impeccable. Now they're gonna be the ultimates that we talked about for the retake. Very quick, very efficient, but they don't clear a Coyote. Already able to find that first kill. Now the remainder, they're being pushed away from this spike. 3v3 situation, the flash comes out, the kill is there, and it's just going to be a 1v2. Yamro having to close it out. Piety though, looking very low, has to be their coverage coming in. It's not gonna really connect, and it will be somebody to find that final kill. 11-9 here, Daks, and this was by far probably the most crappy round we've seen today.
I mean, they had the plan of action, and while they were surprised there by Coyote staying on site, the rest of the flow of that round, it was part of the Nyx playbook. Look at how their motions were moving towards long and short, clearing out those angles as much as possible. And when it came down to it, they were the ones on site, they were the ones already defusing that spike. And Nyx, this is what we want to see from them on the defense, a more meticulous plan rather than just trying to find those picks early on.
Economy still in a bit of a dicey spot here, but at least everybody is able to buy up for that Nyx squad. Hunter's Fury still online for Felsha, as it is for Khan as well. So that round was won because of Nyx's ultimates. Now without it, they're gonna have to still figure out a way to really finish off this series. Delbisky already being spotted out, pushed back thanks to that Sova drone and Garage. It's an area that has to be completely re-cleared and held onto from this point.
Yeah, Link's being held here also by Kachao, so even if Neon's pivots towards B, Nyx will still have a good handle of the situation anyway. So instead now, Spike being brought towards that C site. Yamroll so strong on the long angles, willing to challenge Piety if ever. KitKat instead over mid. That's the opening they're looking for. Small lull allows Neon to take opportunity. Smokes out there as well. As Delbisky tries to be cheeky, staying on the inside of it. Hunter's Fury also the call. suppressing from Con, looking for a target to line up for. Coyote trying to use that footwork to get away from the Biscuit. We find her, and the Biscuit gets a second even. Felsi though answers back. It's 3v2 for the time being. Con still here on side, gets the catch onto Yoki. Time running out here for Neons, and seems like the Hunter's Fury is out for desperation, but Sapani gets the flank at the angle. All left now to KitKat on side. 2v1 scenario over on Cubby. You have somebody. There's a turret being broken as well. Time running out here for KitKat, getting staggered too. And Timmy the turret being a menace. Spike has been retrieved. Somebody calling the attention, and from that point on, the backstab will bring Nyx to match point.
Backstab being the kind of ace in the key for the side of Nyx here to be able to cast that spike off guard and hold on to it, and of course deny the Hunter's Fury value. Incredible play by Con. The awareness that the wraparound is already coming in from KitKat towards that spawn to be able to walk into garage and maintain that pseudo crossfire as well as that spike control. Excellent work coming out of Nyx here. Match point for them on their map. Pick one away from moving it on to bind. The thing though for Neons is that we've seen them in this position before. They've been able to push it to overtime multiple times, and they only need 3 rounds. The problem here is the economy mainly, because after that round, they're kind of broke.
Yeah, that's the problem here. You have the blades for Coyote. She can buy a gun for someone else, but truthfully here for Neons, it seems like the problem is still how that first half really went. Here in the second, they've looked so strong. They've looked to be better on the execute so far, but the weight of that early lead really putting them in predicaments that affects their decision making, not just in terms of the rounds themselves, right, Zach, but in terms of the economy. So perhaps here for Neons, a hero is needed. KitKat's went away from the lockdown, and I feel like that's where Neons is gonna play from if ever they get that ultimate online.
They would really need it, that's for sure. The way that this game is shaping out, every single piece of utility that they have in their pocket will probably help them a little more, especially with the rejuvenated Nyx kind of coming off of those couple of rounds wins. Aggressive push early on from Neons though towards this ace side, which apart from the Killjoy presence is looking almost completely empty. 1 for 1.
Yeah, somebody gets one, and KitKat will answer back. That's the lockdown now available. And from this point on, I do wonder if they can funnel a few ults towards Yoki instead, because she's 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the lockdown now. Delbisky though on the flank, and does she dare actually pick this? KitKat though holding things down still. Kichao on the board, and Nyx at least make it 4v3. Seems like Kichao with the fight back. She's just holding on to heaven and holding on to her dear life. KitKat will eventually find her. So in the mad scramble across the map, A is where Neon will take this.
Yamro and KitKat both on site. 2v3 situation. KitKat though, not much HP to work with, so a lot of his heavy lifting, it's gonna fall on Yamro's shoulders here. They're gonna be starting to come back into the side. Already the flank being red though. KitKat with a 3rd kill on the round. 2v2. They gotta sweep on, and Yamro, she finishes them, brings it to a 1v1. Heidi, we've seen her be insane in the past, but now she has to close out this particular simulator. The Molly's buying more than enough time. She pushes through the smoke, but not able to find the kill. KitKat, the clutch, the 4K for the round, and Neons, they stay in this.
Yeah, that lockdown though to flush out whoever is still holding, perhaps towards short if ever, and just the pressure towards Delbisky. Nyx, they had to make that call right then, right there. Do they dare push? Do they just back on away? And from that point on, the whole round was all about Neons pivoting back towards that A site. So some great movement around the map. It was a very spicy lockdown to say the least from KitKat. But then again, Neons made it work, and they're still alive here to fight.
Spicy lockdown, spicy 4K, all of that really. The KitKat made KitKat the hero of that round. My English doesn't work apparently after watching that one. Either way though, now once again Neon's continuing the pace and the momentum that they found. A quick hit towards this B site, dashing in as well from Coyote, but nobody's home on the site. They're just playing for a retake.
Oh, now too dangerous. And the peek there from Neons works out in their favor. Now they go move into Link. Do they dare go for A though? Where there's such a strong setup for both Con and Somebody, but Con will fall, and it's up to Somebody with the classic and the utility. Here comes Neons now, moving their way towards the objective. They want to at least clear out default if ever, but over at long, Delbisky has a better angle. Seems like Neons, they're walking into the fire right now. Can they get out unscathed though? As Felsi finding Piety. might consider planting towards the backside instead, and that's exactly what Yamroll is gonna do
Spike
there.
planted.
Inside the smoke.
Here.
Lobisky waiting for the timing. Somebody,
Blocking sight.
maybe distraction with
Player
classics all she
famous.
needs. Coyote with the find though, it's 2v1. And Neon's already a hard route to try and make this work. Swings the movements, and somebody will eventually fall. It got dicey, sure, but Neon still again make it work.
Yeah, it was a bit of an eco round for Nyx, so not too much investments in it. That said, though, Neons, they were able to put across that very clean execute that we see from them on these attacking rounds. Now, one away from pushing this into overtime. Both teams, they have that Rolling Thunder available, have the economy to work with. And if you look at what's been working for Neon so far, the rounds where they're able to win out those engagements on side and KitKat's lurks kick in impactfully, those are the rounds that they've been able to win. Nyx, on the other hand, they fight for that site more often than not, and already Kachao through the jumping, just slaughtering Coyote.
That's as free can be. And Nyx will be so happy with that one just because Coyote's been a menace, making all that space for Neon so far. He's gone with the Jet. You still have to keep an eye out for Yoki and Yamroll, that Rolling Thunder especially. Something Neons can work with to make their way towards the site. Nyx trying to position themselves a little bit apart from one another because of it. And that's Kachao now. Ready for contact yet again. She's ready with the ultimate too. Seeing now, realizing the situation. Nano swarms there. Thrown over, broken quickly. They should tell Neons that Nyx is in position towards B. And while they're watching the flanks, it's a standoff so far.
Yeah, they just don't really want to risk pushing in, maybe with another advantage. So Khan, though, playing aggressively towards A for info, will take quite a bit of chip damage. Attempted a spray coming out of Delbisky, but neither side able to really land their shots. Now the spike itself pivoting towards A. Khan, the only player
30
really
seconds
here around towards short, so a lot of heavy lifting gotta be on her shoulders.
Yeah, Yamroll so silent and so deadly there.
Sneaky.
Yeah, Khan figured out what was going on, but the message has been eventually
planted.
been received here by Nyx. 4v4 as the plant goes down. Blade Storm here for Delbisky. Kachao looking to set things up well as well. And look at Yamroll go. He's gonna go for the from the shadows to avoid any utility to begin with. Aftershock, Rolling Thunder. Now the play here from Nyx. Flank courtesy of Yamroll. Don't want to watch out for Felsi finding fighting too. And Delbisky's already on defuse GT. Rolling Thunder though the answer gets halfway. Yamroll looking for the shots, but there's the
player
cover here
standing.
for somebody. It's Neons with the kills and Neons with the round. We go to overtime.
They push it all the way here, and suddenly what was a
Switching
very
sides.
early lead coming out for
Overtime.
Nyx has been completely neutralized here. Neon's fighting every step of the way. And you talked about it, Daks. It was 13-3 yesterday that this team lost against MLT, and they've definitely gone back to the drawing board since then to be able to more than hold their own against Nyx Kyosei on their map pick. Absolutely insane performance. Neon, they really want that elite slot, and they are showcasing it today off the back of this performance. Now, it's got to be Nyx, the ones who are feeling that additional pressure. They had the map, and they can feel it slipping away out of their hands unless, of course, they keep calm and are able to push through 2 more rounds.
Yeah, it just goes to show here that for Neons, I think this is the match that they're looking forward to in terms of redemption. They were already there yesterday in the upper bracket finals, 1 away from making it to elite. It's the same scenario now, but this is their second chance and their final chance for it. They move back to the defense though. Nyx on the attacking side, and we've seen so far here, Zach, that Nyx has been very comfy attacking on Haven.
Yeah, I think if that first half is any indication that they feel good about it, the numbers tell the whole story there. This time though, Neons, they're playing a little bit more spread out, a little bit more passive. Nobody really pushing up towards that A side, for example, and I feel like they just don't want to risk losing their players right off the bat, as they have been for so many of these rounds. And the thing is that when Nyx doesn't find that entry, they usually just like to pivot towards his B side, which is going to be the case this time around as well. Coyote, positioned towards that backside, will have to play anchor and spoil sport if she wants to really make this difficult.
Yeah, Yeah, Nobisky's on site though, and Coyote, she's the one who's gonna have to hold down the line herself. Good opportunity to spray down one. Resets for a second perhaps, the repeats there, but the rest of Neons are in position to just hold down the line. Finally somebody though busts through. Paranoia into play, it's 2v2 for the time being. And Neons, seems like they're let to get planted for now. Finally though, so low on the HP. Smoke is out, somebody. Ball, one shot to rule them all, and Yamrul's there to bind them. Neons will take this defensive win, and suddenly it is them on match point instead.
Yeah, it's just a casual Neon saying "Thou shall not pass" as they convert that round, the wraparound as well from Yamrul to close things off here. Even though it was a 2v2, they knew that the HP of these two remaining players on the Knicks side were quite low, so they were quick to move in and swoop in for the punish. Felchi, in particular, with that shock dart to find that final kill. Now, timeout being called by Neons here to deny. By Knicks here to deny a possible stealing away of their map pick. They're only one round away from losing at Daks, and so far Neons, they've been incredible at really just picking up the pace and matching their opponents. They had such a rough first half, but it hasn't stopped them at all.
Yeah, just Neons here. This will be such a big win if they can get this versus Knicks, because Knicks has relied on this map so much in the lower bracket. It's been one of the biggest ways for them to become confident into a series. But from what we've seen so far, especially in that second half, the way that Neons is able to get the answers and the way that Neons is able to outscrap the opposition, this is a team that has impressed many already. And now they're looking to bring back that kind of performance from the upper bracket to the lower bracket finals. So, well done by Neons so far. I do wonder if they can finish the job off, or do we go to another overtime here?
I mean, it is a side switch coming in, and this is the side where Knicks struggles a little bit more. So I feel like Neons, they definitely do have the advantage heading into this. They have the lead. They know they're only one round away, and the psychological pressure has to be on for that Knicks squad right now. But hey, they've been in this kind of situation before. If anyone can really make it pay off, it's gotta be them. Now, a tactical pause to build a little bit of additional time here. But talking about what we've seen out of both these teams so far, I think my favorite impact player for Neons, at least for today, it has to be KitKat. She's just been so incredible on these lurks and utility usage. And of course, that 11th round that we saw her really come alive to find that 4K. 3 of those kills, by the way, which were on like 30 HP. Just really nice work. And if Neons do win this map, right, I think that round would be that key factor that really made it possible for them.
I mean, I'll agree with you because KitKat has been one of their more low-key players in terms of the performance. Now she's stepping up when she's needed to the most, and the way that she got that big 4K a while ago, the way that she's able to hold down so many stellar angles. It's Neons here in prime position to get the job done and steal Haven away from Knicks. It's such a long road in the lower bracket finals, Zach. It's still a best of 5, but if Neons can get this first map, you already know that will be where they'll look to build momentum from. Kyosei moving towards Link, somehow still wins versus Con. Piety there to make the trade work. The pivot here from Neons to move towards C instead. And while Yamro's far away, watching the flank if ever. The rest of Neons are on site. The Bisky though will get some good punish going. Yogi inside the smoke, and it's gonna regroup here towards the garage side, but Kachao shows up. Felsi with the answer. Trade for trade at the end. It's Knicks with the advantage. And while Yamrol has the late entry here, it's a 1v2. Looks to isolate versus one on the platform. Paranoia is there as well. And as Neons now looking for that last hope, courtesy of Yamrol, she's moving over to Link. Nyx is so prepared for this. Delbisky waiting for the call, courtesy of somebody, and somebody just gets such a sharp shot. We're tied up yet again. We go to another overtime.
Knicks, they naysay the naysayers, which basically is me at this point, and they take it to 13-13, definitely not giving up on their map pick, and in particular, they were excellent in finding those timings and trading out on site. Delbisky to swing out and find this first one, the second one to come through as well. Just really nice positioning at the end. Very staggered and delayed appearance coming out of Yamrol there, who was kind of in that lurk play position, but Knicks, they managed to make it work. 13-13 now. Another chance at taking the lead once again this time around, as it does seem like they just want to go running into that B side.
I mean, already the first maps like this, I can't wait to see what else is there in store for us. in the battle for the final slot to elite. Somebody though, and
Oh my.
Delbisky. There's the opening
Spike
Nyx needs,
planted.
and that was just so straightforward. Shots fired, and it's Nyx looking to reposition, but Yoki will catch Piety in the act. 4v3 for the time being. Velcy now leading the charge onto the site itself. The problem is, so many angles here for Nyx to work with. You got somebody on one side, you have Con on the other. Aftershocks there too, and Con really able to get the angle isolation going. Here comes the push, and it's no way for Yoki. Nyx goes back to match point.
Just poor Yoki surrounded on
Switching
every
sides.
single side by a
Match
particular
point.
player. Nothing that she can really do there. And that's just the kind of pace that we've been seeing in the beginning of Nyx's attack rounds, right? They kind of slowed it down over the last few rounds, but quickly just going back to their quick hit, smash and grab ways, they find success and they are able to get themselves to match point once again. Neons this time around, the ones on the back foot, this has been their most successful half. Sure, they've looked better when they're on the attacking side themselves, but still, that said, Nyx, they usually tend to close it out when they have the advantage like this.
Yeah, they're just one away from getting it done yet again. And as Nyx now look to control short and sewers, it will be Neons moving forward towards C. Need to get this kill onto Delbisky quickly, and Coyote will find it there anyway. Piety over to the platform though. We've seen from Nyx they can hold his backside well. KitKat though on the board. Coyote with a clear. And is it a game of executes here, Zach? It's just offense versus offense we're seeing right now. Neons with
planted.
such a clear advantage. And somebody makes her way towards the site. Awkward timing. Kachao is there for the cover. Flows though. Yamro handles it. Somebody with the trade. It's 1v3 with a long plant going. It's so difficult now. And while somebody gets a kill, it will be another round to go for more. Neons, they
Switching
tie it up,
sides.
Third overtime
Overtime.
just in the first map.
First map of a best of 5 and it's already a third overtime. Yeah, that's I think we're gonna be here a while, Daks. And honestly, there's nowhere else we would rather be with the way that these two teams are fighting for their lives right now. Again, just the stakes, right? You win here, you make it to Elite, you have a chance of representing APAC in that International Game Changers Championship in Sao Paulo. But if you lose here, all those dreams, all of those hopes just come to an end. So neither team really willing to concede or let it go quite yet, if at all, for the rest of today. I feel like we'll be seeing them fight until the very end. And now with that side switch again coming in, Nyx, they're back to their slow play.
Yeah, cutting noise. They just want to keep Neons guessing. We've seen this a few times, courtesy of Nyx, where they just want to keep the other anchors stationed. And while KitKat is the only one here, she's been extra reliable today. Best form we've seen from her all throughout the tournament. The smokes are out though. Delbisky makes her way towards the side. Nana's going to get bopped, and she's still burning. She's still burning, Delbisky! You need to get an extinguisher of that as her feet have been singed. Let's get KitKat though still
Spike
on the high
planted.
ground. Piety with the plant going. See the smoke already from Neons though. They're expecting the long hold, and because of it, Nyx will play on site instead. Kachao though anticipating the push, uses the fault line and the aftershock to support the stall, prevent the paranoid from getting value. 1-for-1 though is the call. Nyx already still holding here. The swing comes, and Coyote doesn't check the corner. Nyx is ready, Nyx is set, and Nyx is looking to go for more. Kachao will be unrelenting, and KitKat cannot handle everyone looking at her. Nyx is back on match point again.
I'm surprised they didn't
Switching sides.
catch out the second time around. They
Match
did
point.
spot her, but I guess they presumed that she would have moved. But nope, nothing happening. Kachao with just that rock that the rest of the players break against here. You know, like that sage line, you are a boulder, I'm a mountain. She was definitely the mountain in the way over there.
A rock and hard play sometimes, and Nyx Kyosei. This team has just been one of the biggest surprises of the tournament. The other biggest surprise, Neons, and now they're here fighting for that final slot for Elite. I can't think of any two teams more deserving than them. And we're only in the first map here, Zach, and then we're going the distance. Smokes out though. Coyote looking to go for the clear. No one on site though here for Nyx. It's Link held by somebody instead, and I'm worried right now as she's trying to play in this connector. Somebody just waiting in cover. Backs away for the time being. Neons will get the plant now.
Spike planted.
Not much that Nyx can really do to try and deny it. It's just going to be a very awkward 5-on-5 retake, but it's the ace side, so definitely a likely possibility that they could do it.
Like, Zach, they have the operator too for Nyx. So it needs to be someone stepping up immensely. Delbisky tried to do so. Kachao blocked off her own teammate because of the stun. And Delbisky goes on to side. Neon's already getting to for that time being. Kondo sharp with a shot. Why did he make it happen as well? But Felsi over at Graffiti. 5 HP left. And the bullets are enough for Neons to stay alive. 30 rounds in, we're still continuing with map number 1. Another OT in the books.
Overtime.
15-15, and it's just been so back and forth here. Both teams excelling in being able to win out the attack round. It's a defense that seems to lay them low, and I think that for Neons in particular, the longer this goes on, the better it is for them, because Nyx, remember, they're already tired out from that first series, and this is their map pick, so the pressure is definitely going to be hitting them harder. But so far, at least, I feel like that operator pick from Khan, it took everybody completely by surprise. It just came out of nowhere. Like, imagine seeing a Sova opping on a retake. What? Excuse me? And they still get 2 kills?
She has the pedigree for it. Come on.
That's true,
I
that's
guess
true,
my
that's
biggest
true.
concern, though, is if you're playing up like that, and you don't have an anchor properly towards A, how difficult would the retake be? You could see the difficulty already, Zach. It was brutal.
Pretty much impossible, honestly. They weren't even able to get past that first obstacle despite all the utility that was available at that point. So things gonna slow down a little bit. Once again, Neon's looking to be methodical about this A side push. Joe not gonna find much value here. And the rest of them, they're just trying to push forward. The Spike is still hanging around here as well. And next, they've got quite a heavy side presence, actually.
Yeah, Coyote's playing by the boxes. I think she made it work a while ago before. Wonder if it's gonna happen yet again. As Delbisky now. Smoke and the dash. Spotted though by Neon. Looking to go for the navigation, and looks like no one's checking her angle. Instead, Delbisky gets absolute value from it. And an unsafe assumption
30 seconds
for
left.
Neons leads to
Spike
their
planted.
demise. It's 5v2 now. Yamroll and KitKat, what can they do on this retake? As Nyx has brought in the sledgehammers and the destruction of A is looking apparent. They get intel as well. They know now where Neons is coming from. And Nyx is just so prepared for the crossfire. Here we go yet again with the contact. And Nyx has the firing squad set. Back to match point. Back to another round we go.
Another one on the line here, and Neon's gonna be back on the attack now. So far, they've been quite successful, to say the least, on this particular one. But if you think about it, right, the rounds where Nyx were able to win, it was when they actively either had ultimates that let them retake, which they're not going to be having this time around, or were proactive about how they wanted to play. If they could get a couple of kills in advance, make sure that they maintain that numbers advantage, it will be enough for them to close it out. That said, though, it's a high risk, high reward kind of strategy. It does seem like that's the call here, especially with the positioning of these players. Khan again with the operator strikes, and this time around finds that first blood.
This time they find it. This time they get the catch going, Zach. And finally, we get the value for Nyx and their gamble. So a strong start here, and that's overwhelming presence. Wouldn't be surprised to see Neons look to go for another site instead. And because of the setup here from Nyx, they're so prepared for any angle Neons is looking to play from.
Yeah, just so much utility, and because they haven't lost anybody yet, they still have enough manpower or woman power to cover all of these angles. KitKat now on the lurk, looking to find some kind of positioning and value here. Maybe catch a player off guard, but they're just gonna be dropping the alarm bot for some additional pressure, for some information as well. Still a 4v5. Sorry?
No. Yeah.
Oh my.
Ka-chow! Showing her position, and KitKat just walks in, strolls on to get that kill. This is a big distraction here, courtesy of Neons, and KitKat will fall, but the rest of Neons now make their way towards C instead. Yoki, Felsi, they have a plan to get control of the site. 4v3. Yet again, this might be the problem here for Khan on the retake. She does have enough players alongside her to try and get the job done. Close hold though from Yoki. Piety looking to push as well. It's Felsi. Around over to the corner. Yoki gets first. Fighting with the trade. Here comes the systems here. But Felsi will weather the storm. We're not done. We go on. And into another overtime. We continue with map number 1.
Overtime.
16-16. Map number 1. Usually this is the kind of stuff you expect to see out of the fifth map of a grand final, not the very first one. But hey, it's okay. We go again. Second time out, gonna be called this time around by Neons, who honestly are just trying to figure stuff out. That round it could have been closed out by Nyx, but Falsey with a huge 1v2 able to keep it going here. And if you look at the scoreboard, it tells the story. Every single player across both teams just firing off in this struggle here. It's almost like an international match, if you think about it, Daks. It's basically just the Philippines versus Thailand in this one.
I mean, technically, it's an international match. It's an
within
the region, you know, it counts. It counts. But gotta ask you, Zach, what will it take for someone to win? Doesn't matter who
wins their defensive round.
Like, what's the win condition? Is it defense really? Because I see a lot of red on the scoreboard, and you mentioned it. I feel like it's the game of executes. I said it a few rounds ago in an earlier overtime, and I'm saying it again. It's just how both Nyx and Neons have been so planned out on their attack. It's kind of where their defense that falters, and I do wonder who's going to be able to find the answer for each other as soon as possible.
Kind of funny as well, because when this started out, both teams were able to win that defensive round, but since then it's just been attack all around here for the victory.
Hey.
Yes, it's just been chaos. This time around, it's the Killjoy op coming in for Neon's. KitKat getting tired of running around with the Vandal, decides to pull up the big gun instead as the push comes in through Garage. Immediately stops at his tracks though, thanks to the paranoia slash the tremor coming out of the breach here. Bit of a reposition towards the spawn again as they look for an A pivot, but again, early information gathering available from Coyote from this aggressive angle.
I mean, it's so interesting here for Neons that they went for the op gamble, and it's not Coyote holding onto that operator. It's been KitKat. So this time around, Nyx throw out the smoke towards A lobby, try to pull the rotation away from Cian. It works out so well for them. KitKat's moving away when she had the angle towards Long, and a single member from Nyx has allowed the biggest heist of a site to happen. This is Nyx C site to take, and we are going post plan.
Yeah, it's just such a strategy. With one Cloudburst, they draw the entire population of Neons over to that A side, and now in this post plan with an operator, it's gonna be so difficult for this Killjoy. Still 2 players towards the side. Immediately Recon getting broken. The Tremor though, that's gonna hit. Unfortunately, Khan still that first point of contact. Gets the second and the third as well. Just sprayed out from Nyx. Absolutely impossible to deal with, and in that close range, the Classic will be enough. A flawless for them, and Khan, a celebratory Hunter's Fury once again makes that match point.
So how much is a Cloudburst app?
200?
Doesn't matter what it is actually, because it's priceless from that round. Just a single pull of the rotation, and everything has fallen apart to the heartbreak of Neons. Nyx is back on match point, and I do wonder what's next for us. This game has all been about the attack. Zahk has said it. Whoever can win on the defense, they will be taking this map. We see now Neons though, default towards that A. Fault line thrown just to try and see if anyone's playing over at A along. For the time being, Nyx is back to their more anchored ways. Everyone's on rifles this time.
Yeah, they don't really want to risk things around. Even if Khan was able to find value with the operator, it seems like Neons might expect that very play. You can see them investing that drone, that utility early on here to prevent Khan from really finding excessive value with the help of that weaponry. Once again, KitKat kind of on this mid-lurk play. We've seen her find those opening kills before, but again, the adjustments are there from Nyx. The crossfires being across there across the site. Very aggressive positioning from Killjoy on A, and on C as well. It's a double stack. So if Neon, they try to run it down, they might really face some issues with it, because that's what it seems like they're doing. They're going to see.
I mean, Piety has been basically the raid boss of Haven for so long already. The smoke's gonna be there too, and as she's gonna prime the paranoia, gets a good connection, but KitKat will find Kachao to begin the advantage here for Neon. Still Bisky though, trades it up, the garage still works. work from Yoki. Finds one, even a second. Well done by Yoki so far. Spots out one towards the platform. A third for Yoki. And yet again, Neons have busted through to the other side. It's somebody versus the world right now, and she can't handle the weights. 17 to 17. Another OT. Another goal.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Seems like defense is just a little bit of a difficult task to ask for from both of these teams.
Tad bit, you know, a smidgen, you'd say.
Just a little.
So what's this? Overtime 6?
I can't do the math anymore, Daks. I guess
so. I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, this is the 6 overtime. We are in map 1. We are in the best of 5, and it feels like. Oh, go.
No, I was just gonna say, it's like so often you see games where it's like a 13-3 scoreline or a 13-1, you know, and it's just this map. It seems like it'll be more than 2 of those maps combined mathematically as well as emotionally, because it is just a roller coaster for us here. Oh my.
Well, is this the LCQ that never ends as Nyx and Neons trade yet again? But we go back on the attack for Nyx, and as per usual, it's the execute that works for them. Also, stellar lurk from Kachao. She gets one for her troubles. Coyote does answer back. It is a 2v3. They see that the garage is trying to be taken here by Nyx. Neons will fend them off for the time being. But the problem is, there's also the rotation from Kon as well. Coyote is being hounded so far. Yoki setting up with the fault line. But Kon staying silent, staying ready. And here we go with Kon looking to get the backstab going. The smoke is there though. It should dissipate soon. And timing everything. They will be getting the round. It's Nyx on match point again.
Again.
Switching sides.
For about the 3rd time in a row, or is it the 4th time in a row? No, it's the 5th time in a row, actually.
Yeah, 5th time.
For 5th time in a row, Nyx, they get to match point. 6th time, actually, if you do think about it in regulation. This is just the 5th time in overtime. So, yeah, they get it for the 6th time in a row over the course of the map. Neons, again, feeling the pressure. That at this point, I feel like they're just used to it. It's like, yeah, Nyx wins one, we win one. Nyx wins one, we win one. Neither of them really willing to give the map up. No operator either this time around for them. They go back to their tried and tested strats, and an early recon fake, a misleading presence towards that A side might lead up to a quick push onto this garage B area.
Scans there. Big intel here for Nyx. If ever they can just hold on to the sites with more numbers, that can help them out break the never-ending loop that is overtime. Groundhog Day here on Haven. But Nyx, they're prepared. Will Dabisky as well as somebody over at Link. Kit Kat though, she's made this angle work before. Neon's cutting noise for the time being. And Kit Kat, okay, she's backing off for the time being. Seems like they're really just trying to stay silent here.
So many of those rounds you've seen Kit Kat just find these crucial lurks towards this B site, but this time around, there's a double stack, in fact, towards the same angle to ensure that even if she does get a pick, it's going to be a trade. Execute finally coming in here on this B side. Yeah, it's just fake, though. It's a dash and a dash away here as they reposition towards this C side, but the clock, it's ticking, Daks, and this might be the difference maker. There might not be enough time.
Oh, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be big from Nyx. They're still on site. They're still at the ready. And Kon is there to get the one. Kit Kat, though, with the trade. Paranoia answers back. Chow and Delbisky making it happen. And the defense has finally won. We get Nyx to take their map pick in multiple overtimes all throughout the first map of the series. And if this is gonna be the standard of the games, well, we are in for a treat here, Zahk, because, you know, Elite is on the line. And these two teams are trying to prove that they are at that caliber.
I think after that game, everybody agrees that both of these teams, it could go either way. What a back and forth half that we saw, especially towards the end. But like we said, Zahk, it came down to who was a little bit better at defense. And with the clock being winded down like that, Neons, they just had no way to break apart the Nyx stack on that site. But that's it from us for this particular map. At least we still have our paddle to break it down for us, though. So, Mika and Blackenblue, tell us what just happened, because holy crap.
Oh, 6 overtimes. That's what happened. Oh, after some point, you were kind of just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna end. I kind of miss, like, you know, seeing somebody win on defense, and finally Nyx Kyosei was able to pull it out, and wow, I'm kind of speechless as well, because like this is map number 1, ladies and gents, and of this best of 5 series, and it looks like both of these teams, they really want that slot.
I'm kind of surprised it was Nyx Kyosei who was able to convert the defensive round finally in that overtime, considering, you know, on the defense, it's Neons who have a closer disparity on their win percentage on the attack and defend, but I really think what helped out here for Nyx was especially the fact that they're really quick and eventually adapting to what was happening. Okay, maybe quick's not the word, but they still would learn from their mistakes. Like we seen that first overtime attacking round where they go for that B plan, but they don't take garage control and it doesn't work out. So what do? The next overtime round, they go for B side hit again, but they finally take that garage control and things work out. And it's just a case of, once more, Nyx Kyosei here being able to recognize what went wrong and do exactly what will go right.
Just little change, building on those little changes, right? Round by round. At the same time, you have these power plays, right? Like you have these power plays coming out from players like Khan, like from players like KitKat as well, from Piety, and from Kachao. You know, you had these amazing round-changing plays, and I think that, you know, for both of these teams, this is the map that they're going to start on. Oh, we are in for a series, ladies and gents. What a way to end LCQ, actually. This is just map number 1. I keep on reiterating that just because it feels like we already had 2 maps and not just 1.
Yeah, it's only the start, the alpha, but not yet the omega. So, I mean, with that, we still have a long road ahead of us, I guess, to find out the actual conclusion of this series. But we have a player like Khan who just right on time came in a while ago in that first series, right? In map number 2, she was an absolutely stellar and fire hand that they needed from her, and she's still keeping up that momentum, just always so sharp. And you would never expect a Sova of all things to be so impactful in terms of not just utility, obviously, but the way she frags out and leads the charge sometimes on their push.
Oh yeah, she's very, like, you know, some very brave plays, right? Like as Zahk pointed out, not afraid to rush in with the op sometimes. And I think sometimes, like, you know, in times wherein, so, like we saw earlier with those overtime rounds, those are the things you need, you know, to push your opponent into some place that's uncomfortable, some place that will really, like, you know, make them stop and think for a second, like, wait, who exactly am I up against? And so that just when they think that they've had you all figured out, apparently they haven't. But we'll see indeed if this 6 overtime map was enough for Neons to really get to know Nyx and the other way around, or if they probably need a little bit more as they get to know each other, this time on Bind, a pick of Neons right after this very quick break. We'll be right back. Finally about to get into map number 2, and I say finally because if you've seen what happened on that first map, it was quite a while indeed. We had 6 overtimes, and it looks like both of these teams are really bringing their A game, vying for that final slot into Elite alongside MLT Esports. Right now though, we are heading into bind for both of these teams, and this is a pick by Neon. So Blackenblue, what are we expecting here, especially from what we saw in that first map?
Well, considering how close they were able to bring it, I don't doubt that Neons are still able to come back for map number 2, Mika, right? What's really funny is that nobody expected that many amount of overtimes, but at the same time, nobody really expected a team like, you know, the Knicks Kyosei to go this far, especially against a team like Neons who came out of the gate swinging in this LCQ. And Bind was a map a while ago that we saw when they were playing against the Hero KDA that they weren't able to convert. That was the only map they lost in the series a while ago, and it's been a very good map, to say the very least, for Neon. So if you're Knicks Kyosei, yeah, you take the win, but are you really happy enough with the series so far? Because I'm pretty sure Neons, they got something in store.
Yeah, not to mention that, you know, Knicks Kyosei just earlier, you know, they did take that loss against the Hero KDA. It wasn't too bad. They did get some momentum against them. So I guess maybe they have their bearings around it Bind right now, but we're right. I mean, Neon's stats here on Bind are just far too impressive to deny, right? And I think that coming into this, Knicks Kyosei, whatever they showed on Bind earlier, it needs that reset once more, much like these ladies. You know, they did have such a long day for sure. And I think that, you know, whatever else they have in their strategy and whatever else they have in their playbook, they all have to bring it out now because it is that final slot
to reset, you know, just bring back the mental zen,
Yes.
you know, let that go. Sometimes
they need to put out some, you know, you'll put out the essential oils or something just because you need to reset. I need to reset. I have this for a reset. It's my, It's such a hit. It's lovely. It's lovely.
Helps.
It's helping me.
It'll help me too because I'm quite congested right now. But I mean, I think the big thing here is
Where's
that,
yours?
You know, it's somewhere over the rainbow. I have this stick instead, but that also helps. The Vix. What's painful though is losing in overtime like that after you worked so hard for it, right? If it was quick and easy. If it was like a 13-5, then you let that go, you move on over. But then the ones are heartfelt, you really fought for, those are the ones that can really break your heart. And I'm hoping here that for Neons, for their first outing of the day, that won't necessarily kind of continue in a negative trend for them, because they still have a lot to fight for here, especially knowing that nobody expected them to get this far as well. They've never made a top 8, and yet they came out of the gate swinging once more. I'm still hoping that we're going to get ourselves into a tied series up early 1-1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you? Be careful what you wish for, Blackenblue, because based on how map number 1 went, potentially these two teams could really fight it out once
it's
more.
more opportunities for us to hear our amazing casters, Daks and Zahk,
Oh, that's absolutely
voices
right.
over and over.
You never get tired of them. You never get
never.
tired of them.
Never.
I think they deserve more airtime indeed.
Yeah, I love their combination, so much so that I now officially refuse to work with Daks so that he may always be paired with Zahk. Yes.
I think that's something that he has a very strong reaction to. I think, but I support it. I support it though, especially for this best of 5. I think it's an exciting one indeed, especially given the shape that both of these teams are in right now. I think that, the question of whether, Nyx has reset or if Neons has warmed up enough, because they tend to start a little bit slow. I think that's out of the door right now, given like the amount of overtime, the amount of rounds that they had to play. And at the very end of it, it just felt like, the one round just like blending into a whole bunch of rounds, and we just had one long, really 15-minute attacking round at some point.
Yeah.
But I think that, coming into Bind, we can expect a lot of shenanigans. I love how Nyx and Neons actually were really, playing around with the map, using these unique strategies, using these creative plays. And Bind is a map where you can do that quite a lot. You can even get a little trolly on it.
Well, I'm not too sure if we're going to see too many trolls this time around. Maybe no kind of wayward Yoru picks or anything like that. But I do expect some kind of divergence from the norm here coming from Nyx Kyosei. We saw their composition a while ago. They like to field that Cypher. They have the solo Brim on the smoke. And they keep the Raze in check. But the Sova is, I think, what really will make the difference here for their case. Looking at how their opposition Neons, they like to run the double controller without the Sentinel. They like to run that Viper with the Brimstone, and then Sky with the double duelist of all things. So it's a very different idea and the Battle of Contrition here for two different very contrasting approaches, I think, from these two teams when it comes on the Bind, that you have to wonder, is it the one that's a bit more stable in terms of holding and locking things down on the double controller that will prevail, or one that's a bit more information and methodically focused coming from Nyx Kyosei?
Yeah, I think that, if Nyx are expecting Neons to come out with a double duelist like they usually do, they're gonna need a little bit more stopping power than just the Cypher that they usually bring out, right? They need something else there. That's where I think, like as you mentioned, the double controller might do well, but that might not be what they'll bring out. It will be Neons, though, that will bring that out with the double duelist instead. And on Nyx Kyosei, they are still sticking with the Cypher. They are putting in the Fade this time instead of the Sova, though, Blackenblue.
Very curious decisions here, right? You talked about that Fade being swapped on in, and it does allow that combination of utility with the Raze nade on Kachao, who has now moved on over to the Duelist. We've seen her be on the Duelist in other teams in the past, but a while ago we saw her on the Cypher, so really switching things up on here. For the most part, though, still the same composition as what Neon's bring to the fold here with KitKat this on the Brimstone, and they still keep that comp we were talking about, but now I wonder if this is the right choice. Maybe that C's can be exactly what kind of keeps, the fast-paced double duelist Neon's composition in their tracks. Will that, haunt be also a big problem, or will those prowlers be what they use to kind of cut up and clear all these smokes that Neons have got?
Yeah, you have the Prowlers, you have the Dog, you have the Hawks as well as Sky. Those can all beat back double duelists, right? Depends on how they're going to execute this, though, so let's step into Bind to find out how exactly this is going to pan out. Casters, over to you guys once again.
This is such a great panel. They're so wonderful. I love listening to them go on and on. But Zach, I think this is such a big mystery moving forward. What is Nyx Kyosei cooking? They're changing up their composition yet again. from literally a few hours ago. They're going for role swaps. We're getting the Fade now rather than Sova, and personally, I like that a lot more for this kind of setup. But what do you think? Because they're the ones with the map lead right now, and Neon's looking to answer back.
I mean, I think switching it up is good because this is a map that Neons, they've definitely performed better on over the course of this LCQ, and it is their map pick. So perhaps bringing in something that they weren't expecting, that Fade, for example, it might be enough for them to really take them by surprise. The second factor to consider is if you look at how Haven went, it was the defense that both of these teams, and in particular Nick, seemed to really struggle with. So them bringing in this kind of a Asian composition really does help buff up that factor, especially when you consider that there's a double duelist coming in for Neons. Oh, usually you see Yambro kind of like smiling and laughing. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
on point. And she had like the inhaler too, just like our panel had from Attention. So I guess everyone's getting on that train. Here we go though. We're getting into the game. Neons will attack first. Nyx will on the defense. And I just wanted to list out all the changes we're having here for Nyx Kyosei. Besides, of course, having that Fade now over the Sova. It's the role swaps. Kon is the only one sticking around with what she played a while ago. Piety moves over to Cypher. Delbisky moves away from Duelist for the Fade. Some bodies on the Brimstone. Kachao bringing out an old school Raze that we saw a bunch last year back in her previous teams. So for now, I'm honestly very interested to see what Nyx is gonna do with this. Kachao gonna be backing all the way for the time being. Prowler's there, good for close contact if ever. Trailblazer gonna be the answer so far. Kachao now still sticking around, still alive, and Neons knows there's gonna be a lot of aggressive defense, or rather some stonewall defensives that can play close if ever.
Here.
Yamro just waiting, watching for the flank here. When you don't have a sentinel on your team, this is a danger. If you can't get into the site quite quickly, you're always at the danger of these lurk plays. It seems like Neons though, they still want to go towards this A side. So Whiskey in the corner will have to take the 1v1 here and has to trade out advantageously. The flash does connect and she goes down.
Yeah, they need to at least flush out those close corners here for Neons. And Yoki doesn't disappoint, finding two already, some body inside the smoke as well. She's looking for an opportunity, gets it versus Yamro. 3v3 as somebody goes for the chase. Realizes though they're over by Hoka. B site now where Neons wants to take this. As Daks will regroup, teleport on the way. They go for the catch, perhaps onto Yoki. Low HP for Felsi as well, rather. And it's just all about teleportation. This has been such a neck-and-neck game, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it here onto the second map. We run around Zahk, moving back to A.
Spike planted.
It's still 3v3 though, and whether Kon can find any more contact. Flash is there. Yoki also with the find. Labs though being held here by Felsi. KitKat on the board, and eventually Neons has found the right directions to actually get this map win go, or this round win going rather. That's an interesting start here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think we got a nice tour of buying through every single teleporter. You know, we saw the A side, we took the TP over to B for a while, we took it back to A, this time seeing showers. So Neon's really doing their best to show us Biden in case we forgot how it looked. But back to that pistol, that was really nice, especially KitKat's positioning. You know, the entire time she was just that spoil sport lurking menace that Nyx really were not able to take care of. They even got a dink on her at some point, but just not able to confirm and convert that kill. And that will lead to Neons having a much better investment for this particular round. 5 Spectres, in fact, across the board here.
Yeah, the anti-eco looking to be a heavy investment. Trailblazer also used early on. Seems like for Neons, they're expecting already closer contacts moving forward into this map. Yamro on the APC though. There you go with somebody falling. And this is one of those maps here for Neon Zap where you see Yamro play the duelist instead, shift over her roles. Market though being taken here by Piety. Felsi holds it down well. Shower also smokes gone. Coyote finding Kachao too. And Neon's
Last player
just every
standing.
single angle that they need to keep an eye on, they're doing so. Nice shots from Kon to at least get one. But Neons has just dominated this A side so far.
Yeah, Khan, only a Sheriff in hand, looking for a little bit more here. Takes quite a bit of damage, left with 12 HP and a Dream. 1 bullet in the Sheriff. Maybe if she can get one more kill, it'll be enough, but KitKat will not let that happen. Excellent anti-eco coming out of Neons. They lose 1 player in total, and all things considered, them being able to carry forth 4 Spectres means that this bonus, or well, 3 Spectres, is going to mean that this bonus is going to look quite substantial here, Dax, because of the fact that on Bind, right, so many of these angles, a Spectre, it's just good enough for the fights.
I mean, you're running that double duelist, so you expect the aggression, right, for Neons. But the lack of hesitation, the willingness to still be able to brave whatever the Fade and the Sky can throw out at them, I think that's going to be the biggest point here for Neons to move forward into this map. They're changing it up though. Be long instead, where they want to make this push happen. Already digs down Kachao here. There's the contact, realizes one to cross the corner, but Kachao holds out the line to get two before she's felled. 3v3, rotations pulled, and perhaps for Neons, they'll think about going for the push over onto A instead.
Excellent trades. Upgrades picked up as well towards Long, so Yamro gonna have a Vandal instead this time around. Fausta on the lurk. Looking for a little bit more, trying to take that U-Haul control in this fight. Might decide how exactly this round shapes up, whether that rotation comes in or not. Heidi, the only player gonna be on site, still holding down the angle. Gets taken down though, and that's huge. That's gonna trigger the rotation immediately.
Yeah, teleport towards the showers, and this A site is Neon's for the taking. Well done though on the lurk. Just the timing there for Felsi. Catching out Piety to a big surprise. It's a difficult here for Nyx. They do have the rifle, sure, but you can see already upgrades here for Neons. Moving back also, shower short and lineup perhaps from Felsi if ever. That decay, that wall is going to be so pesky. Speaking of now, looks like Neons is just going to be getting this round again as Nyx will concede.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? We know you have the Brimstone, we know you have the Viper. We don't want anything to do with this. And honestly, that's the right call, because there's no way that they're going to be able to hunt down all of these players while also trying to defuse this fight. So knowing that this is their buy round, it's better if they just try to hold on to these weapons. And it seems like Neon's, they're happy enough with the victory that they're not going to really try to force the issue. KitKat looking possibly for an upgrade on that B site. But aside from that, excellent round coming out throughout from Neons. The extremely aggressive push towards Long and the quick trades as well to enable them to really find that initial advantage. Of course, what did finally win them the round was Felsi's position towards a U-Haul to be able to shut down Piety, take out not just a Cypher but also a utility. That really made it easy. And Neon so far, we've seen them before on this particular map, how much they love to play that rotation game. And it seems like they're succeeding in kind of confusing Nyx up.
I mean, everyone was befuddled by what we saw in the round number 1, right? Teleport to B, teleport to A, just go everywhere and anywhere. And you mentioned it, active rotation so effective here for Neons. Yamroll though, looking to assess what's going on. Coyote already, last backing away towards Eagle instead. The Prowler's there though. Neons looking to go for the backside. Love that she's going for Heaven, perhaps an angle that Neons can surprise Nyx from. And with Piety here, seems like Delbisky also looks to hold for Nyx. They have the lamp, sure, but we've seen from Neons they're willing to play the post plant instead. Yamroll though, gonna fall. Con with Trailblazer in to play as well. Body with the high ground. There's the flames already. KitKat with the final to one. It's 4v3 for the time being. It's still Nyx struggling to find their way towards the spike. Kachao though, beautiful backstab. KitKat playing safe with the Orbital Strike. Yoki goes for the Seekers as well. It's 2v3 though as time is running out. Piety wants to go for the defuse, sticks it halfway before she falls. 3 though for KitKat, burns out to the Orbital Strike. Will it be enough time here for Dilbisky? It will be close, and Nyx will get this. Finally the defense on the board.
0.17. That's gonna haunt Neons just a little bit, but Nyx, they're gonna be happy about that particular one to be able to finally make it through and convert it. It got dicey, it got incredibly close, but just the fact that both of these players were able to sacrifice their life to be able to ensure that half the defuse goes through, that's gonna be enough for Nyx to take this particular round here. It got really close, too close for comfort, honestly. But that said, it's gonna be a nice bit of confidence that they finally get their first round on the board here off the back of the guns that they saved.
I mean, they're understanding more so the methods here of Neons. Not only did we see Kachao look for anyone looking for the lineups, but Piety sacrificed her life just to get that halfway to give Nyx that chance. And if we can see that more from Nyx, it's what we noticed last time they were playing on Bind a while ago, that they understood how the Hero KDA was playing. They're able to rally just a bit to make it a closer game than expected. The flash is there though. Yamroll now will be spotted out Intel here for Nyx. Kachao and Khan. This is dangerous for Yamroll to contend with, and she's gonna back away for the time being.
Completely understandable. I would make the same decision in her spot, especially with the amount of danger to be just slowly but surely creeping up her way. Yamril, though, still kind of it's been more of these lurks that are having impact than the duelists over the course of today. It feels like, not that it's any reflection on them personally, it's just the way the game has worked out. Delvinsky on that first point of contact position, though, towards once again this UL position. It's been a linchpin throughout this entire game here as to how it plays out, and Felicia is just pushing the issue.
Also, this is dangerous.
30
So
seconds
much
left.
utility either way. Delbisky the same. A sea of green. She needs to wait away from Coyote, though, realizing the tripwire distraction, but somebody still falls. Eventually, Neons, they've made their way towards the side. Over inside the cyber cage, Findy with a solid surprise. And it will be Yoki looking to go for the plant instead as Findy gets the
One
value.
enemy
Nyx,
remaining.
though, on the board.
10
Neons
seconds
answers back
left.
to make it 3v1. Showstopper
planted.
available here for Kachao. So we go to post plant as Nyx are losing out on the members. Stopper, red
Oh,
like
no.
a book. Kit Kat's there right beside her. And Neons makes it 4 for now.
Very unlucky about that showstopper being invested. They could have tried to hold on to it for this next round, but just does not work out that way. Excellent round coming out of Neons. Once again, they look very much in command of this attacking side here. Just being able to read their opponents throughout and make the kind of plays that let them really take that control. Now, once again, Neons in that awkward position of being forced into an eco. But we've seen them hit some pretty nasty eco shots in the past. Only a couple off of that Nightfall as well as Orbital Strike. So those ultimates might be the difference maker.
And Nyx here. They're on the left side. Coyote using the blast back yet again. Very stellar at making that space. Loves to go for that triple. And from that point on, seems like KitKat delivers on the double herself. Felcha here. Eye out.
planted.
Nice timing from somebody to catch on KitKat. Sure, ult is online, so the orbital strike is something Nyx can work with. They just don't have the arsenal though. Chelsea here prepared for more of the contact. Gets the one, doesn't expect there's a second, and Kachao will surprise her. Oh, sticks it up, and goodbye to Felsi. 3v2 for the time
One
being.
enemy
Shower still
remaining.
held. This is one thing that Neons has done so well. They take so many angles here on these sites that allows them to get another round from it.
Really pristine play coming out from them overall. To be fair, that was an equal round. Not much that you can really do aside from the occasional shot like this to do some damage. But positioning-wise, post-plant, Neons, they've looked incredibly efficient. And you see the adaptation from Nyx's side as well. The fact that they're able to kind of go for these faster flanks to try and deny that post-plant utility. But again, with the score being 1-5, not exactly in their favor. They're gonna have to take a timeout here to really consider how to deal with this heavy aggression out of Neon's side, because that double duelist combo, it's the perfect distraction. Yamroll and Coyote, they might be the entries, but they're also just that giant sign that says, look at me in bright lights, and while you're distracted, right? It's the remainder of the Neon squad, they just take everybody else out.
Yeah, and if you notice, so many times we've seen Coyote get extra elevation just to cause a distraction. She flies her way towards the triple boxes there. She makes her way across the site from short even. And that's where Yamroll decides to try to go for APC, go for default instead. It really feels like for Neons, they have so many valuable markers on this map. They get absolute value from when they get that space from their duelists, and there's intention that KitKat and Felsi, they don't need to use the utility for the pre-plant, it's there for the post instead. And that's but the biggest threat right now towards Nyx, that it's not just whoever's on site they need to clear, it's everyone else, and then that initial problem to begin with.
I think the problem is the best way to say it, is to say it right now for this next squad, because they are struggling to find a solution. Right now, the format of that seems to be an extremely aggressive push through. Delbisky tucked away safely into the corner. Not going to be detected by the boom bot, although it does get broken. So at least that's one pivotal piece of information given away, that Shower's control has been taken early on by Nyx. Gonna trigger the spike itself moving over towards this B side, while the rest of the squad, they're still on A Daks. They're there to make that distraction.
Yeah, they're sticking around though. The double control. Look at least perhaps for a teleport over to B. If ever they get first contact here. Over at long. Yamroll Khan. Maybe a head-to-head This is 3 players though of Neon's. Con realizes, okay, they're coming our way. Bob Flash into the kill. Coyote though, a very quick trade. And with the Daks screen set, it did force the issue from Nyx. Near the orbital strike though, melting down that hookah. But there's no one there on that spot. Instead, Nightfall gonna be the call. Showstopper here from Coyote. And while she's looking for a target, seems like Coyote's gonna get that kill over onto Yoki. So 2 already here for Nyx, making it a 4v2. 4v1 now as Kachao's ready for more. Felsi, the only one still standing in the tin can here, providing protection, sure. And she's fighting for her life. Delbisky though, able to sniff that out. And Nyx now with her second round.
Very, very nice. Quick rotation to come out of them. They take the TP, find both those kills towards the hookah, and that changes the round here. At that point, Felchi on side just surrounded on every single angle. Not much that she can really do there. Of course, Piety and Delbisky, this double push, it was what kind of made the round for Nyx, and it's exactly what they really need. That initial early information as well as kill, it kind of prevents that 1-2 punch from coming in on those duelists, letting Heidi kind of just play around on side or with her utility, and it keeps things in favor of Nyx here. So that little bit of adaptation, they might continue to do it. Already you can see that once again they're willing to get frisky and aggressive.
Yeah, they can't rely on Con, especially in angles like B-Long. That's why this guy is so popular on Bind. Kachao though also willing to push the envelope even more so. Kachao sees one, Coyote will fall. And from this point on, they will disengage. I like this a lot here from Nyx. They don't need to overheat. Somebody also keeping tabs towards the Cubby, especially. Smokes out, Kachao willing to challenge yet again. Counter actions here from KitKat. She has the orbital strike as she's having another stellar game so far. I'm watching for Kachao though. Moving back towards Lamps. Felsi, KitKat, and the rest of Neon's ready to go for the execute. Poison Cloud in the way. Nate is going to be the answer. Big damage so far. Burning down through the molly as well. And Nyx is just reading their opponents yet again. Expecting now where they're going to come from. Felsi, though, has crossed on over. Time, though, ticking on away. Neon, they need to make a decision and fast. Seems like Nyx will make it for them. 3 for Kachao as the rest of Nyx are ready to follow suit. 1 HP is not enough to fight with. Delbisky will seal the deal. And Nyx is getting a semblance of control now.
Bouncing back into this, that is 2 rounds in a row now, and this one was even more convincing than the last. Like you mentioned, Dax, the barrage of utility there towards short, it did so much chip damage, tagging up, for example, Falsi to about 26 HP or something like that, and and off the back of that, it's just Kachao able to really find the damage. You know, I feel like over the past year, especially the way she was on Orangutan in 2022, I've just forgotten how it feels to see Kachao playing that race, but she is incredible.
2 generations really potential duelists from the Orangutan side. Anyway though, Neon's already getting 2 in their favor. Opening now from the shorts. And somebody watching yet again. Back in the shower. She gets 1 for her troubles. KitKat though trades it back evenly. It's 3v2. So Neon's advantage yet again, and this is one thing they could always do with the double duelist. Yambo and Coyote willing to sacrifice their lives to allow the rest to just make the trades work. As we get the Seekers now into play, Con here goes for the Trailblazer, realizes Felsi over at Lamps. The Snake Bite's gonna be the answer. The Cyber Cage is there too, so the cross now looking to be covered, but the spike is burning thanks to the Molly. Difficult here as Nyx. I'm taking right in front of them. Yoki also with 1 already. Flash is there. Gets confirmation. Piety though looking for the challenge. There's intel. There's the tap. The problem is there's swing will come her way. Piety gets another one.
This is no problem.
But then again, a 2v1 is way too difficult. Good kills from Piety, but this round is over. Neon's yet again. They just stall so well.
Yes, just really, really nice Seekers to come out as well out of the Neon side, because they were able to smoke out the 2 remaining players' positions, and off the back of that, right, you see how quick the readjust was. They decided, okay, we're not going to play towards short, 2 go into U-Haul, 1 towards showers, we hold the crossfire, we play time, and the plan works to perfection. Sure, towards the end, Piety was able to find a couple of kills, but that was it. Neons, they were just in full control of that round from start to finish. And now for Nyx, at least, there's still going to be an economy. They have the Showstopper on Kachao and an Operator on Con, but these are going to have to be early kills here, because there is that Viper's pick available for that post-ban, and with that Judge, I don't fancy the chances of really retaking.
Oh, Coyote hit by the Tasmania Devil. Still, in the Battle of the Beast, seems like Neon's though. It's just apparent that Neon's has such a strong win condition, and it's obvious. You go for post plant, their positions, their executes looking even better. Coyote though uses the intel provided by Yamori to get that kill onto Kachao. Delbisky trying to play over at backside. The smoke's though in the way, and you make it even worse. Viper bit on Life's body. Tries to go for any kind of action, but the Judge, the Blades, and all that Neon's has is enough to make this effective. There's an up in hand here for Nyx. But in this instance, it's just so difficult to make it work. Heaven being taken here by Con. Neon's already. They get the intel that someone's up top.
Brimstone
Waiting
down.
perhaps for the shot. Beautiful from Con. But she's only gonna get one for her troubles. Wouldn't be surprised to see this as a save. Zahk, Piety coming out from the flank.
One
Coyote
enemy remaining.
spotting her quickly. And Neon's, when you get these sights, it's just such an unrelenting rule. The operator will be saved though for Nyx, so at least that's something. But this is now just Neon's running away with this game here.
It's their map, and we've talked about how confident they were in the past, so definitely well done by them, especially with Coyote towards the end being able to deny that operator save over to that next round. Nyx now in a complete economic deficit, not gonna have the economy for much at all, just sheriffs here, if at all anything. That said though, what's working out so well for Neons is just how coordinated their executes are. They leave no gaps for Neons to really exploit. A couple of those rounds, you did see Neons, they were holding these off angles, Nyx, they were holding these off angles on site. They were able to kind of isolate those kills, but now the way that Neons, they've adapted, the kind of smash and grab hit that they have going, there's just no way for Nyx to even deny that kind of momentum at all, and it's just a repeat of that once again on the B side.
Exactly, because it feels like they're just making it as safe as possible here for the entry. And case in point, Neons does so yet again. They went for that flash towards B long. They went for the entry from the garden, and everything yet again. The checklist made by Neons. They're willing to pick up the pieces and go for even more rounds now. Convincing half so far here from Neons. This double duelist is something that suits them well.
Slow and steady seems to be the call. Two players left trying to find the kills, do the damage, and at least they're able to find one. The second as well for somebody here, with the Spectre just wrecking some havoc. The problem is that the remainder of the squad, they're just positioned for that post plant. Once again, the Viper Grim, deadly combination. The lineup misses, but Felcher does not, and that's going to be a 4K for the Viper on the round as Neon, they extend their lead to 8-3, Daks. What a scoreline.
Yeah, it's just Neon's here performing to such a high level. The way that they're able to get control of backside so quickly. Now that the adjustments that we mentioned, that they play the intros a little bit safer, try to remove the challenge from Nyx. And once we get to a post plant, it's their strength. It's their way to win. And I haven't seen Nyx find the answer for that throughout this half, unfortunately.
Well, we saw a 9-3 half in that previous map, and look how that one went. So even if it is the case here, I wouldn't be super surprised if Nyx managed to put together another win or overtime here. That said though, Neons definitely look much more comfortable on this particular map's attacking side than on Haven, and that's saying something considering how excellent they were in that attacking half. Just no mistakes really being made, no opportunities given for Nyx to capitalize off of, and all the players right now, they're just kind of scattered here to the winds. They know that they need to find that early advantage that they've had so far, and with all that noise being made on that A side, they know that the rotation would have come in, so B is gonna be where they're going. Only Piety hanging around here.
Remember though, in the way, Yamroll gonna break it, and okay, you gotta stay there, Yamroll, brought back. Luckily for her, no one peeking that angle, anti-flash angle. Yamroll gets the kill. Surprise though, Piety over at the corner, gets back into hookah. We get the teleporter control here from Nyx as well, as we get the Nightfall into play too. 4v3 though, as KitKat gets on the board. Plant going down here by B. Yamroll watching out for CT. Yoki can't hear anything, and just because of that, Biscuit will take advantage. Orbital strike though, suddenly the answer. Nyx gets away in time. And the splash comes from Con, tries to check out the closer angles. Yamro still inside the container. And you can see here, KitKat trying to play the stay away. Watch this like if ever. Yamro though, close contact. Molly's already there. Yamro gets it done again. 3 for her before she falls. And as Felsi removes the dart, it will just be the snake bite there. The stall is unreal. The shots are even better. Neons makes it 9-3 to end the half.
Another 9-3.
Switching
A very,
sides.
very familiar number. Just, I feel like we've seen this before, Dax. Yo, Blackenblue, Mika, can you tell us where?
I'm getting a little worried for our dear casters here if that's the case, if it looks way too familiar. But I gotta say, Neons here are looking so comfortable on the post plant here. Nyx is definitely having a hard time with all of this utility that's thrown in. I wonder, like as the side switch, if they can manage to bring it back. But right now, Neons is on a roll.
I mean, you're seeing that come into full effect right here, coming from Neons, and the fact that we were talking about a while ago that map number 1 could definitely be one that kind of throws you off hinge, right? That kind of throws your confidence off your shoulders. It doesn't seem to be affecting them here, which is really great for Neons because we talked about this being a long, drawn-out series, and it's looking to be the case now. 9-3. I don't care how superstitious you may be, but we've seen some incredible ones here today so far to come back from, and we might see another one here.
Oh, indeed, especially since like these two teams, again, they are fighting because that final slot into Elite is on the line, right? Right now, here on Bind, we know that this is a strong pick for Neons, but we're gonna see if Nyx Kyosei can manage to bring it back as we throw it on back to our casters. Hope you're not too cursed.
The way this tournament has been going, 9-3 has led to long games. I do wonder though, here for Nyx, how will they find the recovery, Zach? They've changed up the comp yet again. They changed up how the roster basically works on who's playing what, and it hasn't really panned out as well as they wanted.
Yeah, it's been a little difficult, for lack of a better. There's no other way to say it. Neons, they've just been completely dominating in this first half, but hey, that's why the side switch is happening. And you remember what happened in that last 9-3 on Haven, where it was Neons that time on the back foot, so maybe Nyx can make a comeback here, especially with the side switch to the attacking side. Already you can see them kind of going forward, being that point of contention. Beautiful Skydog though to catch out Piety, and oh no, that's just too much for her to deal
They're
with.
so active even on the defense. Neon's doing so well already. Just get control again and again.
Oh.
Make
Player
it
standing.
so quick, make it so easy. And with all left now to Con, the difficulty spikes up to the maximum here for Nyx. 1v4, spike in the hands here for Con, sure. But over onto showers. Oh, Kelsey's been spotted. Ghost taps. Okay, cool. The robots can be there. Nice isolation by Con.
Aw.
But you can already see the odds were against her. Neons makes it 10. And the control, the momentum is in their favor still here, Zach.
Yeah, it's been about 5 rounds in a row now, and Neons, this is a map that they have excelled at in the past, and they're really bringing all of their knowledge to the forefront here. Really impressed by how they have been dealing with this so far, especially coming off of that map number 1, right? It was so back and forth, and honestly, when it goes all the way to 19-17 and you still end up losing, it's gotta suck. But the fact that they've been able to just reset on this particular map and bring their best game to the forefront, it's a testament to how much they really want that elite slot. Now, 3-10, things looking dire for Nyx here, especially with them opting to play in this anti-eco, not really purchasing up anything. It's going to take a miracle for them to convert it. And, well, we talked about 9-3 being a cursed number, but we got to see if 11-3 is the new one here, because that's what it seems like we'll be likely to get.
Zach hedging her bets, looking for the buys themselves. But for now, KitKat going to be regrow the set. Okay. She needs a medic and fast. Luckily, Yoki's there to keep her topped up and she can go again. Also, though, keeping tabs of any angle. It's because Nyx was spotted so early on that Neons is just playing such a strong anchor. They're waiting now for the initial contact. Having an advantage. KitKat, look at the confidence here, Zach. And that's what I really want to say about Neons, truthfully, as Con
One enemy
is such a
remaining.
stellar shot. And Yoki now is on the hunt onto the 10 HP somebody. I really feel like Neons, they lost that last map, but it was still the comeback basically from them. It was still multiple overtimes against Nyx's map pick. So I really feel like that their mental is strong still in this series. And case in point right now, they have to be on cloud9 on how they're performing on their own map pick.
Definitely going to be the case. Right now, outstanding lead, 2 rounds away from evening up that scoreline in this best of 5 grand final. Gonna take a little bit of the pressure off their shoulders, but more than that, momentum is just firmly in their favor at this point. Every single player on this roster having a phenomenal time, and you know, you might say that Yoki only has 6 kills, but the problem here is that she also just isn't getting these crucial fights. It's just the rest of the team, as you can see, really being able to find those huge opening kills. Kachao, though, evening up that numbers advantage. Felcher looking for a little bit more, but she's coming in quickly. And just like that, this round, Nyx, they take control back here. 1v3 for Yoki now.
And Body was still busy putting that spike down, but you mentioned it. Neons now, they have been overwhelmed. Nyx finding at least a bit of formations to work with. And here she tries to play from the high ground, isolates Zelbisky, gives her a chance. 1v2, the smoke is there though. Can have the flash very, very soon. Can pop out of very brave though. Drops down and Piety will catch her in the act. A teammates even for Nyx. At least everyone getting on board there. And speaking of, they make their buy round work.
They converted, but that was a really excellent bonus coming out of Neons as well, because they managed to take out 3 of those rifles, putting the economy of Nyx in a little bit of a difficult position here. Further than that, Neons, they're going to be able to upgrade up to that operator in Yamro's hands. So this was something that we didn't really see much on Haven. It was KitKat rocking the op the one round that it did come online, but now that Yamro's back on that jet, it might be exactly what they need to really do some damage here. Again, Nyx, they found success on that A side, so they're looking to push the issue once again. They also have that Trailblazer ready to go for some additional information.
Yeah, Trailblazers gets a lot of intel from both sides. Through the teleporter for one, through the showers on the other. Pain Shell still.
I've got your trail.
Felsa here. Went for the snake fight, just to defend that default plant. But we hear the Seekers now, and as Kachao has lapse control, just breathing distance here between Neons and Nyx. One side for Neons, the other for Nyx on this A site. A line has been drawn here, Zahk, and I wonder who will cross it first. As KitKat looking to find value from heaven. Con creeping now, moving over to CT. As Felcher's on site. Perhaps that will be the find from Nyx. 2 down for them already. Eventually, patience bearing fruit. Felcher though, still on the side, still fighting, still kicking. But eventually it'll be Delbisky knocking her down a peg. With everything left to Yamro, the operator, the difficulties even more so for Neons. They give it up though. Rifle ready here for Yamro, 1 HP. Do you dare peek this again, Yamro? Just save the op for a rainy day as Nyx will storm in and take this site.
I like how Yamro is just like, she goes for the peek, gets tagged up, and she's like, you know what? No,
Never mind.
You guys can, never mind. not today. But a good call to make, honestly. Not gonna have the economy to really buy up another of these operators if she does lose it. So it's in her best interest and her teams to try and hold on to this, especially with the clock having ticked as much as it has. And with that, Neons, they get themselves to match point here on map number 2. 12-4 is what we're looking at here, Daks, and that leaves them just 1 round away from closing it out. For a second, I was super confused as to what was happening in this TP, but it's just Piety messing around a little bit.
Yeah, somebody in Piety having some fun, but Nyx gets around preventing Neons from getting to that match point right now, Zahk. And it's such a big, I'd say, relief here for Nyx, because they don't need to force things up. They don't always need to put themselves in must-win scenarios. They have a good economy to work with. They can build up the ultimates, and I'm watching for Delbisky in her Nightfall. She's done incredible, honestly. Even though she's not on the duelist anymore, she's still top fragging here for Kyosei.
Delbisky is just that kind of player, you know, no matter what role you put her on, she ends up fragging out if the conditions are right. And that's another thing I like about the Fade as well. She's one of those duelists that you can really aggressively play. Talking about aggressive and rotations, though, that's going to be a quick pop over to that B side. They smoke out the position of the operator, most likely, as well as some other things. Early push coming in from Yoki, but immediately going to be punished by somebody here. And now, this Marshall, they know exactly where KitKat is to boot.
I just feel bad for Yoki and KitKat, basically. And now, oh no, Yamro. Yamro, behind you!
No!
Oh no! Neons, they have just been swarmed by the crowd! It's just basically, like what? One of those mega sales like Black Friday or whatnot. Everyone's rushing in. Nyx, they were just an angry mob ready with these Vandals in the hands. Vandals for everybody, basically. And as Kachao gets the operator down, she's fighting back with the Marshall Shore, but Nyx, they just run around and kill everyone across the map. They can make it to 6.
Look at the location of those corpses. It's literally everywhere towards the spawn. Of course, for Yamroll going down, it's just pandemonium.
Exactly, did you see that on cam? Yamroll was literally not ready to play the game. Oh,
she was just like, excuse me?
Oh, it's
excuse me? Are you serious?
It's a heartbreaker for Neons because they didn't expect, honestly, Nyx to teleport towards A after everything was said and done. But that's a free up gone and a free up in the hands of Con now for Nyx. This is something they can work with here.
There we go. That's the early on Viper's pit being invested, and oh my god, they get it too, Daks, what?
This is just them barreling down, and Nyx is holding W until that keyboard breaks. They've made it already to that B side. No fear from Kachao, especially in the Viper's pit. It immediately displays Yamroll though with the blade, sees the cap of the raise. Low HP, the shorty should be enough to get that kill, but she's being watched out for. 25 HP, the spam is enough to get that kill. Get Gato on the board with 2. Coyote's there as well. 2v1 now, flash into play from the Octagon. And as Nyx looks to pick up the rifle, it is just going to be 1v1 between Con and Coyote. After everything is said and done, this smoke will dissipate, and the life of Coyote will be forfeit instead. In the chaos, Nyx will thrive, and they make it 7-11 now.
For a second, I thought that would be a Coyote clutch coming out, but Con, never ever underestimate her. Even pushed literally into the corner, she's able to clutch it out. But oh my god, I feel so bad for Felcher there to just be smashed into by a raise at full velocity. Not what you'd expect to deal with in the middle of your Viper's pit. She just put it down as well. Once again, Neon's gonna be pushed into that unenviable half-buy situation 4 rounds in a row for Nyx. And suddenly, remember how I said it was about to be match point? Well, I might be proven wrong, especially in this angle. Oh god.
Finally, we get a shutdown from Neons and the showstopper to Boots. Nyx have been so confident on their entries, they didn't expect the most cheeky angle right under them. Felsa staying so quiet so far, still holding with the judge. Welcome to Bind, by the way. Yamroll, though, this time prepared and ready to fight. Delbisky's the last one standing. He's hoping to try and play against Market. The Trailblazers there. And Neons now look to go for the pinch even. A flawless win to put them on match point. Zach, you mentioned it, and there you go. You have it.
I keep jinxing like the different teams. Every time I end up saying a team might get match point or might not get match point, it's just a jinx. So I am very sorry to both of the teams here. But hey, you have Daks, who's the anti-jinxer, so it like kind of balances out. That said though, what a round coming in from Neons. Like you mentioned, that false sense of confidence that Nyx were kind of lulled into. These fast and heavy executes were working out for them, but that adaptation in this eco round to just expect that showstopper to play in that extremely, for lack of a better word, cringe angle, and the way that it works out for Felchi.
Okay.
Just insane.
Well, Zach's a hater here, but anyway, no,
I love it. I mean, cringe is a compliment, Daks. Like,
okay.
It's incredibly cringe, but also incredible at the same time.
Roll though, and Kit Kat Yamroll, Neons already all across the board, making it 3v1. Some bodies, literally the only body left for Nyx to play from in this instance. And she has at least navigated her way towards the A site. But Neons, they have been demanding all throughout this map, whether they define the lines on the attack, and here more so on the defense. Somebody though still has a plan. She still has the molly. Neons got the Yamroll now, rushing through, trying to make her way towards the spike. Maybe a call here to start the defuse, and Ramio's on it. So somebody trying to play from short. You have Coyote watching that angle. Somebody though with one, and it seems like Neons, they want to stick, and Yamroll will just not let go. And Neons will take the second map anyway. We are tied up 1-1 as the map picks for both teams have gone their way.
Indeed, but looking at the second map, right, Bind, it was from start to finish a Neon show coming in. Sure, in the middle, you saw some signs of life coming out on that Nyx side on the attacking half, but throughout, it was just Neons popping off the double duelist comp, really demolishing through in their attacking half. And once that side switch happens, sure, they had a little bit of issues, but towards the end especially, that hyper aggression, that kind of way they were able to just insert in and push through on the players from their opponents, it was too much for Nyx to deal with. And now 1-1 Daks. Map 3, it is going to be incredible. But before we head into map 3, we do have our panelists waiting to break down what we just saw in map 2.
Well, we did know that this was Neon's map pick. We did know that they perform incredibly well on this map. But I think that despite all that, Nyx Kyosei did put up a good fight. But come on, what were we expecting? We were expecting Neons to take this, and they did.
I mean, it's a good sign for Neons to come out of the gates here swinging and still deliver in such considerably convincing fashion, right? And you can really see their composition be a big problem, not just the double duelist, which the casters talked about, but the double controller just consistently always made the plans of here Nyx Kyosei a lot more difficult to try and actually convert, right? You see them on the attacking side first and foremost, where they're always faked out of where exactly your Neon's going to go, and on the defensive side there's just so much that they have to, kind of push through, that even with that switch up on the fade, they weren't necessarily too aware of what was happening all the time, and that was just more than enough for a team like Neon to capitalize on.
And it suddenly makes me wonder if the Sova would have been a better pick indeed. But just because, like, for the Fade, I think that, there for Dubisky, I think that maybe she needed to cool off a bit on the duelist role. Kachao, though, I think did admirably well. I just think that maybe the timing just wasn't right. There are a lot of roster shuffles that happened for this team. There are a lot of things that they had to mix up. There's only so much you can manage, especially since you are in this LCQ, you are in these final stages of this leg, right? As for Neons, they're more of refining what they already have, right? And we're seeing it here. Yes, there were some awkward rounds. There were some rounds that Nyx were able to get, a one-up on Neons, especially some sneaky plays and stuff. But I think that Neons overall, they had their game plan and they really saw it through.
And just to harpen the point back to those controllers, you can see them here just top fragging the entire server, right? 21, 22 apiece, 280 ACS for either side. And I think really as well that the fact that their attacking rounds were so consistently converted whenever they do get that spike down was a big thing. But not only that, Mika, as this series progresses, you have to remember that Nyx Kyosei have already played a full best of 3 a while ago. So yeah, maybe they come into map number 1 kind of warmed up, but is this a sign of them starting to lose some gas as we move forward?
Yeah, I did feel that Nyx Kyosei was lacking like some of that push. We did see flickers of it a little bit, especially in those final rounds that they do tend to come online, especially when situations get dire, right? But I feel like it wasn't as strong as it was, and therein lies the question, right? Are they running out of steam? KitKat, though, is definitely not running out of steam here. As we can see here, our MVP for this map, indeed. She was able to do so much, especially on those post plans, right? She was just amazing. Her timing was on point as well. She did so much value for her team.
Yeah, it's really sometimes the intangibles, but in this case, you can see the numbers clearly on how effective she was. But as we move on and look forward to, a map like Lotus, where we were kind of touting, when it comes to a map like Lotus, it's been 7-0 in the recent history here for Nyx Kyosei. Will this be where they kind of respond and bring us back up 2 in their favor, or are we somehow going to get surprised once more? At least in this case, a 9-3 didn't kind of result in another long-winded map number 2.
Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say that just yet. Who knows? Who knows, right? I mean, we did round up the map picks. We had Haven and Lotus on the sides of Nyx, and then we had Bind and Fracture on the side of Neons, right? Now we're going back on the side of Nyx, and it's a 3-side map. I don't know. Is map run repeating itself? Our casters certainly hope not, but we're gonna find out after this very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One enemy. Spike planted.
Down.
We are back, and I would say officially maybe mid-series between Nyx, Kyosei, and Neons. Would it be mid-series right now? I think they're about. It's safe to declare. We are on map number 3 right now, and we are heading into Lotus, a very interesting map with very interesting stats on both sides of this series, right? We did mention how Nyx do have 100% win rate here. They haven't lost yet on this map. However, on the side of Neons, right? You know, they haven't had that 100% win streak. However, when they did lose on Lotus, it was the teams like, you know, Team SMG, Pulse and Sapphire. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? So I wouldn't say, you know, that they totally have, or that Nyx has the advantage totally here, because I mean, Neons, they don't do too bad here.
For sure, but I mean, the teams that they have beat, like MLT, the Hero KDA, those have kind of gone the distance, right? Almost to the final rounds of regulation. So what I'm expecting here is that even if Neons do or don't take this is going to be another extended series, rather map, I think. Maybe not as long as Haven, but definitely potentially longer than what Bind was, especially knowing how this other 3-site map is one that really bodes well to the playstyle of both teams, more so than Bind does, where that really favored Neons. You can tell that from the get-go and obviously by the end result, but a map like Lotus just allows Nyx to have a bit more options in what they want to do instead of the more hyper-compact map like Bind and the upcoming Fracture might be.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting because I do know that Neons does bring out the Gecko, which can be a bit of a wild card, you know, for teams that don't exactly know how to play against it. Like, yes, you know, this is an agent that has few unique, you know, has a very unique kit, right? And sometimes it can throw some teams off. So I love that X factor coming in from Neons, especially since, like, you know, they're getting the ball rolling already. They had that great momentum on Bind. They had that, you know, they had a great teamwork on Bind as well. So I feel like coming into Lotus, they don't need to be too worried that it's a map pick of Nyx.
I'm sure. I mean, at this case, you don't really have to kind of, you know, center your whole plan around, hey, what might they do? Instead, sometimes in situations like these, teams would rather focus their strengths and mental on their own game plan, right? Not worry about what they're doing, but look under your own shoe, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that's what they're going to try and do here. They know that, you know, Neons are a team that have been very formidable, no matter if they're in the kind of like underdog situation in the map series. And with Nyx Kyosei still having, you know, 7-0 so far in this map veto, at least on this map necessarily historically, I don't think that that's going to be something that they will simply be complacent and confident in based on just nothing. So you might expect that, you know, this might go Nyx's way. They might retaliate one for one, but I think both sides have a real big stake in cause here to come up in the series.
And with all of those factors in, there is another that is entering for Nyx Kyosei, right? This is their 6th match or map rather for the day, right? It's a true test of endurance if they really, really want this slot for Elite, especially since, like, as we mentioned, we keep mentioning, they played the earlier series and now they are playing their 3rd map of this series. It is going to be their 6th official one. And right now, as we're seeing our agent select, lo and behold, we do have the Gecko coming in for Belsi on the side of Neons.
Yeah, you do have Coyote still on that raise, which you've really come accustomed to she being such a imminent force whenever she's on that front line. But with Nyx Kyosei now coming into this after losing that last one, you can see them kind of falling back to what's a bit more expected of them. With Gachao going back to that fade, Piety going back to here to that Sentinel, and you still have Delbski at the forefront. So with Yamroll, like for her, coming from that jet a while ago, now going back to an Omen like this, being a bit out of the spotlight in terms of being at the front line, will that really differ the way that Neons play in comparison and in contrast to how Bind turned out?
I kind of miss Piety on the Omen over here, so I was kind of expecting that they would have, you know, somebody on the Killjoy, and then maybe they feel the need switch things up just a little bit. It's not a bad thing. I'm all for switching some things up. But I just feel like maybe if it's a comfort thing, especially since you have this endurance test that that Nick's Kyosei are on right now, you might want to play to something that is a bit safer to your comfort levels. Perhaps that is exactly what Piety and somebody are requesting for, but who knows indeed. Kachao on the Fade also. I'm looking out for that, especially since she's taking a break from the duelist roles and giving it back to Delbisky, right? I think that this when it comes down to Delbisky and Coyote right now, I do have to favor Coyote in terms of momentum, in terms of comfortability as well. But we'll see how Nick's Kyosei will manage to pull it back, and perhaps the teamwork and assembly for all of the superstars on this team will make it work. We'll see indeed as we step into Lotus. So let's throw it on over to our casters.
Are we going the distance here, folks? I am honestly excited for this map because now we're one step in with both of these teams getting a 1-to-1 score line. And after this one team will be ahead. So welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm Daks here with Zahk yet again. We are prepped, we are ready, and we are going for Lotus. And Zahk, something the panel that has mentioned is the fact that it has been perfect records for both of these teams on Lotus here in the LCQ. One of these teams will get a loss recorded regardless of what happens, because we already know that this is gonna be their final showdown here in the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this map, it's been chosen by Nyx, yes, but like you mentioned, both of these teams, a dominating record so far when it comes to this particular map, and with the scoreline being as it is, neck and neck, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another overtime kicking in. I'm saying it in advance just in case I can anti-jinx it or something, but either way, I feel like neither of us would mind seeing that coming out of both these teams, because they are literally fighting for their tournament lives on the line here. Now, map number 3 coming in, this will once again tip the scales in favor of one or the other. And looking at the Asian comps here, I think one thing that Neons has really used extremely well is the presence of that Gecko to be able to get that spike down with the help of Little Bro, aka Mr. Wingman himself. It's been incredible for them to really set them up for the post plan, and also the kind of lineups that Kelsey has had over the course of this tournament. It's really been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I kind of have to send off my wingman in the background. It's gone now, guys. So take my word for it, it's in the game because Felsi needs it. Still, Neon's Nyx, I think what we see right now, we're back to more familiar territory for both of these teams. Also for Nyx, the more so familiar roles that they played before on this map. You have Kachado, since she's slotting in, she moves towards the Fade, cons onto the Sky. Beyond that, everyone else is on something they played on already last time around. Speaking of, we go towards B here, Zahk. Flash being prepared by Con. Plant going down from Kachao. Paranoia is going to be in play as well. And as soon as the spike's planted, that's the go signal here for Neons. Yoki going to get one. Kachao with the answer. Dizzy though shot down. So this allows Neons to actually use that distraction to go out on site and get the frags. 4v2 offsite now. Somebody trying to play. The smoke is out, and Yamroll will deny somebody of any kind of glory. In this case, Piety's even found on the flag. Neons, strong, quick retake to start off this map.
Incredible work. Despite them losing that site, you saw how quickly they were in position to get ready for that post-plant, to deny that post-plant rather. And again, like we were talking about the Gecko and the versatility, it's basically a player number 6. You toss your wingman on the spike and put a smoke on it, it seems like there's just no way for Nyx to deny that from coming in. 4 players left to deal with, rather, and Piety just cannot do anything, doesn't have the positioning or the angle by the end of that particular round. Now, if you look at the pistol rates here, so far, I gotta say, Dax, Neons, they're kind of leading in that particular statistic.
Ooh, Zahk has the stats. So what's the scoreline? What's the standing then?
I believe that it is 3-2 right now, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, at least if Neons can use that as the advantage, right, as their springboard to even further success, the anti-eco is where they can continue on with the Spectres in hand. And talking about the anti-eco itself, Neons, they love to play multiple Spectres to try and just wait for their opponent to come to them. And Nyx especially bringing the crowd towards B. The flash though gets confirmation. One is still nearby. They're gonna isolate poor old Kichao here. She opens the door just to meet Fellchef face to face. While this happens though, B site is where it's at, and we'll see Neons retrieve some orbs, retrieve some Gecko utility while this is happening.
Yamroll on the Omen this time around, looking to at least prevent anyone from pushing too far into CT. Numbers still firmly in favor of Neons here as they try to finally head in for that retake. And with these Spectres, they just tear apart the opposition. Khan able to find one with the help of the Sheriff, but that will be it already. Wingman trying to stick and defuse the spike. It's going to be completely denied. Just no angle to really work with. And it will be Wingman to find the defuse, and Coyote with the 4K as well. That's going to make this bonus look even more lucrative here. Sure, for the side of Nyx, they do some damage, take out 3 of those Spectres that we were talking about. But Coyote, she's going to have that showstopper up by that next round at this rate.
I mean, she needs 3 more kills basically to make it happen. But the thing is, Neon's here. This is why they love to run this Gecko. They're so willing to challenge an angle with disposable utility. When you run that Gecko, you can pick it back up. We saw it thrown towards at A side, towards Rubble. You saw it towards B, Wingman on the defuse as well. It's just all about trying to get value from checking angles that may or may not have players. And that's why Neons has had such a solid run on this map, because they're willing to invest in something and innovate. Delbisky, though, transfers herself over onto the side. Spellset inside, wherever they come from. But in the chaos, in the traffic, it's Nyx who finds a semblance of order and gets 2 kills. 5v3 for now. And there we have it. The flank being covered also by...
Oh my god!
They're gone! Yamroll! She's getting 2! Such firepower in the hand cannon herself. And a 3v3, making it possible here for Neons as they pick up some guns. Already, we get the haunt, looking for a target or 2. Over at 3, you see Neons trying to bring a duo there. And on the inside, Delbisky on site, ready to fight. Kichao there with a helping hand. Kichao even getting a second, and somebody's prepared too. Nyx were able to weather that storm, and they will get on the board.
For a second, it looked really, really scary there for Nyx after Yamroll hit those 2 absolutely nutty shots. I wish we could have seen it from her point of view, but it looked just as devastating from the opposite side. That said, though, like you mentioned, Nyx were quick to figure it out and take a position on site. In particular, the elevation coming out of Kichao there, enabling her to really find those last couple of kills. And with that, Nyx, they managed to successfully make that round work out and keep 3 of their rifles in the process. Now, both sides charging up these ultimates. One off of the Seekers for Khan here. One more on the Nightfall as well. So Nyx, they might have a couple of these ults to snowball off in this particular round, but the same could be said for Neons as well. They're almost half Thrash ready to go. And if Yoki gets a couple, or if Coyote gets a couple, that's going to be the showstopper as well. But KitKat, that's going to be the opener here.
Yeah, but the tree is not enough to protect her from those bullets. Felsa here still on site. You see the pivot though from Nyx. They move over towards B. And as we get Coyote out to the open, sure, blind, it doesn't matter. Fighting with the kill. Yamroll though from the other side opens the door and gives herself a chance. Yamroll ready for another one.
No way.
Yamroll just spraying it down, and she finds a third along the way. Khan has to evacuate. Yamroll has had her footing has been so sharp on the shot so far in the past 2 rounds. And given now with Khan, the only one still standing. Fels is ready towards upper, but Khan still wins it. Yoki's still playing keep away. There's a lot of time for Khan to work with. Tries to fake out that plant, moves over onto the doorway instead, where Yoki's awaiting her. Neon's with another one, but Yamroll, it's already in her name. She's on a roll, and she's on pace to get impact round after round.
I hope we get to interview her after this, because I would like to ask her where she got that name from, and also what it means when she stops smiling. Because Yamroll, she's been that player who's always had a grin on her face throughout this entire tournament. That was the one time I've seen her not have a smile, and it's just the danger sign, you know? Like when you see those flashing lights or the kind of fluorescence coming out of predators, that's basically Yamroll's growl of warning.
Yeah, Yamroll goes serious basically. And I'm surprised you noticed. There are even times where Yamroll kind of looks at her cam. It's just, okay, there's eye contact. Hello, guys. But in the end, Neons, this is why, if I remember correctly, right, this was the map that they took in that upper bracket finals versus MLT. They went for such a strong rally, especially during the second half. And they're feeling the confidence from Vine, especially Somebody though, and Delbisky. Beautiful clear from Nyx. They were prepared for that close contact. Yoki, everyone's looking at her to try and anchor instead. We get also Trash into play. The Nightfall though gonna be answer and response. Seeker's gonna be there too. So ultimate for ultimate. Yoki finds two until Kon gets her number. Felse up close, ready to play the waterways. It's 2v2 after everything is said and done. And while Nyx went for the investment, they're lacking in the firepower. Delbisky though working together with Kachao to get that kill. And it's up to Felse now. She's looking at least for the angle. But Nyx wisely retreating and moving past Mount to go rotate instead.
I got you.
Now it's just time to pick up her little buddies
30
once
seconds
again. As now, like you mentioned, it's a 1v2. The position being taken though by... Ooh, that's going to be a very dangerous one. Kachao and Felsey both doing an incredible amount of damage to each other. And now that's the information, right? It's going to be the Fade who knows exactly where this last player on Neon's side is. With 10 HP left, it's going to have to be an insane clutch coming out of Felcha to be able to close it out. At least everybody here is low though. So one bullet and whoever it is, they're going to go down.
Look at Kachao's angle. This is a pixel angle and she's ready for this cross. She's ready for it. It's gonna happen. And there you go. Writing on the wall. Nyx gets the thrifty. And ever since they cleared that initial position towards Mound, they put pressure on the Neon defense from start to finish.
Oh, that was such a nice shot though, coming out of somebody to be able to push it through. Really excellent eco coming out of them. In particular, of course, the pixel angle like you mentioned on Kachao, but overall the positioning throughout that round from Nyx, it was excellent work. Now Neons, they're gonna be the ones on this eco situation once again, and this is something that we've been seeing a lot of today. Just these awful economic cycles because of how close and scrappy these rounds get. How many thrifties really go through? I've already lost track. I'm pretty sure I counted at least 4 Daks, but I'm sure there was more than that over today.
And not only that, if you notice that Nyx here, they made Neons try to still keep the lines held with ultimates. It was a mad scramble with the Thrash as well as the Seekers on that C-hold. Now we get another one in the books as the lockdowns into play towards the middle of the map. The push though from Neons. They only have Marshals and Pistols to work with. Showstopper's gonna be there as well. Delbisky now looking to clear upper. Kachao gets one, but Coyote with the find. Delbisky, can she check the corner? She's right there. Lets it rip. And Yamro's just still sticking around. She's quiet as a mouse. Waiting for the timing, if ever. Eventually though, she'll look for the shot. Busy with a boombox. Kon will play protector and help out her teammate. Showstopper now heard from Coyote. Piety has the angle. Well done by her. And an even second to boot. KitKat, the only one still standing. But Neons, they run out of space to work with. They have been found. The white hat's been seen. And Delbisky will tip it. We're tied up.
Nice execute coming out of them, and I like that lack of hesitation. Even though they knew that it was going to be an eco round, they just didn't want to risk it after all the thrifties that have come through. So you do see both that lockdown and that showstopper being invested here. And even with those particular ultimates being used, it still came down to a 1v2 towards the end of it. So incredible round coming out of both of these teams. But I think that for Neon side, they did well in baiting out all of those major ultimates. Kon close against the Seekers, of course, but aside from that, neither side really has a lot of those heavy value area investments that are really available when it comes to that ultimate economy.
Neon's here though. They're ready again to try and hold towards C. We've seen from Nyx, the way that they're able to clear the close angles, it's well and done, especially thanks to Kachao and Gon. That double initiator, just a powerhouse of both the Trailblazer and the Prowler. They get that intel that this is a heavy stack towards C. They move towards A, where it's KitKat awaiting them instead.
Just one player though on site, so this is certainly a little bit more easier for this Nyx squad to handle. Gotta be a cam though for some early information, so while it hasn't quite spotted anybody yet, they look like they want to finally head in, going for that rush here. KitKat gonna be falling back, in fact, and it's gonna be a full 5-on-5 at this rate.
Yeah, the one single trip bar towards the staircase though, so please here for Neons. They have a line that can keep them safe. Spike goes planted. Nyx already on the site. Yamro getting a bit of intel, and somebody primes the paranoia. It's gonna be difficult for the cross here for Neons as Nyx is on site, but Yogi gets one. Fighting Delbisky, do fight back. Stellar shot from Delbisky. Here comes Felsi on the board, but Delbisky's ready for anyone at any time. Three for her as Kon will fall, but Piety from the high ground gets the wrap around. It's Nyx now taking this lead.
4-3. Still a neck and neck series, but Nyx look much more comfortable on this attack over the course of these last 3 rounds, 3 in a row in fact for them. And once again, Neon's gonna be in that unenviable position of being in an eco. The good thing for them is that they're gonna be having Thrash as well as the Seekers ready to go for that next round after this one. No matter what happens, whether they get a couple of kills or just die, it will be some ultimates that they can use. While Nyx, they're not exactly close to any of theirs, with the exception of somebody's from the shadows, which is very useful in those niche situations where you want a quick rotate or just some information.
I mean, if they have those predicaments where they need to plant it elsewhere, perhaps that will get value from it. But so far, Nyx has found confidence. Neons has had enough and has taken the challenge early on towards the middle of the map. Velsa here towards B main. He has the Thrash because of it, and it's immediately destroyed by the Killjoy setup and the players waiting for her. So Nyx, they realize what's going on. It's hard for Neons to actually retrieve that ultimate now, and it's interesting that Nyx has moved over to the default instead after losing Kachao.
I feel like in this kind of situation, they would prefer to kind of stick together, be able to trade each other out, because we've seen what happens when in these eco rounds we get them a lot of these 1v1s. It's just not something that really works out in their favor. It seems like they still want to push the issue on C, although they're at least giving a good semblance that they've rotated over here. Only going to be Coyote on the C side, and I don't think she spotted out this player, Daks.
Not got this as of yet. Eventually, though, there's the intel and the shots. Trubisky still willing to just push this C side to the absolute limit. The boom bot getting intel too, and they're gonna go for the plant to check things out from Mount instead. So spikes down. Nyx, they have the guns, but they're lacking in the numbers. Sheriffs and the Marshal, pretty much the saving grace here for Neons. They need some good one-taps to give them a chance. Here comes Dizzy, down she goes. Nyx right now still sticking with the angles. It's a body Delbisky. There's just no fear from Delbisky. It's a meat grinder here, made by Nyx, and now we get them with 5.
Just chewed to bits. I feel like I was very unfortunate that Coyote satcheled in and didn't check that corner, especially with Dizzy having marked out Delbisky's position. But that crossfire with those rifles, too much for Neons to really break apart with the kind of economy they had. And with them having invested Thrash as well in that round, they did end up spending maybe a little bit more than they wanted to. Delbisky off the back of that 3K will have another showstopper ready to go. So again, that's going to be an ultimate that will make these quick, aggressive side hits really work out in their favor. Once again, a little bit of a default, though. This time around, it seems like they're gearing towards a quick B split.
Velsi already backing away after breaking Trailblazer, but Delbisky still ready to go for more. And this is why this works so well for Nyx Kyosei. When you have Delbisky on that duelist, he's willing to just press W and push anyone and everyone. It's a beautiful thing here for Nyx. They already get the plant going. Dizzy's there, though. Trailblazer gonna be spotted as well. Showstopper, though, to try and fend them off. 1-for-1 for the time being. Seekers now into play. Yoki will fall from the splash damage. And as Coyote tries to go for the cross, KitKat from above. It's a scramble. It's just all about the duels here over on B side yet again. Somebody. The only one still standing here for Nyx. Yamro already on defuse duty. And as the Cyber Cage will drop on down, it'll be KitKat ready for anyone. 4 for KitKat. She's had an incredible series. And Neons will not let Nyx run away with a lead.
They expected that B push, it seems like. They were so ready to play for the retake here, and even though they get that opener, Delbisky finds one with the Sheriff. The kind of positioning available from the rest of the Neon squad, it just made that retake look so easy. That flank as well coming in from Coyote, an additional layer of pressure that Nyx just were not able to deal with. That was just a distraction. Coyote was like, hey everyone, look at me, I'm coming on the flank, I'm satcheling into your site. And while everyone was shooting at her, it's just free. It's like shooting fish in a barrel for KitKat towards the end of it.
KitKat has just been so ready from good positions. He's really come up to exemplify what Neons is all about. And there you go, shining example in this round. The rubble take leads to 3 kills. Already a strong start here for Neons. And while we get the rotation from somebody, Piety also trying to go for the lurk, moving into the waterfall area. It's such a struggle because the Trailblazer will look to garner some intel. Somebody trying to get away from it, but I think she spotted Piety also found. This is Neons knowing exactly how this maps work. And it's such a stellar example of why they're a powerhouse here in the LCQ, because they could take command of angles just like this.
All down to just somebody here. A 1v5 to boot, so gonna be very difficult, if not outright impossible, to clutch it out. At least she does have some time to work with here, but does not know the position of most of these players, with the exception of KitKat, who was spotted out towards that spawn. Everybody else is just grouped up towards main. Sure, she has the spike, but in a 1v5, you
30
need to
seconds
get
left.
those frags first before you can even try to close it out. Still looking to push the issue already. The angle being watched though, and Coyote shuts it down. 5-5 here. Flawless to boot for Neons. And suddenly they look to be the ones back in control after winning the last 2 rounds so convincingly.
Yeah, I'm just not surprised that this is an evenly matched map. Again, you go back to their LCQ history, 100% win after win. You talk about Nyx Kyosei themselves, they haven't dropped Lotus ever in their careers together. And a timeout right now from Nyx Kyosei, just because that they're losing out on some of these power positions. Neons has found a way to, I'd honestly say, find order in the chaos. When you have the Gecko, when you have the Cypher even, you're able to break some strong sight lines, you're able to be very oppressive with your utility if you still have it, and it's allowed Neons to get the advantage back against Nyx, even if Nyx is getting space and kills early on in some of these rounds.
Yeah, in that kind of retake situation, right? If you have like the Sky Flash, the Paranoia from the Omen, the Dizzy on Gecko, it's just so much things that are being thrown at you, and you can only break Gecko's Flash. That's the thing. So that's another distraction that they have to deal with. One of those rounds, I believe, it was Dizzy being broken that kind of took the crosshair away from a particular angle, and Neons were quick to capitalize on it. So with the way that KitKat is just being able to solo anchor down either that B or that C site, it lets the rest of Neons play together as a 3-stack, get a little bit more aggressive control early on in those previous rounds. And now that they've established that kind of conditioning, they expect a little bit of a slower play from Nyx possibly. And more than that, they are just set to take over.
Flash there though. Go now into another round. Immediately Piety prepared for first contact. A swing comes courtesy of Coyote. Keeping Piety pressed over onto the corner. The flash is there too. Anti-flash is involved. Boombot into play, and eventually it's a big investment from Neons, and it will bear fruit. They'll make it 3v3 as Delbisky's still around. Showstopper even, but Delbisky has already evacuated the way. Somebody though playing towards the side. Delbisky bring it back for Coyote, and in that chaos, that spike was planted towards B, and Nyx took command of it. They will still get this lead.
Last round before the switch.
Very, very awkward fight towards C, but eventually
Just, we were like watching Mound, and while everything was happening, oh yeah, B is the plant, by the way.
it feels just like my ranked games, honestly. You know, you'll be fighting for your life towards that A side, and suddenly your teammates are like, you know, that was a nice fight, but maybe you should go towards C because that's where the spike is. So just bringing back PTSD from my ranked games. But back to this particular one, Neons, they might have lost a round, but they still have the economy to really buy up here. Operator gonna be coming in for KitKat once again, and I swear, I feel like we've seen like every single kind of Asian op at this point. We saw the Sova, the Sky, now the Cypher.
Well, goodbye Cypher, as KitKat will fall first.
You should
A rare
run.
find, honestly, from Nyx, as Neons has usually put that Cypher away from the initial action.
planted.
But in this case now, Neons, it's a difficult retake as the lockdown awaits them. Delbisky still holding W. Delbisky is just absolutely fearless. So brave with these pushes. Works out for her anyway. Coyote now with the kill. Nightfall's there, and Fellowship will answer back. But the decay is painful, and the Page Shells makes it even worse. 7-5 as there's fireworks here for Nyx. They'll end the first half with the lead.
Almost an ace for Delbisky. They're excellent positioning, and if you looked at where you saw the fight happen, it wasn't even on the C side by the end of it. It was still towards that B link, but 5 and 7 half, pretty even so far. Nyx with the slight lead. Panel, tell us how we got here.
I was expecting to see, you know, this explosiveness from Nyx Kyosei. I did bring up on how there was a question as to whether, you know, they had enough steam to last them throughout this best of 8 as they're playing, you know, today. But it seems as though Nyx Kyosei, they've got like, you know, this adrenaline rush right now. This is a lot of explosive plays that we're seeing from them.
I mean, they've done good so far in this opening half, right? 7-5 on the attacking side, but I would wager that Neons actually did better by all means. Even though they only have 5, that's a defensive side. And if you look at their win percentage here on a map like Lotus, even though they might be 7-0, yes, they have a 36% win rate on the defense compared to their 63 on attack, which we're moving into the second half with now. So if I'm Neons, I'm sitting comfortably right now.
Ooh, so this could bode well for Neons, as they do know, okay, 5 not bad. Now here's where we have our home court on Lotus, so to say.
Yep.
But we're gonna see indeed if that is the case as we throw it on back to our casters for the rest of Lotus.
I like Sir Stats there, Blackenblue. He's so wise. He's so brilliant. And he's absolutely right in that regard, that it's been struggled for Neons to play that defense. They're better on the attacking side. But then you look at Nyx, and for them, it's the reverse case. They feel comfy a little bit more on the defense. So would that be enough to answer the same kind of question? Who will get the advantage? It's going to be up to the pistol here, Zach, as we go again into the series.
Like we talked about so far, it's been Neon's kind of leading up when it comes to those pistol advantages. That said, though, this is their chance to kind of make that scoreboard look a little bit better already. Extremely aggressive paint shells to start things off here on this A side. Not going to really do much damage, though.
Yeah, just Neons here, hanging back for the time being. Piety getting peppered there with a few classic shots. For Neons here, I'm expecting, of course, what Felsi can do with this Gecko. It's been pretty much the bread and butter and the linchpin, truthfully, of the Neon strategy on this map. Trailblazer gonna be set as well to gather intel, and now they know Piety and Kachao holding towards the higher ground onto the backside. Little buddy, he's broken. Kachao also breaks the face of Coyote there. Yamroll, though, does fight back, make it 4-4, and by the men, it will be Felsi. Push now coming to shove, and Neons will get the advantage. Stellar killing from Felsi, revenge for the wingman, and Neons now only one target ahead of him. It's Con versus 3. Can she find a way to handle it? 2 already down, 3 overall. The classic enough to get the kills. Yamroll still holding close, but it's Con prepared for anything coming her way. What a clutch from Con!
No way. A 1v3, a classic in hand, and that is all that Con needs. She has been the MVP for several of these games coming out of Nixon. You can see exactly why. An absolutely insane clutch to come out towards the end. Excellent positioning as well to be able to get these fights, isolate them, and just bring it down to this 1v1 play to perfection there by the side of Nyx, and in particular Con. And that would mean that we're going to be seeing a very early Seekers, possibly a second round one if she gets another couple of kills.
Yeah, 2 away from Seekers. Bulldog at the ready, and confidence to a maximum. This is Nyx now going for the fight, and the Peachels just bounces off her. No fear, Zach. No fear. Who looks a grenade like that and still makes it happen? Felser, sure, value with a classic, but from this point on, the anti-eco is apparent. 3v2, and it's Neon just stuck into the corner by the waterfall exit. KitKat, though, holding close with some Spectre. Con is ready for 3k again. The multi-kill from the sky. Seekers ready, and they're set for another round win.
At least for the side of Neons, they made it a little bit expensive. Did take down 3 players, which means that this bonus is going to be looking just a bit scrappy here. But that said, right, Nyx, they were in control of most of that round, despite that spike going down on the B side. What you see more and more from both of these teams is just them kind of leaving out that B side. Hey, this is just like Haven. It's pretty easy to retake. Let's just forget about it until we got to think about it. And it's honestly been working out. Now, though, we have 2 ultimates ready to go. Round 3, by the way, both the Thrash and the Seekers, they are going to be active now.
Yeah, the classic is Felsi. She found a number by the bend towards C. She found a number towards B. And you thought that Con would be the big boss of this round. But now that Neons have the guns, have that Thrash available, there's a big threat waiting for Nyx. And as they now move towards Rubble, Con on the inside of the tree, perhaps waiting if someone plays towards the doorway. Coyote, though, will want to start things off. And open things up, the Trailblazer is set loose. And while Con goes for contact, Still Bisky there to help her out in the pinch. Paranoia though on the other side. Here comes the movement as well. Call the attention. Con still finds one for trouble. Still Bisky alive still. And eventually it will be Neon's getting the advantage. The clear comes courtesy of KitKat. Yoki tried to navigate her way towards the site, but the spike isn't win them. And the flank is possible from Piety. Kachao here calling attention away. The timing. That's what Nyx is looking for. But Neons get the plant down. KitKat already noticing. One towards off, turrets out, but it's Piety booted instead from the round. Everything left to Kachao. The 1v3, Sheriff in hand, it's difficult. She sees a bit of Yamroll there. Goes for the haunt as well. Here we go, stick him up. Kachao just finding a way to steal Yamroll's life away. Gets the gun too to get going. There's a series, it bounces off, and Kachao still makes it work somehow. 1v1 now. We're going back to the clutch, and we're going back to Kachao. She makes it happen, and Nyx will win it. What did we just witness again here, Zach?
Another 1v3, and it seems like Nyx, you do not give them these 1v1s because no matter what weapon they have, it's just gonna be them winning it. The classic, this time around, the Sheriff in the hands of Kachao. She picks up the upgrade and she just plays it to perfection. That seize that came out as a little bit of a bait there to kept Yoki a bit distracted, and it was just Kachao all the way here. Nyx, they are able to extend their lead even further. A possibility of being able to shut this map out early. 10-5 now. 3 rounds away from winning this map number 2. And the economy, it's certainly in their favor.
I mean, these are the kind of rounds that change the momentum of a series, Zach. When the confidence is building way too much on one side compared to the other. When the clutch comes in unexpected moments. Nyx is here, ready to play, and I'm just astonished from what we've seen so far. Sheriff's now in the hands of Neons. You can see already the way that they're playing the default. Nice shots there from Yamroll. Kachao left at 5 HP because of the distance. Neons, do they still dare? Play towards C. Trailblazer broken. She's still Piety trying to hold down below. Covering the cross, keeping the pressure going. Eventually taps to connect on Yoki. Also finding Coyote all the way. Piety doing everything she can. Pass through the smoke. Yamroll awaits. It's already a spike though being planted, but some bodies there also to keep the reception going. 4v2 for the time being. Ultimate is available, sure, for Neons, but not the best situation for it. Instead, KitKat gets up close, makes the Sheriff count. Again, the taps here from Neons, giving them a saving grace. Now picking up the rifle along the way. And while this happens, over waterfall, somebody still fights, somebody still wins, and it's still Bisky through to the other side as well. Nyx, they make the retake still work. Many angles of opportunity again.
Yeah, the fact that right before the spike even went down, Piety was able to find 2. Sure, it becomes a 2v3 towards the end of it, and I genuinely feel like if Neons, they had a little bit more time to really reposition and take stock, apart from picking up those guns, it could have been a workable round since they did have the Neural Theft and the Gecko ult here. I feel like if either of those had come into play at this juncture, it would have been enough to possibly steal the rounds, but hey, in those kind of eco rounds, it's almost never a good idea to use those ults, and I feel like they just wanted to save it for this next one. Talking about saving up though, Kachao, she's gonna be the one to pick up the operator. It's the fade this time around.
I mean, she's good for it, and she's good with it. Showstopper heard, and up close now, Delvisky does it yet again. Wow, Nyx, they're just so unrelenting with these advances here, Zach, and I'm honestly impressed by how willing Nyx is just gonna go for these kind of plays. They commit onto this rubble take, they get that pick, and now they have the advantage.
Numbers advantage definitely in their favor. Still gonna be the operator active though for Kachao. Gonna be hearing it sing out, so they're gonna have to be very careful as to how they really go for the side push. Sure, Kachao, she's been soaked off, but there's still gonna be the backup coming in from somebody, and she finds the kill here. 3v5 right now as Neons, they look to deny match point coming in for Nyx, but the odds, they're getting narrower and narrower. Seeker's gonna be invested as well. They still want to try and make this round work, and it might just be the call to rotate to C instead.
Yeah, they open the door for the Seeker, but immediately it's trying to be shut out by the Nightfall. Still, Neon's trying to force now their push towards C. The wingman on duty with the spike too. The paranoia is going to be there. Haunt broken immediately. Piety still holding by the pillar anyway. And as Kachao has the angle, perhaps it's Yoki instead with the kill. Yoki and Felsi want to find perhaps a moment, but Kachao makes an operator count. No Biscuit on the board too. It's Spellsy versus many. 1v3, the flank through.
Oh no!
The reload at the ill-opportune time. The Bisky with a triple, and Nyx has brought it to match point. This second half, Zach, has been so hasty in favor of Nyx.
Yeah, they're just the high-speed maneuvers that we see coming out of Neons that usually works on Lotus with the number of choke points that Nyx just hold control of. There's no way for Neons to really make a way past. Even when they get that spike down, right? It's always at such a numerical disadvantage in these last 5 rounds. And Nyx, they are undefeated so far in their defensive half. 1 round left to go to push us to map number 4 for them to end Neon's unblemished record this LCQ on Lotus. And they look more than prepared to do it. Neons, this is the round that they have to win here. They have the ultimates with which to do it, but it's going to be a long haul if they want to push this to overtime like that map number 1, Daks. 7 rounds needed in a row.
It's such a big gap, and the way Nyx has won some of these moments, it really puts a dent to the mental here of Neons. But Coyote keeps up with her cool, gets the kill off quietly, breaks the boombot as well, barely in the nick of time. And this is good here for Neons. They get the plant going for a 5v4 post plant. Op still here for Kachao, difficult to find the angle, tries to clear it out with the Prowler, sure. But we're watching out for what Khan can do. She's on the flank yet again, distraction there with the doorway, but Khan, she still wins somehow. Yoki's there to get the answer, sure. All this happens, all Nyx all over the place. Everything left for Yoki on site. Goodbye and good night. Nyx, they've been perfect all throughout on this map. They keep their stars aligned and they keep the record going. And they will take the 3rd map of our set to get the 2-1 lead. They're 1 map away from getting to Elite here, Zach.
1 map away, 13-6 on map number 3 here, Daks. And Nyx, they put on a masterclass in that defensive half, not losing a single round. And of course, a couple of those rounds were from beautiful clutches there, the pistol for example, or that 3k coming out from Kachao towards that bonus round. And I feel like those were the rounds that just break your mental apart if you're a team like Neons. You know, it's 5-7 when the half starts, you know you're a little bit behind, you think you can catch up, but especially when Nyx won that bonus round, I feel like they just kind of lost their mental right there. And Nyx, they were fully capable of powering through with their advantage. Their map control on Lotus was just so sublime throughout, and I feel like that was the biggest factor as to why they were just dominating throughout.
Just couldn't find the answers there. In the end, it will be Nyx with this lead, and we're gonna lead you guys over to our panel to break down such an incredible half from them.
Thank you very much to our casters who are in no way annoyed at us at all. That was a very dominating half from Nyx, as we saw. That is exactly why they picked Lotus, right? It is something that, you know, I think like we were expecting, okay, they have something planned for Lotus indeed, especially up against, you know, Neons and stuff, but they bring out the Gecko and everything. Nyx said, you know what, we don't need that. We know exactly what we're going to do. We have so much firepower here, and this was just stellar from Nyx. I am loving this, especially since it seems like they're in such high spirits. We saw some of those plays and how they would end, and we know that these girls are feeling very confident.
Especially after a win like that, right? And my theory of, you know, maybe Neons are going to come back in the second half because they're better on the attack, you know, big disparity, 30%, blah, 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 blah. It's all wrong. Because Nyx, they're just way too on point coming into the second half. And as Zach kind of said, like, after losing the bonus, it seemed like just confidence and mental seemingly was seeped out. They took their souls, really. And they, I guess, had no way of, you know, regaining that. Maybe another timeout if they had another, or some other way to slow things down, but it just ran away from them all the way.
We knew that this head-to-head was something to look out for. Indeed, we have the Bisky and we have Coyote, and we just saw exactly how explosive the Bisky could be, right? I did mention that I actually had my doubts a little bit but this map definitely puts all of those doubts to rest. Indeed, there was just no chance for Coyote to get on the level that the Bisky was on. Whether it was just because Nyx were just so aware of this map and just able to really push back Neons, put them in a place where they were a little bit uncomfortable, and once they knew that they were second guessing themselves, that's when Nyx Kyosei would strike.
Yeah, I mean, if you round up, she's almost like at that 400 ACS, right? 370 to be a bit more exact, but the real reason that you'd also see a lot of these maps kind of go in Nyx's way is that when we're playing these kind of three site maps, you have so much more options on what to do, and Neons they struggle a lot when their defense is forced to be spread thin. The map like Bind, that doesn't happen too often. Fracture, perhaps, but on Haven and Lotus, that is a lot more common, and they aren't the type of team who have been great at being on top of what the attacking side are doing when they're on the defensive side, and you see that be a big problem now here for Neons. At least, maybe coming into Fracture, their own map pick, they can have something to retaliate with.
Yes, it's gonna be interesting indeed. For now, though, Nyx Kyosei can ride on this high, ride it all the way, hopefully, to their following map, because if they do take Fracture, then this means this series is theirs, and so is that slot to Elite. Delbisky, I hope she has all of the energy left in her. It did seem like, that after this map on Lotus, she has a lot more left. So I feel like on Fracture, she might be going for that raise pick once again, and I am all for it this time around. If she brings out what we saw on Lotus, then I think that Nyx Kyosei are in a good place indeed. We do know that this map is very fresh in the minds of Nyx Kyosei, and relatively fresh as well in the minds of Neons as well. We're gonna see how well they do right after this very quick break when we step into Fracture. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really soon.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back into this best of 5 between Nyx, Kyosei, and Neons, and we are over onto map number 4. This could potentially be the final one if Nyx, Kyosei says so, but if Neons decides to retaliate, well then, probably not. We are heading into Fracture right now, as we mentioned, Blackenblue. This is a map that is very familiar to both of these teams, especially since for Nyx, Kyosei, they just played it earlier today. And for Neons, this is where they face off also against MLT Esports. So for these two teams, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of, very fresh resources that both of these guys have in order to outplay the other.
I really like hearing Daks talk, so I hope we go into Pearl. But for Fracture, it's funny enough that for the team that's named Neons, they're the one who doesn't actually feel the neon on one of the most neon-centric maps that we see come up. It's actually Nyx Kyosei to pull that out. And with their win a while ago, that bolsters up their win rate here on this map to pretty considerable statistics. And typically when they do win, it's been a one-way show, like versus Deviant Topaz, as we saw earlier on here in the playoffs, like 13-3. It's never anything you can deny. So while this might be the map pick here of Neons, we've seen sometimes that you can pick your own poison, but you can't escape it.
We did see Delpsky earlier on the Raze, right? But we do know that sometimes Nyx Kyosei will have her switch over to the Neon on this map. I don't know which I prefer right now, because I do remember, her Neon was lovely, especially when causing a lot of chaos on the side of the other team. But I don't know. I still think that her race performance earlier on Lotus, I feel like, carrying over that, I mean, if she's feeling it, could be deadly for Neons, right? You're absolutely right, though. Neons here, they do also tend to play onto a lot of a lot of these mind games. Actually, both of these teams do. So I'm all for it, especially on a map like Fracture, since you did mention that Neons, they don't tend to bring out the neon, but that doesn't mean that they aren't fast enough to rotate around. So I think that Neons for this, they are definitely playing with not the momentum is clearly on the side of Nyx Kyosei here, but they do have a chance to bring this back. I feel like they're kind of 50-50 on this, so I feel like right now I'm favoring Nyx Kyosei for this.
Well, we'll have to see for ourselves. No real change up in the composition, but what that Neon does give you here on Nyx Kyosei, and as Delbski is slot back into it, is that you have so much pace control, right? You can slow things down with those stuns or just turn things up to 11 like no other agent can, barring maybe Raze, and really increase that pace. But the thing is, it's been Neons who have typically been a bit more favored and a bit more comfortable in playing that faster pace, which with that Raze, it gives them big dive potential. So you have to wonder, there isn't too many big changes, in terms of what they bring to the table here, but what they've got necessarily, those are very different contrasting ideas. The Sova once more from Khan, we saw her be such a nuisance a while ago on that first Fracture map versus the hero KDA, and if she shows up to help players like Delbski, like Kachao once more, and frag out, it could be the end here, Neons.
And you have her counterpart on the other side, right? You have Felsi. So it's going to be that Sova up against that Fade, who can provide the most valuable information for the team. So it's going to be very interesting indeed as we step back into this match. Let's head on over to Fracture and let's toss it over to our very wonderful, not annoyed at all, Castle.
What do you mean, guys? You're always great. I always love working. You always love being here with you. And I cannot wait to see what could be the final map or what could be our second to the last map. We are back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket finals of the LCQ of APAC Game Changers. Daks and Zahk, this might just be our only time to take a breath here, Zahk, because moving into Fracture, you already know it's gonna get exciting. Look at Zahk. She has like the mantra of tranquility when she tries to meditate like that. But I guess someone we have to talk about right now is Delbski. She's the only Neon in a server versus Neon. She is incredible on that last map on Lotus, and perhaps that might be what the side of Nyx can bring to just beat Neons. On the other hand, Neons need to recover. They lost last time around in the upper bracket finals on this map. They need to make sure it doesn't happen again to try and tie things up.
Yeah, it's been a rough road for both of these teams, and in this lower bracket, it's been a long road as well, especially for Nyx Kyosei. That said, though, I think that after the kind of performance they've shown on this map over both today as well as yesterday, I think that they're feeling pretty in control. In particular, yesterday, I think they found one of the fastest victories ever against Deviant Topaz. It was a nice 13-3 dominating scoreline that we saw come through, and that's kind of been the story for all of today. On all of these maps, except for Haven, it's been domination out of one team or the other. And even on Haven, during the halves at least, that was the case. Now, it's going to be Nyx starting off on defense once again. They've excelled on their attacking side so far, and I think if they can find enough rounds on this particular thing, it's gonna be what they need. The Recon already doing so much damage.
Oh, Con, she's already on site and finds Coyote Piety on the board as well. And from this point on, it's Nyx trying to make this happen. Still, Neon's great fight from Felsi. She's so strong in these pistol scenarios. And at 3v2, Molly's there as well. Neons find a way to just reset everything and anything. 14 HP left though for Yamroll. Low HP for Felsi as well. And while we get the peek from the Jenny here from Felsi, Yamroll goes for the plant. The attempt there from Tower though. Still have somebody, still have Kachao, and Kachao makes it happen versus Yamroll. Another one here from Nyx. They're ready for the raid take. It's 2v1. KitKat playing from main instead. And great way to whittle down her opponent. 1v1 though. The fault line into play, but a single shot should be enough from KitKat. All she needs to do is make it hit.
Oh, no.
And there you go. An attempt from somebody. She had armor though here for KitKat, and it's enough for Neons to clutch it there.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker. I would be so pissed if I headshot somebody in a pistol round in a 1v1 when I'm low and still lose because of the fact that they had armor. But that is just what you want on your Killjoy player. Just a full setup as well as that half armor and class. Like, it's more than enough for KitKat to find that clutch. And it's incredible that Neons were able to win that round because if you remember, they lost 2 players right off the bat here, but they were quick to readjust. In particular, Felsi on the side, able to do quite a bit of damage and making the job easier for KitKat to clutch up. Now, they're going to have their buy coming in, and once again, our panel mentioned this, that Neons are super good at these quick, aggressive pushes, and we're seeing exactly that embodied.
Yeah, they don't have the Neon, but they do instill the spirit of running as quick as possible onto the site. And there you have it. 2 already down here for Nyx. I do feel though, when you see Nyx in a series point scenario where they're 1 away from winning out the whole thing, they might get a little too overeager at the start. And perhaps that push during the pistol, it was well timed. It still didn't pan out anyway. And speaking of 5v1, Paiti all alone. Neon's just commanding the first 2 rounds of the battle here.
They are able to get that spike down, and while that upgrade gets picked up by Paiti, not able to really do too much damage here. Position spotted out as well. All these players from the side of Neon's just trained on her like a heat-seeking missile here. Paiti just struggling to do whatever she can. Caught by the concussion as well, and will just be falling back, hoping to maybe die to a spike here. Neon's, they're going to be able to get away with all of their guns, and they will find that successful second round. But so far, both of these rounds, we've seen an incredibly aggressive kind of play coming out of Neons. They've been able to time and time again find huge value on these entries, and in this bonus round that was flawless in that previous time, they're gonna have such a good substantial buy here.
Yeah, they have so much clear potential with Neons. You're running that fade, you're running that breach. Many corners are going to be checked here. And while Coyote has struggled in that previous map, she's just stellar at opening up many avenues here for Neons. And Felsi and KitKat use that to get towards the site. So effectively, if they execute from Neons instead of the different speed that Nyx cannot handle, you'll see that success again and again. Bonus time though, here for Neons. Dilbisky. This is dangerous for her. She's the only one here. You also have, of course, somebody setting up the stun if ever, but Coyote gets the 5 through the door. Coyote still wants to go for the clash. 4v4 for the time being. Reinforcement for Paiti. The flash comes. The Prowler there's 2. And this Neon's there. Open this doorway. Perhaps to open up another scenario of a battle. The skirmish ends with just 1 being picked apart from both sides. And Neon resets for the time being. They're crawling, though, from the hallway. Moving towards the door yet again. A single wall separating perhaps potential contact. Paiti's the one jingling around just to figure out where their opponents may come from. But the noise has been cut. Neon's here. Still slowly trying to crawl, but eventually the shots do ring. They'll make their way towards the site. Smoke though in the way. Con will be marked. They know she's there in position. Nyx, do they care?
Oh, no.
Seems like Yoki and Felsi will make it happen. Somebody gets 3 overall, but Yoki makes the trade work. Everything left to Kachao in a 1v2.
Oh, and all of this was before that spike even went down. Finally going to be planted here. Kachao's position, she's going to be able to smoke out where both of these players are, because she saw that Molly come in, but she still has to isolate these duels here. Go before that concussion preferably comes out to boot, so she knows exactly where Yoki is, trying to pick out the fight here, find the timing possibly, but it is just looking so dicey. Manages to get up close and personal goes for the swing, but does not connect the kill, and Yoki just there to finish up. A little unfortunate. You can see how for a second she was like, wait a minute, I didn't get the kill yet. Kachao almost pulling it off, but not able to do enough.
Yeah, it's just so difficult though. You still have 1 more player moving around. And yeah, you mentioned it. Kachao just 3rd around. Fight's not over yet.
Wait
Kachao.
a minute.
Wait a minute. And this is huge for Neons. The momentum so much more so in their favor. They won out that bonus by just cutting noise and then executing at the right time. We've always talked about how speedy they can be, but that was just so smart from them instead.
Speedy, smart. They seem to really mix together the best of both worlds here. Now it's gonna be a quick push on towards this B side. Not gonna have much to work with our side of Nyx, but then it's not gonna stop the ultimates from really facilitating this push. And already Coyote, huge opener there.
Oh, Kondo through the smoke, gets the intel and gets the tag. 4v4. Somebody also stellar sheriff work here from Nyx. Con getting on the board yet again. You can see that Nyx, Kyosei, is always a threat no matter what guns they have. I'll see him avoiding the ball so far. Here comes Yamroll with 1, but Con gets 3 already. Yamroll stuck in the corner. Beautiful spray down to get that kill, sure. And it's 1v1 now. Kachao on one side, Yamroll on the other. Classic out though for the HP. Okay, gets the dink. Needs to get another one to make this happen, but Kachao needed only a single bullet to win it out with a thrifty state. Nyx, bring it back and get on the board.
That's like I feel like the Thrifty should have hit the double digits now. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels like that. We've seen so many of them today that it will be shocking if it hasn't already done so. That's though incredible round coming out of the side of Nyx. They went for kind of that gamble stack here, and that paid off perfectly as the trades came through. Now they're gonna be having the weapon, they're going to be having a little bit of an economic buffer to work with, as well as weapons back online. Ultimates too. They have both that showstopper, I'm sorry, they have both the Hunter's Fury as well as that Rolling Thunder ready to go here.
And next they do have at least Kachao, as well as somebody trying to hold down the site. I do like the formation though from Neons. They can go for the pinch if ever. Making noise now as Drop has been exposed. The intentions. Hunter's Fury also the call as Neons make their way towards the side. There's the covering fire courtesy of Khan. Somebody able to weather the storm and hold down the line. 2 for 2 for the time being. Surprise, surprise. Kit Kat's there over on the rope as well. And it seems like Neons are taking so much space that Nyx didn't expect them to come from. While the flank was there from Piety and Delbisky. Already Neons rotate towards B.
You should situation. Neons, they have the advantage, and they're looking to push upon it by putting down that lockdown. Buys them a little bit more space and time to work with. They want to be sure that this plant does not really affect them too much. Piety forced to wait it out. Both players, in fact, sticking together to try and make things work out, and it seems like Neons expects them here.
Smokes out. The Neons are still playing towards tower. It bolts out yet again. Delbisky wanted to rush in towards the side, but in her haste, Kit Kat will find her. Trips her up, makes it 1v2 though. Piety now with the molly. Fels is still in position. Okay, good shot. Not enough damage though. And as Piety goes for the tap, it's Yammerl who takes advantage of that act. Neons now with 4 on the board.
Nice round coming out of them to be able to capitalize and push through on that side. And once they found that numbers advantage, once again, no hesitation in committing that lockdown. Even though it could have been a win con in one of the next rounds, they wanted to maintain it and they powered through here. Overall though, a lot of ultimates being burned through for both sides. It's just the overextension from Nyx's side that was kind of punished there, playing in a bit of awkward positions, and Neon, they were quick to capitalize. I feel like Nyx, they called for a timeout here. We saw this on map number 3 as well on Lotus, right? They were a little bit behind in the beginning, but they were quick to bounce back in. So this might be exactly what they need to kind of just go back to the drawing board and figure out what's working for them and what's not.
I'm just impressed though here for Neons, wherein they had the struggles from the last map. They had the struggles in the first map also, but it just feels like they always come out of the gates so strong that they're willing to just say, go next guys, no problem. We get into the next map, and you already see they're delivering. You have Felsi, you have KitKat, you have Bramroll already doing what needs to be done. I think Coyote's been so exceptional at making these plays even work alongside Yoki. And it was always that Neon's playbook that you have to be fearful for. Because when it works, it's so pristine, it's so sublime, and it's given such a big standard here in the LCQ for it.
Yeah, it's been working out excellently for them when they do have an opportunity to really put it into play. But a lot of these rounds, it just comes down to who is better at adjusting to the current status quo. And on this map, at least, it's gotta be Neons coming out on top so far. It's like they can do no wrong, even when they're in a situation that's a little bit disfavorable to them because of how their opponents have played. They are just able to kind of turn it around on its head. And it's telling that, once again, KitKat's just able to find that positioning and that kill.
Yeah, beautiful timing from KitKat. Kachao here towards tower. Only has the chef in hand like the rest of her team. While the spike's planted, I do wonder if Delbisky dare use the overdrive in this scenario. So much control already courtesy of Neons. And speaking of being watched out for, Delbisky gets one sure. But everywhere else, it's just all Neons now.
Just across the map, they have full control, it seems like, and slowly but surely, Nyx, they're falling behind. If, again, this is a series that we expected would go the distance, but definitely they did have the advantage after that dominating win on Lotus. But it's nice to see that both of these teams, they have the ability to just readjust their mental and be able to push through. Nyx now, they have the economy once again. They have all of those ultimates just ready to snowball here. The Rolling Thunder, the Orbital strike, the lockdown, everything at the kitchen sink just available to throw at Neons. But the problem is that so far Neons, they've been excellent at just taking these players out of the equation before they even have a chance.
Yeah, the opportunity just isn't there from Nyx, and well, Con gets one. Coyote with trade Kachao though, I love it, and seems like for Nyx they've had enough from letting Neons play the stations. Kachao with a third. Jesus, crispy with the aim right now. KitKat tries to fight back. Okay, at least Kachao will fall. But there's the recovery that we look for from Nyx. Just confident still, despite the disparity.
Just a little bit too much for them to deal with here. And Nyx, they managed to bounce back in style. Sure, Con goes down right off the bat, but not only do the Nyx win that round afterwards, they're still able to keep on to all of those ultimates. Contrast that with only a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper available. But for Neons, right, they're very close to getting some of these online. So for example, that lockdown, it's got to be held on to when that other lockdown is available, especially with Con not having that Hunter's Fury online. It's just so many of these ults, they need to be held in reserve as counters to the others for future rounds, and there's just not much opportunity to really use them. Aggression coming out of Nyx this time, perhaps off the confidence of that win of that previous round.
Yeah, they made it work before, and as soon as it happens, Neons, they play towards spawn instead, wait for anyone to come at them. We already saw a single soap from Piety, which was the signal there to Neons if ever. The restraint from Neons, it's so quick. The shift in the paradigm, honestly, Zach, it's just on a round-per-round basis. I wonder if it's going to work out for them, though, as they move now towards B main. As Kachao is jiggling and making... She's her own sensor here, Zach. Making that beeping noise when she's taking the step too far. We're watching for Coyote now, who might need to make that leap happen. Delbisky onto the site as well. Initial contact, pretty much a guarantee for this duelist, and she already sees the transit, courtesy of Yoki. Coyote trying to do the same. Delbisky though gets out in time. A little bit of stun as well to keep her alive, and Neon's gonna back away for the time being because there's a potential pinch happening here.
Off your feet!
A lot to deal with, really good awareness coming out of them. Now Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder gonna be swapped out here. Still though, the kills go in favor of on the orbital strike dodged as well, but the clock is ticking here, Daks.
Seconds left. The Neons, they need to put that spike down. They're going for the kills instead. 3v1. Eventually Yamroll will make it happen. Kachao though, still with the fight back. Only has a bulldog in hand though. Very difficult. She has the lockdown if she wants to force the issue if ever. Moving back to Canteen. And while this happens, KitKat over at tower if ever. Yamroll though sticking around over onto the commit position. Keeping tabs of the spike. Beautiful intel provided already by the turret. They know she's coming out from Canteen. Kachao checking out main if ever. Realizes contact up close. Kachao goes for the transfer. Couldn't find the target as KitKat gets back into cover. Well done with the restraint here from Neons. But 1v1 for the time being. Who can come up clutch as time is running out? Turret's broken. And I think for Kachao, she knows this one is over. Wants to go for the exit instead. 3 for her, sure. But this round is Neons to take.
6-2, Neons really able to extend their lead, and that was just perfection coming out towards the end from KitKat. Sure, the 2v1 turns into a 1v1, but she had her molly still on the spike, and she's just able to play Ring Around the Rosie until the clock completely ticks down. For all that said, though, it was for a 1v3 situation, her being able to find all 3 kills will at least make her feel a little bit better about it. But 6-2, you really can't afford to lose too many of those rounds here. And again, Nyx, despite all those kills going in their favor, they're going to be in this position of having to eco. They still have the overdrive on Delbisky, but she hasn't really had a chance to use it so far.
Look at Neons, they're just hanging around right now. And as soon as Nyx decided to bring out a more aggressive stance from them, Neons has shown a lot of restraints. That has been so smart in the decisions. Gives them wisdom really to assess where to go and where to come from. And while the stack moves towards Arcade, seems like for Nyx, gonna try to regroup and look to stall for time. Naya though for Delbisky, she has the overdrive ever, and she's going through the underpass here. Sundal now win the contact, and eventually it'll be KitKat who gets the win.
You should
It's
run.
4v3 though for the time being. Lockdown will be the play too. So this should flush out Nyx from the site. Gachao though has other plans, wants to fight for a last stand here. Surprise behind her. Yoki will fall. Coyote though on the board, and here comes Neon's on the site.
Yeah, they managed to get the spike down. 2v3 retake attempt now about to come in. Both players not exactly in a position where they can really retrieve these guns.
Launching smoke.
Just trying to play together, find what they can. Smoke comes down to let the cross through come in for Piety, but still in this tower, it's going to be Coyote finding the kills here. Now, just Piety in a 1v3, Bucky in hand, looking desperately to try and find a frag or two, but so far it's just been impossible to even make her way forward. Does pick up a rifle in the end of it, but in this 1v3, it's too many angles to watch out for. She finds one, but that will be it. And Neons, they get to 7.
Just such a smart half we're seeing here from Neons. That's all I have to say. From what we've seen so far, like sure, Yoki got caught out by Kachao, but it's just the only real trip up there from Neons. They cleared out arcade as much as possible. They cleared out tunnel as well. And I do wonder why Delbisky hasn't used that overdrive in those kind of scenarios. Might as well, right? Because you're running that Neon. Maybe find a way to shift the fortunes when you're playing the eco, because Neons are the ones shifting the ideology, shifting how they play the pace. And look at them again, they're back to hanging around towards the north side, even if they have this gap here.
Yeah, they're just really delivering a little bit of confusion directly injected into the ranks of Nyx here. You know, so many of these rounds, these quick aggressive pushes forcing Nyx to kind of stay anchored on side, and other rounds they wait for Nyx to push through, and they've just been so good at the read so far. This round though, Nyx, once again, they have the buy coming in. Khan gonna be playing in that close angle, expectation perhaps towards pressure towards this arcade, and it will be coming through already though. The Trailblazer spots her out here in the corner, getting advanced on. Still finds 2 though. Absolutely insane orbital strike forced out, and Khan still sticking around doing damage before finally being shut down. Oh my god,
how does she make that even work? Absolutely defend, but she just senses those targets coming her way. Sightlines clear. Khan is a turret, and Khan will be remembered. Oh, 2v4 now. Neons, can they recover from such critical wounds? Piety looking to hold here on site, very close towards the tower. Such a surprising angle. It works. It's perfect. Make it 1-for-1. Yoki now, the only one still standing. She's getting suppressed, stalled by the stuns and the nano swarm. Delbisky here, Kachao too, and a single tap to end it. Whoa, it was a privilege to watch that from Kyosei. And Khan, just moment after moment in this series where she just does things like this.
absolutely insane to find those first 2, toss the orbital strike and get another one before being shut down. Well, the entirety of Neon knows exactly where she is. Absolutely beautiful work coming out of Khan. They're really one of the players that has elevated this team to a new level that we've been watching throughout this tournament. And now Nyx 3-7 here, still lagging behind, but that round, it's gotta be a fresh wellspring of hope in the team's hearts here, especially with the economy being in such an awkward position for Neons.
Yeah, Neons at the very least. They were already in the lead after everything is said and done. They're gonna end this half with a buffer regardless. But again, when we see Nyx go for the clutch there, Zahk, that's where it gets scary for Neons. We remember that from the last map. It might happen here if this continues. KitKat though, and the rest of Neons looking to work together and push from the arcade. Seems like Nyx, they want to hang back so far, give that space since they know they already have that gun advantage. There's the boom bot. Looks for intel, clears out the closer angle. Lockdown. Being primed here by Kachao as well in anticipation. Put it down, but Khan already knocked out too.
Oh my.
She is just on point today, on point after, especially that last round. And while Felsi is keeping an eye out, but Khan already gets 3. It's not even funny. It is just all Khan every day, all day. Nyx will make it flawless on their anti-eco there.
Oh, now just 1 round left in the half already. It is going to be Neons with the lead here, but there's a decent difference between 5-7 and 8-4, and they really want to convert that final round here in this half before the side swap happens, because then it's going to be Nyx on attack, and we've seen the kind of chaos and pandemonium that they can bring to the table, that they have brought to the table before. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see how exactly this particular round pans out here for both of these teams. But in particular, I think that it's going to be Nyx, the ones in favor of the momentum here. Not if Coyote has anything to say, though.
I mean, Neons has had enough. They go back to what worked at the start, and Coyote leads the charge, brings out the showstopper. But here on top, it's caught again. Eventually, though,
Oh my god.
the demon has been defeated, and this is the chance here from Neons to make it work. Delbisky, though, in a 1v3. You can see the irony here already. Neon versus the Neons. The spike is also planted. Felsi, though, keeping tabs of where she may come from. Delbisky so low on the HP. Maybe she can find a way to isolate an angle or two. But already the crossfire is set. The positions are better even here from Neons. And it's only a matter of time. They spray through the wall. And we make it 8. It's half here that Neon succeeded.
Switching sides.
They get the lead here, 4-8. We've
Pay
had
attention.
2-9-3 so
I
far.
learned something.
Now a little bit less of a lead, but still Neon's on top here as we head into the second half. Let's see what our panel has to say about what we've seen so far.
Oh, black and blue, are you smelling what I'm smelling? I think I'm smelling a map 5 incoming with
I
the
agree.
way Neons are performing. It is 8-4 right now in favor of Neons, but not if Khan has anything to say about it. Those last few rounds, she was insane indeed, just taking down 3, 2, 4, sometimes even, just like, you know, just with sheer power. So I feel like right now, Neons, they need to watch out for her, but they are on the roll.
I mean, she was definitely delivering, as well as Kit Kat, you know, near the end of that half, just to kind of get them back into the game. But on the flip side, you look at other players like Coyote on that raise, who early on, especially in the half, was just being unstoppable. There was no real way it seemed like they could find to kind of slow her down on her executes. And now they're moving on over to that second half. That paint shell is also going to still continue to be, you know, formidable here for Nyx to kind of deal with. So when you move on over to that second half, things are really gonna kind of, I guess, come close to her comfort.
Well, I'm here. I got my popcorn. I am all ready for the second half. So let's throw it on back to our casters.
Wow, a panel really making this match snack time, aren't they, Zach?
I mean, I could use a snack, Dax. It's been a long day, and it's only gonna get longer.
it is looking likely here for Neons, given the situation so far, but not if Khan and the rest of Nyx have something to say. It's exactly what the panel said, and I hope they're able to kick back, relax, and watch what else may happen here on Fracture. Still, Neons, they're in control. Now they move over to the defense, and I do wonder what's the play here for Nyx. Can they match the speed of how Neons executed earlier on? The gates go down, and they immediately rush towards Paul's. Delbisky clearing, moving, trying to go for Sand. Still have the contact from Felsi. Piety does make the trade, and Khan gets a catch on the Kit Kat. Here comes Delbisky, and here comes Nyx. A looking likely to be their point of conquest, but Yamroll inside the smoke, waiting for the timing if ever. The flank also so possible. Smokes out, a little awkward here for Neons. It's gonna be even worse because watch out, Kachao is coming. Kachao is there, and Kachao, what is she doing? Oh, she's gonna go for it. The backstab is so set. The bitch goes for the contact. Coyote does get 2, but Kachao, eventually, we were calling it, and we will get it. Nyx gets this pistol.
For a second, I thought Kachao was gonna go for the knife or something
Same.
equally
That's why I
dainty.
asked. That's why I asked.
Decides against it though, and that will be Nyx finding that pistol here, really working on narrowing the gap. An excellent round coming out of them so far. They looked almost completely in control throughout that particular one. That said though, now they're going to be able to force up here Bulldog, even a Phantom for Delbitsky, who has been incredible so far in today's series. I think that on this map, though, she's been a little quieter than usual, comparatively. So pretty excited to see how she is going to start popping off, because I'm pretty sure that it is inevitable at this rate.
I mean, well, if you look at that first round, right, if she gets back her confidence, you know, she will pave the way here for Nyx to get towards these sites. Kachao, though, lurking yet again. This is going to be a big threat that Neons needs to watch out for moving forward into the half. The 4-1 split is what can be effective. You also have Kon trying to play away and watch out for a potential flag for spawn itself. Spike though planted, and this time around, seems like Neons, they want to play with the triple stack towards drops. It's an eco though for them anyway. Perhaps they can go for exits if ever, but they're waiting now for the timing. It's just Nyx here, also anticipating who may come their way. Vandal though in the hands of Delbisky. An interesting call already here for Nyx with that extra firepower. This KitKat is just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Time running out. Yoki here looking for some contact with somebody though with the first. It's already Nyx ready for more. Neon sure they do some damage along the way. Piety with a fight back. Coyote beautifully done with a frenzy. The full up pistol with the fight back. And Shadow picking up the Vandal, picking up the kill alongside Kon. And Nyx will take the round.
Oh, they get it. It gets a little bit expensive. They even lose another gun here. Very unfortunate.
Vandal. That was the Vandal.
Yeah, that is so unlucky. That being said, though, it does kind of push forward a clear path for Nyx here. We might see the bonus just turning into a force. You can see them considering it. The Vandal coming in for Delbisky once again, who's got to have the money to buy up. So if Delbisky can get a kill or two, make sure that some guns can be picked up by the teammates, suddenly this is another bonus that could very easily swing in favor of Nyx. We saw the kind of momentum they had in that previous half, Daks, on map number 3.
It was so well timed there from Neons, and now Coyote ready to go for more contact. Here comes the fault line, and here comes the shot. Coyote there gets the first, goes back into cover, blast back to reposition 2. And while we get the bounces from the balls, the aftershock is such a bother towards Nyx. They just want to cross and pick up the spike, but it might be someone else to say something about that. And exactly that, it's Yoki there prepared for more of these fights. Yoki with another one, just winning out an effective 1v3. Delbisky has to go back into cover. She's the only one still standing. And how does Neon survive in this formation? Again, so oppressive with their position, so prepared for whatever may come, and nicely done with a flawless win.
6-9, and this is the same position that we saw Kon get a 3K come from, so it's like strangely fitting that Neons also delivers a flawless round here off the back of these kills coming out from the entire squad. Yoki, of course, finding 2, getting 3, in fact, almost, will set them up for success. And after that round, Neons, they're going to have a showstopper to boot, so an additional piece of utility that can be really pivotal in either denying these pushes out of Nyx or just going in for the retake. Nyx, though, they have the ability to play post-spawn now because they have the orbital strike online.
Yeah, it's just interesting though. One is on the Stinger, and it's somebody that you mentioned it. With the orbital strike, it's such a big win condition if they can put that spike down. Protocol though here for Nyx, still stock and standard. 4-1 with the split. Lurk courtesy of Kachao as well. She can actually collect these orbs, maybe get the lockdown into play before anything else. You also have Yamroll now, trying to just stall for time as much as possible. So while Neons are keeping tabs of that B site, Nyx have rotated in silence to make their way for potential split onto A. They're already going through the door. No one actually playing towards Sans. Felsi as well as KitKat are very wary of drop itself. But in that silence, there will be the thunder. Delbisky making noise to actually make her way towards A. The spike though isn't in position as of yet. There we get the reconnaissance. The aftershock can be at the play as well. And while Yamroll's willing to fight, it will be Neons here getting the advantage. More so now, out in the open. Taunted somebody with the fight back. Coyote Hill getting close. Kachao is there from the drop position. And that high ground's the best ground for her to work with. 2v1. Now Yoki
30 seconds
has
left.
looked for the clutch in her. Somebody here so low on the HP. The biggest threat right now will be Kachao. Trying to goad Yoki to push on through. Kachao still in such a power position. Alarm bot gets confirmation. Yoki gets the first, sees the head, and makes sure Kachao is dead. Dealt and disposed of the final 2. Clutches it out here for Neons. And you can see the heartbeat of Neons. It is here, and it is Yoki.
Oh, that is insane. Just, I mean, with the kind of domination we've seen from SMG coming out this year, it makes sense that anyone who was on that team is capable of feats like this. So really nice sharpshooting coming out, able to isolate those fights and just sniff out the position where exactly Kachao was present. Nyx now going to be calling their second timeout here, 6-10. still a chance for them to bring this map back, to prevent it from running onto a map 5. But talking about running with it, it's Neons in full control, still holding on to that showstopper, knowing that their opponents, they're going to be at an economic deficit. It's going to be such a difficult round for Nyx to power through. They have the ultimates, at least the tools with which they can try to convert this. But that being said, they're going to have to be methodical to get this thrifty and to prevent Neons from getting to 11.
It just feels like, though, compared to the other few maps we've had here from Nyx Kyosei, the value of utility, the kits that they have themselves, we haven't really seen it as optimized compared to what we got on Lotus, what we got there on Haven, even more so on Bind too. So I do wonder, where can they find even more value out of their composition? Because they're running that Sova, they're running that Neon. You know, it's a little bit of a smorgasbord of potential post plans, if ever. But it just hasn't really panned out the way that they would like, when Neon's a lot more concentrated on their approach. They have such a good rhythm of what to do, and in clutch situations, they're delivering as well.
It's been excellent coming out of the Neons on this map. They look like an entirely different team to the one we saw in Fracture. And it's quite clear that both of these teams within their map pool, they're just excellent at the maps that they're best at. But at the end of the day, right, this could have been pretty convincing win coming in for Nyx, and it's still a possibility as well. All they have to do is make sure that they can convert this round. They already have the sight off the back of it, and now all those ultimates, they're going to be such huge pivotal win conditions.
Yeah, Nyx putting that plant down, and Yamroll trying to hold here close now versus Con Delbisky on the board, and the Sheriff too from Nyx. A second one! Here we go yet again! Nyx looking to go for the thrifty if ever, but Coyote will have something to say about that. 3v3 though for the time being. Neon's in position towards the spike. As smoke dissipates, Chow gets one. Here comes Delbisky, but KitKat will find her anyway. V1, some body from the high ground, 5 HP left. A single shot will be enough, and Felsev will be the one to back it all up. Neon's now moves towards 11.
That was extremely unlucky for Nyx. They played that so well considering the factors that they had to work with, but towards the end it just comes down to the 1v1, and Felsi is going to be the one to come out on top. That was such a heavy investment as well coming out of Nyx. The fact is that if it had been anybody, if it had been Piety alive towards the end, it could have been an entirely different round. The orbital strike could have brought enough time on that spike for Nyx to convert it nevertheless. But that being said, they're finally gonna have a buy again. Ultimate economy, though, is heavily stacked in Neon's favor. They have the Fade ult, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Orbital Strike, everything at the kitchen sink just ready to throw in the direction of Nyx unless they're careful.
Look, all I learned from that last round was if you get haunted and you use the rope, it will actually follow you, and you can make another rope under the rope.
Oh my god.
That's your fun fact for today, as Nyx here. It's been a bit of a struggle all throughout the map, as Neons has had their number and has had stellar positioning too. Yogi here trying to set up, if ever, to contest Arcade with a flash. And Nano Swarm though, keeping her at bay, so a bit of space here for Nyx to work with. Coyote though, ready for the contact, flashes out, and Kachao, he's struggling here to find their opening. Second Nano Swarm this time around is broken. Does Yogi there go for it yet again? Fault line this time around, but Kachao going for the closer hold. Well done by Delbisky too. So the double enough for Nyx to at least clear out a bit of tower. Yamroll here getting ready with the orbital strike, and seems like for Neons, they just wants to push this as much as possible. They make sure the tower is cleared, and because of it, Nyx will take out the signal to go A instead.
KitKat gonna be still hanging around here though, so that's gonna be a factor they have to deal with. Now, Nightfall coming in to try and track her down. Still, it's gonna be KitKat trying to anchor down on the site and hold down the fort. Neons, they are trying their best, and Coyote's Pinchos are ready to find that first kill. Kachao with the trade though, and still, the Orbital Strike gonna be alive and working here. 3v3.
Couldn't outrun the Angels there by the end, but the Orbital Strike decides to smite, and Kachao's turret, it's Timmy getting on the board. Kachao though with another one. 3 already across the round. Nyx here, just the standoff towards tower, eventually the pivot towards A. The rotation looking absolutely ridiculous, and Kachao does so the same again. 4 for her, and it's a 4-round gap left.
Getting closer and closer. Excellent round coming out of Nyx here. They bait out those ultimates that we were talking about before they really decide to go for the commit. In particular, drawing that orbital strike out was huge there, and they still are able to hold on to their Actually, have we seen the overdrive come out from Dilbisky at all today, Dax? Because
No.
I don't think so. She's just been holding on to it for a while.
I generally don't remember it in the first half, unfortunately.
I don't think it came out.
Yeah, that's something I've been wondering for much. If ever she used it, we didn't get the impact, unfortunately. And perhaps, again, that's where we see some struggles forwards. Nyx, that round, though, well done when they force the contact and eventually they force the flush out. It's that patience sometimes, or even the calls. Kachao gets one. And KitKat will make the trade work. But you can see here for Nyx, it's not the biggest commit. They can pivot over to A if ever. It's empty so far. KitKat, though, did pick up a rifle along the way, so Neon's here, something to work with. And Nyx is moving towards B instead, where it's Yoki waiting for them.
Sheriff in hand. We've seen the shots though that these players hit, so never to be underestimated. Yoki does spot out the entry coming in, puts down the concussion to try and get out with their life, will succeed, and now the Rolling Thunder to boot to bring in an additional dimension of damage. Yoki has to fall back though here. Tower position finally being taken control of, and that will enable Nyx to get that spike down. Flash still coming in. They try to push forward, and Yoki actually finds the kill here, bringing the numbers down, but Nyx, they're quick to bounce back into it. 2v2 situation, onside somebody. She's got to be the one finding everything, and KitKat, the first player to find a kill, the last one left alive, 1v2.
Yeah, the Vandal in hand, sure, and KitKat gonna go for the lockdown. Like Neons, they want this match point to happen. And if ever this lockdown can buy the space for them, so be it. But Dilbisky, gonna be strong angle if ever. Some body also looking for contact despite the pressure of the detain. Here comes the halfway defuse, but Dilbisky rushing her way towards the spike. Time running out. KitKat's looking to make this clutch happen. It's not gonna work. She's just exposed there in the elements, in front of two of Nyx. You can see it again. The round goes Nyx's favor.
Got very, very close there. Though Nyx, they gotta be breathing a sigh of relief now that the lockdown is out of the way. That's one less major ultimate that they have to worry about. That said though, like, I feel like Kachao could have genuinely managed to clutch it out here if KitKat would have managed to clutch it out here if it had been just a little bit more time for her to stick that spike. Really, really well played by Nyx there. They know the timings, they're able to kind of capitalize on it, and now full buy versus full buy. This is Nyx's chance. If they can win this, they're gonna be that much closer to an equalizer, and they have so many ultimates with which to do that.
Yeah, they don't need to deal with the lockdown anymore, as you mentioned. So Nyx should feel confident just to play towards the side. KitKat here looking to build up a lockdown yet again, starting with Dilbisky. So a good beginning here for Neons. They have a strong position, watching out towards Sands especially. As door closes, it gives Nyx a bit of a reprieve, but Con, does she dare peek this? It's many targets looking her way if ever. Felsi on the high ground. You have still KitKat down below, and somebody actually catching KitKat, so that's opening here for Nyx. Want to force the issue and press on towards this side. Contact kill made yet again, and the peek from Yamroll is punished. Well done here by Nyx. They get the advantage so far. Kachao also with a different plan. We're waiting for a lockdown. We might get it here from Nyx instead.
Gonna be investing it, like you mentioned. It's gonna cover all of this particular site, so definitely gonna be making things a little bit easier as they try to get forward here. It's gonna come down to the timing. The push is there from Coyote, but not able to connect the kills. In fact, it's gonna be Yoki finding the trade though, making it a 2v2. Make that a 1v2 as Yoki gets 3 on the round. The lockdown, not finding anything at all, and now it's just gonna be Kachao trying to go back to pick up the spike. Has to find the timings here. Will be able to go past the stun though. And now the flash is gonna come down to the timing. Still gets the headshot. Not enough time on the clock though. 7 seconds left. She's not gonna make it, Daks. And just like that, the round, it falls apart.
Where did even Yoki come from? Where was she in all of that scrap? But somehow, some way she infiltrates, and because of it, Neons are on match point instead. Seems like the lockdowns, both duds in the past few rounds, just because of incredible efforts from their opponents. And Neons here, they want the force of the side there. You can see here. You can see Zahk. LCQ doesn't want to end. Both teams are hungry for that slot towards Elite, and Neons is making it as possible as can be. If they can make this decider happen, if they can make this it to map number 5, you know there's that chance.
I mean, there's always a chance, and honestly, it would be a shame to not have that decider coming in for both of these teams, seeing how they've played. Already early showstopper coming in, but immediately stopped in its tracks by Piety. How?
On, here we go. She wants to fight again. Prowler though gets connections. Difficult for her to see, and Yoki will actually find her along the way. So Neons, they decided to contest, and they'll come out with a disadvantage instead. It's 4v3 though, as
There.
somebody also still has the Rolling Thunder. Side already been taken by the go for the plant too, and also the Bisky is trying to go for the cover towards Link. Everyone from Neon's actually here at drop, so it's dangerous here for Neons to play from this single angle because of that Rolling Thunder threats. You can see already Nyx has adjusted accordingly. They have a fast lane to set up for, and I would wonder, does Neons just go for a save here instead?
I mean, completely understandable. The clock, it's already ticked quite a bit. They're able to pick up a couple of upgrades, and now they know they're at match point. They know they have 4 more chances to close it out, or well, 3 more chances to close it out after this round. They would rather hold on to their economy instead of being forced into a desperate save once again. And Nyx, they stay alive in this series. 9-12, but talking about these rounds, Daks, it often comes down to who gets those first couple of kills or who is just in that position that's gone unchecked. We saw it from Yoki in the round, the last round rather, and in this particular one as well. If Neons, they're on site and Nyx take care of them, get that early advantage, they're able to set up that post plant so efficiently. But if in that first engagement, it's Neons coming out on top, Nyx just kind of fall apart.
By now, Nyx, they're just trying to survive here, Zach. They still have ways to go for that post plant if ever with the Hunter's Fury, with the Rolling Thunder. But getting there is the hard part. They made their way, though, by winning out the initial skirmish a while ago. And because of it, Neon's learning their lesson, hanging back instead, looking confident to play the anchor for A site.
Coming back.
Go for the post plant retake instead towards B. The canteen hold, though, is one to watch out from Coyote, as we're seeing Kachao now creep her way towards drop. False intelligence, perhaps? She knows the alarm bot is nearby. Seems like she breaks it. And the Hunter's Fury suddenly be the answer. Khan here, looking to go for the cover. Nyx looking for anyone to kill, but not gonna happen as of yet. Utter silence from the defense. Eventually, though, with the smokes, it will be Nyx here, going for the tower take. Spike's also planted. Yoki though and Coyote trying to work together to begin the action. Rolling Thunder for more so even the stall. Somebody low already on HP. The Bisky getting the fight and getting the shot on the Yamroll. It's a good beginning here from Nyx. It's been very passive from Neon so far in this round. And now we're gonna have to walk into the setup sidelines here of Nyx Kyosei. Now the swarm into play. Coyote goes to the blast back across, but Khan will catch her in the act. Yoki though on the board. It will be KitKat 2 fighting back. But now it's all left to KitKat. There's the shot. There we go. But it won't be anything but a show. Nyx has another round under their belts.
10-12, 2 away from another overtime. I feel recurrences of map 1 kind of seeping in here, because this is the exact position Neons were in as well before pushing it to that overtime. They just needed a couple of rounds, and Nyx, they're getting closer and closer, still hanging on to some of those win conditions that we were talking about. In particular, that orbital strike still in Piety's hands. She hasn't been able to or needed to use it in these last few rounds, and now once again Neons, they're gonna be in that awkward economy situation. They have a Rolling Thunder of their own, but I doubt we're going to be seeing that come out unless it comes down to that time at the end like we saw in some of those previous rounds. Nyx, they're going for the patient play again, but it seems like Neons, they're done with pushing for now at least. They're just playing it quiet, trying to make this expensive, and possibly catch some of these players off guard.
I mean, they realize, though, that this is an eco state here for Neons. The judge is spotted also by the Eldron. So it's already big intel, but KitKat, that's a big kill. Marshall has been the one that matters in the hands of Neons. They've been the masters, really, using that gun all throughout this tournament. But Nyx, they still have the firepower. Coyote has come her way, and she wins the duel with the 3 taps anyway. This is big here for Neons. They're able to find pick after pick across the map. And Nyx, they're gonna have to reconvene, figure out where they can come from. Maybe Arcade's the answer.
They do know for a fact that Yoki is low. Her position smoked out. Coyote and Yoki, in fact, are both quite low here. The problem is that already You can see the angle just being closely watched here by these players on
30
Neons. They
seconds
also have
left.
the Rolling Thunder with the investment, with the clock ticking as far as it has. Another beautiful flash here will enable Coyote to find the kill. Rolling Thunder invested as well. 20 seconds. They have to make their way onto site. Otherwise, this is looking like a map that's completely over here. The kills come in, and it's all down to just Heidi. 13 seconds left, and she's just running for her life, trying to get the plants. But it's going to be the classic to close it out.
Defenders
We're
win.
going to map number 5 as Neons, they take Lotus, ending Nyx's reign on this particular one. And Daks, we said it, if there's any series that's gonna go the distance, it has to be this one. And my god, what a game.
What just happened? How did that work? How did they win? Unbelievable ending that works
Marshall
out
kill.
in Neon's favor. Again, the Marshall has been what has worked for Neon, so no surprise there. But the fact that we saw Nyx try to push towards Arcade and they were whittled down by the pistols, caught out by the fast lane. It really just feels like here for Neons, they don't want to let this series go. And they won out in the most unbelievable and amazing fashion. A thrifty to end it, Zach. And we go for a decider because of it.
I mean, it's perfectly fitting to me because this entire series has just been thrifty after thrifty after thrifty. So ending map number 4, pushing it to map number 5 with a thrifty makes perfect sense to me. But before we do head into that decider, we have a lot to say about map number 4, or at least our panel does. So Mika and Blackenblue, let us in.
A victory on an eco is just so much sweeter, isn't it, Blackenblue?
No.
I mean,
No,
this was
it's damn
crazy.
bitter, Mika. What are you talking about? Like, how of all things, when they're looking so good, that's when they let it slip. That's when it hurts.
Oh, and that's what's so frustrating on the side of Nyx Kyosei, right? There were so many rounds that were like that, where you think that, okay, they're in a good position, you know, they've got this, they've got their first initial picks, but somehow, you know, they managed to let that advantage go, right? I'm recalling that awkward lockdown round where, you know, Kachao was just in an optimal position to be able to cause some chaos, and then, you know, just things just started going all out of plan. But then you have Neons on the other side that were just able to take advantage of those small mistakes that Nyx Kyosei were able to do, right? And we see it, we know why they picked this map now, especially with that lead, and managing to just, you know, keep calm and just regain their composure as the rounds were getting closer and closer together.
Well, it's been a pattern here that we've kind of almost expected, but yet we're still perplexed that it turns out the way it does, right? If it's a 2-site map, especially in a compact one like this, it's Neons. If it's a 3-site map, like Haven, like Lotus, it goes towards Nyx, and the pattern continues so far. Pearl is obviously where we're gonna land for the final one, but a player like Coyote, we talked about her early, like on the pre-panel, you know, leading up to this matchup, especially, and he's always been a big player who makes big time plays, and once more does again here in this matchup. And that post plan, look at that coming from Neon's,
plan.
perfect from them.
Yeah, so the 8 out of 8, and we did see that, you know, they were also during in bind, right? We did see how very effective they were on those close plan scenarios, and I just feel so much for Nyx Kyosei here, because like they could have had this so easily. They were gaining that momentum, like as the last few rounds, you know, happened, but unfortunately this was Neons, right? They did have that lead, they did have that confidence, they knew what they were doing on this map, and they knew exactly why they picked this map. It was for Coyote to cause some chaos, which she certainly did on that race. She did have quite the performance indeed, and she was able to beat back Nyx Kyosei just so many times. No matter how, you know, how they would rotate around the map, we did see some cheeky plays from Nyx Kyosei, but you know, players like Coyote, for example, they were always so ready. They were always so ready to just anticipate from wherever they would come from.
Yeah, channeling that inner wily Coyote, looking like a Looney Tune, just defying gravity, flying through the air, and making bigger explosions than you'd ever expect. And the way that they're able to utilize their explosiveness has been one of the biggest things here for the team, not just in a map like Fracture or Bind, but as a whole, and they rely on her to buy them that space early on. But we go to a map like Pearl, maybe half and half. Yes, only 2 sites, but it's a bit more long-winded and extended, and there's no map 6 in this case, so they're gonna have to somehow win this here right now. And I think they just delivered us either way a series that one should remember.
Well, you just brought up long-winded and extended. Well, it looks like we're doing exactly that. So we are going into map 5. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for the conclusion of this series. We are on to map number 5
Aw.
between Nyx, Kyosei, and Neons, right, Mochi? Yes. She's excited to watch. She's excited to get into Pearl right now.
I'm excited to see more of Mochi, honestly. Your tag should have been Mika Fabs and Mochi.
We always have to have a Mochi on the broadcast. Yesterday, Raph brought out his own Mochi, so we have to have the Mochi representation because we do have, of course, the adorable Fifi on the side of Nyx Kyosei. So gotta have some of the fur baby representation. As of now, though, going into Pearl, Neons versus Nyx. I am not sure where I'm leaning. In Black and Blue, you mentioned earlier how two site maps tend to favor Neons. Are you still feeling that way as we head into Pearl?
Well, we can kind of make some guesses here, but if you look at numbers, both of these teams not necessarily the most, how do I say this, comfortable. A map like Pearl, none of them having a winning win rate as of anything really when you look at their history, and it's not necessarily the most, once again, comfortable but nor convincing of them every time we see them play these maps. But I'm hoping that might change now, especially for a team like, Nyx, who have consistently struggled to get anything done on these kind of two-site maps. But on a map like Pearl, it's a bit more spread out, does favor their playstyle a bit, and that makes it so that Neons won't be able to no longer just bum rush their way into a site sometimes, and the fast pace that they've made as a tempo for maps like Bind and Fracture.
I'm not too sure about that. I mean, given that sometimes, Nyx Kyosei, they do tend to sometimes drop the ball when they do feel that snowball from Neons, right? And it really just depends. Zach mentioned this earlier as well. Really just depends sometimes on who gets those precious first picks, right? Especially since, you do have such important players like Khan, for example, who did stellar, by the way, in that previous map. And you do have players like Coyote who are just waiting to stand by on either side of these teams, right? I really don't know. And I feel like, this is a fitting end indeed. Of course, like, in my head, it's like, we keep on laughing about this. Oh my god, it's going to map 5. But I feel like now it's like, okay, it had to go to a map 5 here. Especially since, again, this final slot for Elite is on the line. And right now, we have our agent select. It's like we have a mirror matchup here. Just about, almost. Except that now, we have somebody on the Fate, and we have Felty on the Soka.
Yeah, it's a one big difference here, right? And, for some reason, I woke up today and I felt like a map number 5 was to come in our final match of the day, but whatever superstitions or other worldly feelings might be, it comes down to the real deal here, where you have a final map to decide who goes and pushes on through. And I think that Neons, they've been the ones who are a bit more consistent in kind of converting rounds that they should win, but it's Nyx Kyosei who might have, kind of this higher, more intricate ceiling sometimes, and yet they lack the consistency. And we see a lot of times that momentum, once it is taken away from under their wings, they're very difficult in regaining that momentum within the map itself, within the game itself, within that matchup itself. And if that continues once more, this will be a deadly map to start losing your mental.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, just to reiterate for everybody, this is map number 8 for Nyx Kyosei at the moment. We're gonna see how well their endurance holds up as we pass it on over to our casters for map number 5. Send me the energy, guys.
It's not just energy here, Mika. It is history. The final map of the final match of the final day of what the LCQ has for us today. I am just impressed with how this week has gone, Zach. That we have gone down to the wire, 2-2 standing, and it all goes down to Pearl. Daks and Zach still with you guys here, and all I have to say or ask right now is, what do you expect from this map? Because from what I remember, even though there isn't the most history for both these two teams on playing Pearl, I do feel like this is a map that they can bring out something very special if given the right opportunity. And even Yamro's just like, okay, bring out the energy. Neon,
time to stretch.
The stretch is there for them. At least for Nyx, go say Fifi, do it. If Nyx is gonna win this, do it for Fifi.
Do it for Fifi indeed, and we've had it's basically Mochi versus Fifi. I feel like we can let Neons adopt Mika's cat at least as a mascot for this particular series. But like you mentioned, Dax Pearl, this is a map that you haven't really seen either team play that much. You did have a dominant victory coming out from Nyx over Nana and friends in that Swiss stage. But aside from that, this is a map that they haven't really touched upon that much. Something similar could be said for Neons as well so far. They've played it a little bit in this playoffs. They actually lost it in that upper final to the Hero KDA, if I'm not wrong. So this is a map that they have proved to be flawed on before. That said, though, with the games having been as competitive as they have been, I feel like there's just really no way to predict it. I think it's just whoever gets more thrifties at this point.
Whoever's still alive and kicking after
Yeah.
everything's said and done. Nyx Kyosei, they've played 8 maps in a row today just to try and fight for that elite slot. Neons, on the other hand, they were ready, they were set, now they are here to fight. As KitKat gets one, Piety with the trade, KitKat still on side, Piety doing the same
One
here.
enemy
And from this
remaining.
point on, it's
Spike
Neons
down
holding
B.
down the line that they need to. Lurk perhaps from Kachao. Unfortunately for her, there's no one else to play off with. And as Kachao does get suppressed, she's noticed here by the rest of Neons. Moving now towards the site. Yoki inside the halls as well. And Kachao here spotted out by Yamori. That roll. It's so dangerous. And well, that's gonna be it. Neons with the round.
That got a little bit too close for comfort, but at least, Neon's on the side. They were able to kind of hold down this crossfire together, pincer in a lot of these players, and just make things incredibly difficult for the rest of their opponents. A nice try coming out towards the end to clutch it out here from Kachao, whose lurk was just a little bit too late. But that said, that's going to be another pistol round. Neon definitely taking the lead with these victories here on this particular kind of statistic. Now, full buy coming in for them.
Yeah, it's stock standard for them too. Go for the Spectres and look to play the anti-eco. KitKat, she's been having such a strong series so far. I mentioned it earlier on in our previous maps, but this has just been... If Neon's taking this, that would be basically her legacy game. That would be basically a big reason why they make it to Elite. And as we go, I believe, for a bit of a timeout, Nyx is the one who might be feeling the pressure. They saw themselves in basically series point there on Fracture if they took that map, but they couldn't get their footing versus Neons. And right now, the pistol wins. That something you've been talking about earlier on, Zach. It's going in favor of Neons yet again.
Heavily in favor, so as to speak. It just seems like there's no avenue that Neons are really leaving open for exploitation here. They just look so practiced, even in that first round, right? You could see the patience coming out of them. It's like over the course of the day, they've really improved their own personal level of play as well. So things definitely going in their favor. That said, I still feel like Nyx, they have just a little bit of that upper ground. Sure, it's been a long day. They played a best of 3 before this, but if that fatigue hasn't kicked in quite yet, which it doesn't seem like, I feel like they've come too far to really falter at this particular obstacle. It would really suck if they did for them. That's it.
They're already here, right? They made it to the lower bracket finals. They've made it to map number 5, 8 maps in a row versus 2 incredible teams with the Hero KDA a while ago and Neons as of now. It's such a story here for Nyx, but of course for Neons, it's that redemption that we've been talking about, how they surprised many by making it all the way to the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately faltering against the first team that has qualified from the LCQ, which was MLT Esports. So for now, they made their chance happen with the recoveries. I do believe, though, if looking back at the map draft, is it just both teams taking their map picks again and again? There's Zach.
Pretty much, yeah. that's how it's gone over for the day so far. Although, if you did see that victory coming through on Haven for Neons, it might have been an entirely different story here. We might not have even had a map fight looking at how close some of these games have been. So I don't know. They're probably going to be kicking themselves later if this doesn't end up going their way and it is ultimately a Nyx's victory. I feel like that Haven map is going to end up haunting whichever team that does come out on the bottom of this.
Yeah, so bit of a time here for technical pause. Maybe I can give my shout out to Fifi the dog finally after everything is said and done, because I've been so happy we've had such a cute logo every time we had idle time, and come on, Nyx Kyosei, you can see it twice. Fifi on the board. She's the mascot of the team. If anyone can win it for Nyx, it would be her. But jokes aside, it's time now for us to get back into the game, Zach, and we're set back to Neons here, anticipating a potential push with the Spectres in hand.
Not much for Nyx to really work with here. One Sheriff on Delvitsky, the Marshal as well for Khan, but it seems like... Oh, never mind. I said like, it seems like it's going to be a difficult proposition, but not if Coyote goes for a peek like that and Khan can hit a shot like that. Huge opener to start off with. Already, you're going to be losing Coyote here, that key impact player, MVP of that last map, I believe. Lurk as well. Caught out though by Yamro.
Yeah, Yamro also set for it, but incredible stuff from Khan. The distance with that Marshall shot. Eventually though, you have Neons here playing towards the flowers instead. Nyx on the other hand, cutting noise, and we've seen this actually become a bit more apparent over the past few rounds, in the past few maps actually. Later on into the series, they've been trying to play silent and they've tried to play a little bit more safe as Khan gets another big Marshall. Here comes Felsi just to dive in the hand of Delbisky. Flash comes on in from Yoki as well. Dash one out, Yoki still able to track her down. 3v2 for the time being. Spike now ticking away and Khan brings out the classic. It gets connection yet again. Khan! Unbelievable to make it a thrifty win. She found the Marshall, she found the classic, and she found the dub for Nyx.
I have no words. The way that round ended up going, like, okay, Khan gets a nice opener. Good job. That's a great start. And then she just keeps going. She just keeps going. And, you know, the Marshall is one thing from that range, but the classic, that's just something that Neons, they're going to be kicking themselves for if they do go over the wad for this round, because this is a round that, honestly, Nyx had no business winning. Like, yeah, Fifi the dog is cute, but not that cute. No offense. What?
Well, maybe Nyx would want to say something about that. And speaking of now, though, Neon's also getting into that phase. Dulcie gets the first short. Kachao, though, with the trade, and quickly a clash in mid. This is Neon's is going for the full set if ever. Prowler, though, strong up close, but Yamro gets the bind onto one. Still Nyx trying to keep tabs of what's going on, and eventually they'll find KitKat out in the open. Stellar gravity well, and a stellar way for Nyx to keep calm under pressure.
You're okay.
I think that round was like 20 seconds from start to finish. Everybody just converging towards mid for a nice little brawl. You know, like how you know, when a game is going like really stressful sometimes, and you just type in all chat, hey guys, let's knife in mid. It kind of gave off the same vibes there, except that, you know, actual guns were involved. But that being said, nice damage coming out of Neons for the buy that they had. Nyx still opting to play for the bonus here. Several ultimates for both these sides, getting closer and closer. In particular, that null command from Khan is what I have my eye on. I think that could be the make or break factor for this round, depending on if it gets used in the right place or not.
Yeah, truthfully, you keep tabs on what Khan can do to make that entry possible. If they can actually get A main control, that'll be essential to getting that orb given to her. You can already see Nyx slowly crawling yet again towards that A site. The orb still available to be taken if ever. And Neons, they need to be prepared for this. Yamro, does she stick around towards Dugout? Because even though she has stars to utilize, if she gets hit by the suppress by playing close, that's going to be a big problem here for Neons. Nyx on the other hand, they are now trying to go for the push from main. Seems like it will be them suppressed instead. The Bisky look at the lead, the charge. Gravity well gonna be there to stall for time. Darts 2 while they go for their own 0 point. The Bisky gets the first. Felsi though on board and backside. Clash in contact up close. It's trade for trade yet again. And 3v3. Pulse.
30 seconds
Second stun coming on out. The Astra's trying to use the stars to give the advantage, but it's Khan still alive and kicking. Advantage now perhaps when KitKat burns down somebody. It's just all about these picks here. Zahk and 1 versus 1 now. Khan versus Yamro. A bullet in that will be enough to get the win, and Yamro will be there to get it done. 2-2 as we're tied up.
Not much HP there, unfortunately, for Khan, no matter what kind of heroics we've seen from her so far. That said, though, really nice round coming out of Neons overall. they like you mentioned, right? They were constantly putting pressure on Nyx's side, just trying to really prevent them from taking any kind of side control, and it worked out so perfectly in their favor.
It's just a gamble sometimes for Neons, the way that they're able to pick apart their opponents one by one. It gets honestly pretty interesting. The way that they're just gonna call, sure, we can go for the contact. Doesn't matter if there's a suppress. If we can find the trades, we can find the win. And hasn't that been the case so far in the series, Zap? Sometimes it's about the clutch. Whoever can just eke out that close victory for either team.
Yeah, it's definitely come down to the wire so far. I feel like this is one of the most individually excelling series that we've really seen, where it comes down so often to which particular player is just on top of their game. That I think even today's matches as well, if you think about it, right, there have been so many rounds where it just came down to one or two insane plays, like Lotus, for example, 2 1v3s in 3 rounds. That really was what cemented Nyx's superiority. Now though, talking about the attack, it's going to be the lockdown invested by Nyx. It's a bit of a fake play though, it seems like, because the spike itself, it's being taken towards B, but the bait, it hasn't quite been taken.
Yeah, still silence here as they're walking through the shot rings now. And this should be KitKat as well as Coyote, expecting a bit of contact on though with the first Albisky, finding another. And while Coyote still in the back hole, she might be the saving grace. Never mind, as Nyx will clear her out anyway. Should come towards the plant. Dart though, looking for a bit of intel. As Piety though puts the spike down. It's 3v2 for the time being. Yamroll waiting for reinforcements and waiting for this wall to drop. It's a hold here though, courtesy of Piety. You have the Bisky playing towards Hulse as well. That's Felsi. Must lead that charge. So Paolo though perfectly get the intel, gravity well, even better. And they contain any kind of retake contact. Nyx keeps this lead.
Take a breath now.
Just too much to deal with. I mean, the fact was that the lockdown went down, and even if the rotation didn't come in, you could see that they were kind of thinking about it. So Nyx were able to just push in and be able to find the timing on the site. It seems like whoever was there was just not ready for that kind of push through contact play after a lockdown was put down on the opposite side. So nice bait and switch play. Nyx fully capitalized off the back of it. And now Neons, despite that loss though, it's not bad for them because they managed to bait out almost every major ult out of Nyx's side. So even though they might not have the economy yet, they do have the ultimates themselves. This Bladestorm in particular from Coyote is still active.
They have the chance. They see the Prowler though, and Coyote cannot push because of it. Main though being controlled here by Neons. Kachao weathering whatever Neons will throw at her. And she found 2 for her troubles. It's 4v3 though, as Nyx look to clear whatever they can in closer contact. Fighting though with the plant. Here comes Coyote. We've been watching out for her into this round. The Z's still bouncing off the wall, but Coyote makes those blades go straight. Con, in the meantime, finding Yoki. There's a bit of a star to go for the stall, sure. Piety okay in position. KitKat though with the one. Piety at the ready for anyone else coming her way. 1v2. KitKat, can she even find any more kills here? Not gonna happen as the Bisky has her number. Nyx now with a 4th.
Just a little bit too much for them to deal with here, and Nyx, they're slowly but surely keeping that momentum in their favor. A couple of nice shots coming out from Neon's side, of course, but the economic disadvantage just a little bit too much for these players to deal with. I think that for Nyx's side, I really like the post plans that they're coming up with once that spike goes down. The biggest problem that we saw in a lot of those previous map stacks was how fast Neons like to come in for that retake and how unprepared Nyx ended up being sometimes. But now on Pearl, right, in these smaller sites, in these scrappier angles, they're just so ready to fight for it together. And oh, that's an early push already.
I got awkward there for Con, and Neon's taking a lot of space towards B anyway. The Bisky trying to provide covering fire. The disengage is set. And just that early contact putting pressure on Nyx. We've seen this from Neons before, that if they can get that space, it will fend Nyx away. But the double back. I love this call here from Nyx right now, because the assumption from Neons might be they need to watch out for instead. Kachao also looking to sell that fake with the shots over onto Heart. Allows the rest of Nyx to crawl their way towards B. And it's up to Coyote to sense what is going on, sniff out what's happening around the map. Bisky though already moving onto the site. to suppress. That's valuable, but Yogi will be found. Coyote over onto the corner. Immediately, though, disintegrated by the numbers of Nyx. But that's even better! Delivery from afar! Felsi will be the marksman there. Absolutely sharp with the bow and arrow. And as Nyx is here, moving towards the side, 3v2. Seems like Neon, they just want to go for the retake instead.
Spike planted for long, and remember, there's a lockdown available as well as a cosmic divide for this particular team, so they're gonna have to be very careful. They need to take KitKat out, but the timing, it's gonna work out in Kachao's favor. She finds the kill, and despite that cosmic divide, it's gonna be so easy for them to try and isolate these fights here. The distraction coming in, the angle being held, somebody finds one, and now it's just a 1v2. The hunt is on, the chase is on, but Yamamo's cosmic divide works against her, not in her favor. The spike not planted for them though, able to get half the defuse, and now all she has to do is try to stick it here, but the time has ticked away, and Kachao finds that final kill to get Nyx to 5. Almost a dangerous round there, but just that killjoy battle there, that decided the fate of the round.
I mean, there was that hope because they got halfway, but the fact of the matter is, Lilbisky, that start allowed the rest of Nyx to funnel on in, and you said it yourself, Kachao winning that duel towards Link, it just kept less corners to have to contend with, kept Nyx safer to actually play away from the wall and get into cover, and the rest was just history for them. 5 rounds now here for Nyx. They're slowly running away with this game, and given the fact that Neons are on the Sheriffs right now, they're gonna need to go for those, I'd say, tried and tested ecos that we've seen all throughout the series if they want to bring this back.
I mean, we've seen too many of them work out, so I would never count them out despite the economic disadvantage. But so far, at least on this map, it seems like Nyx are the team that have been excelling when it comes to the ecos. Now Nightfall gonna be put into play here. They quickly move on to side off the back of that. Lilbisky, in fact, gonna be chasing down the Prowler to find a kill, and that ult is gonna give away all the information that this site is completely empty.
Another push, he actually got so much space towards Secret, and KitKat tries at least to keep her at bay. Piety though on board with 2. Felche, that's a crack shot, but Kachao, again, lurk is always a possibility. And of course, who's prime ready? It's Piety. She found 3. Felce does the same. So stellar with any kind of pistol, with the rifles ready. Somebody's there, just backing away from the time being. There's respect now to what Felce can do, but even better, the ring around, and just a sightline indeed to work with. The scan came out, so she knew it was coming, but there was nothing that Felce could do.
Just no time to react at all being given by Nyx there. Felche, like you mentioned, did make it expensive. A couple of really nice sheriff shots overall. Made it a 1v2 towards the end of it. But that being said, just too much to do, too little time. And it will be another round coming in for Nyx. 6-2 right now, really extending their lead here. And now they're going to be the ones with the ultimate. A lockdown available for that lockdown. But the null command for Yoki as well. That might be so pivotal in this retake situation.
Yeah, and look at this. Neons are actually going for a lot of presence towards mate. Kachao don't find the ability to begin with. Yoki now, quick answer from her. But on the other side of the map, it's a glass cannon from Yamroll. Still, though, action afoot. And Piety now keeping the pain train going. Nyx have eradicated everyone from Neons here towards that A side. And Yamroll... If you saw her cam real quick, a quick smile, realizes, okay, this round is over. She's gonna have to save that operator instead.
Has to get it out of the way here for the team, and unfortunately, fortunately, at least they're able to save the op, but that's like small mercies at this point because it's 2-7 Daks, and we spoke a lot about momentum and how both these teams just seem to thrive off of it. Well, this map, this final map, it seems like it is going to be Nyx's game, at least for this first half. They look completely dominant on this attacking side, and there's just nothing that it seems like Neon can really throw at them to keep them from having their way with it.
Yeah, it's such an interesting predicament on Pearl. We've seen both teams dominate in their previous outings on Pearl. We've seen also that they've been completely shut down. And you do wonder now, how does momentum really swing here? Nyx, they've just been keeping out with the rounds. And oh, that got a little awkward real quick. But Yamroll gonna give up the operator, send it over to another teammate. And from what we've seen so far, if Neon's challenges a little too eagerly, it's just Nyx, Kyosei, who's prepared for any kind of that kind of contact. You begin with Kachao, you get Delbisky on the board, you have someone like Kon and Piety also stepping up immensely. There's always someone from Nyx who will catch you and who will find you. And that's been pretty much the way that they've taken these rounds.
Just timing after timing. They're just working the map so well. Finally, though, Coyote gonna be able to go for that aggressive peek off the back of that operator. Finds an opener here. Finally, numbers advantage swinging in favor of Neon's strength. Chow, though, she's just gonna be able to walk up onto site. Only gets one before being taken out, and that's gonna be the lockdown offline for Nyx for the rest of the round.
And she got one, sure. But this time around, this is so much better for Neons. Because they finally catch the Killjoy who's been lurking, less of a threat from multiple angles. And because of this, Coyote still holding on to Connector. You do have KitKat though, the one anchoring down this B site with the utility setup, sure. Star to play, Nanoswarm's there too, plus the turret, so everything that Neons needs to try and capitalize on this anchor should be enough. Cosmic Divide though, gotta be the call. Lockdown immediately the answer. And Nyx thinking about where they can plant that spike. More so out in the open for the longer plant. They need to get out though, lest they be detained. This Cosmic Divide gonna be ending soon after the lockdown pops. And as Neons now, they have the numbers, sure. And they still have the operator to boot. Pillar protecting Nyx though on the post plant. You also have somebody wanting to play close if ever. There you have Yamroll on Thief who's already to spam it down, but it's still Neons protecting their teammate. No way for Nyx to get anything done. A convincing retake from Neons to win that round with.
I think that in particular, just having that lockdown available to go down for free like that, that is exactly what Neons needed to steal that round away. That, and of course Coyote being able to find that opener to start things off with just a little bit of additional pressure to be put on Nyx, sorry. Neons, they're really able to kind of react in time in that particular round. And not just that, right? Their positioning as well looked so much more better here. Again, they're trying to read. They expect that A hit to come out of Nyx since they have that lockdown, and they already have the triple stack on the site.
Yeah, Delbisky looking to lead the charge again. Neons, though, you mentioned it, Zahk. They're so prepared for this if ever. Already, though, the lockdown into play. Shock Dart's fragment just to go for the stall. It seems like for Nyx, they want to make this A-take happen if ever. Neon's on the other hand, playing towards Secret already. Gravity Well though, just being waded through that Delbisky. Absolutely no fear. She's looking to clear Link if ever. But this is time now for Delbisky to get the job done. 2 down from her angle. And it's Nyx putting the spike down on the site. Time taking especially. Falsi onto the inside of the smoke. Gets the scan, looks for the kill, hits the wall instead. Somebody looking to play in a protected angle, but Yoki eventually will get the clear. Piety though on board. The operator from Coyote too. And here come the blades from Coyote, but it's shut down and dunked immediately by Piety. Immediately though. Oh my Falsi! How does she get away with it? And in the clutch, it's Neons. They get the fort in the half.
Last round before the switch.
I'm sorry, I'm just speechless, but that has to be the clutch of the game coming in there despite their numerical advantages, despite all of the heroics coming out of Petty as well as Delbisky. Is just not enough towards the end. Felcha gonna be the one to step it up to get those final crucial kills, and it's gonna be everything that Neons needs to make up that round gap here. We were talking about it before, about the pressure that they're under, but looking at how that round went, it seems like Neons, they have no worries in the world after that one.
Oh, well,
What?
Neons is absolutely elated after a round like that, that's for sure. They still have a bit of work to do, though, here on their defense. Coyote, once she was given the operator, it has worked out. Oh, she drops, though. And she still finds Delbisky anyway. Piety, though, at least the answer. So this is Nyx, a chance now to move towards B without being threatened by the op. Cosmic Divide though will be the call. Set up the stars as well. Optus Fury though as Yamroll finding Kachao. And this is perfect here for Neons. We always mention how important it is to catch the Killjoy before anything else.
Spike
Suppressed
planted.
though. coming courtesy of Con and her null command inside the halls, even ready to go for the flash at moment's notice. Prowler into play with Yoki, gonna shut her down. Here we go with somebody though, looking to just repeat the angle again and again. Eventually it works out for her. Another challenger will fall as KitKat is caught out. 2v2 now, Party now with the fight again, and it's Felsi. She did it before. Can she do it yet again? The decay though, being quite painful. Eventually she gets her health back, but she can't fight back versus Piety inside the smoke. 8-4 to end the half. Knicks get a good recovery at the end of that round. And we'll throw it over to a final halftime of a series onto the panel with Mika and Blackenblue.
And why are you laughing, Dax? Why are you laughing? It is our final halftime here, and I gotta commend, Neons. They had this like sense of like evolving, I guess, because like for example, Kachao, who's been that lurker like throughout the entire series, actually, Neons now know how to prioritize her, and they've been doing that, right? As Dax mentioned, catch the killjoy, and I feel like this shows that like Neons already knows, like getting familiar with Nyx Kyosei and how they're playing. However, you're seeing that sizable lead from Nyx Kyosei, right?
Yeah, and they built upon it here, and it almost could have been a 9-3 if not for that great clutch from Felsi, I believe, on that Sova, which I don't know how she pulls it out of her butt, really. It was a 2v1. She was dragged away with a gravity well and still makes it happen. We're seeing some big plays, though, coming from players like Delbsky, who have been doing a great job of finding openings on the defense, but now that they're on the defense, on the flip side, how does it work out for Nyx?
Well, we're gonna find out as we toss it on back to our cast first. One more.
Thank you there to the panel. One final time here, folks. And no matter what happens, absolute respect to Neons and Nyx for whatever they've done so far, for everything they've done so far here in the LCQ. It's been a long road, Zach. It's been so grueling for both of these teams. But in the end, there's only one slot left to Elite, and it will be one of these two squads.
Arguably Nyx here just a little bit ahead, but throughout this day, right, what we've seen is that attack is where both of these teams seem to have the best brought out of them, and it's Neon's turn right now to be in that kind of power position. A lot of pressure going to be on the shoulders of Coyote to make those openings and to make those plays work out on this particular side, and it starts with the pistol here, because if Nyx win this, we're looking at a possible double digit before Neons can even get to 5, and the more the rounds seem to slip away, the more pressure that falls on Neon's shoulder. We've been watching this over the entire tournament, and this is a chance to jump back in.
Yeah, there's always a chance, there's always a way, and before anything else, we go for a technical pause. So I kind of wonder, Zach, how long has it been for Nyx? How long have they been playing? Yes, 8 maps for, what, 8 hours or whatnot? We've been live for around 9 already. I wonder how it feels, though. What do you think?
I mean, it's 3 p.m. for me, and I woke up at 4:30, and I've been sitting here for most of the time. So if I feel slightly exhausted, I'm pretty sure that this team feels even more exhausted, or maybe they're the kind of players who the more they play, the more they want to play. I have friends like that from university. These guys sit at a computer, they start playing Valorant at 9 p.m. They play until 9 p.m. the next day, just getting up for meals and bathroom breaks. So maybe they're those kind of players. I don't know. I used to be one like that, and then I realized that this game, if I play it for that long, it just gives me problems, depression, a bunch of other issues,
Don't worry, Zach. We're here for you. And of course, with games like these, with incredible teams that have gone the distance to just compete and look to make it to Elite, you already know you're in for a treat. Well, the rhyme's okay there. Sure.
Yeah, it's well played.
Okay. I didn't even mean to. I just realized. Oh. But I think my question right now for you is, well, how does Neon's rally back in terms of the scoreline? Because we've seen them be able to match the clutch, but so far from Nyx, they've found ways to set themselves up so well, beyond the Kachao lurks to the Piety setups to the Delbisky entries. Neons has struggled to find a way to keep up with the pressure Nyx applied there.
To be fair, again, it's Pearl on attack against a single controller setup. So I feel like Neons, they're going to have just as much of an opportunity and an avenue to have the same kind of explosive results because Coyote is no slouch. She was the MVP in one of those previous maps for a reason. Talking about slouch, though, it's going to be Nyx on the warpath here. Extremely aggressive push for the orb. And they get it, but that's some information given away as well to Neons that, hey, A-side, it's kind of being pushed up here.
Yeah, the Battle of the Duelists might come into play sooner or later. But here we go, over main again, being contested. The Bisky dashing away after missing the first shot. Same case now here for Neons. The Prowler there for the disengage. Oh, Bilbisky gonna try it again. No second win this time. And this is gonna be Nyx finding the advantage. Somebody able to find those kills. Yoki unable to capitalize on the angle. And it's Neons now who falls apart. Somebody is the one who'll get it done. A 4 for her, and Nyx wins the pistol.
That was a nice attempt coming out of Neons for the 1-2 crunch here. The only problem was that the fights towards main, they needed to last just a little bit longer. Neons going down so early meant that all that lurk, that push through art, it just found zero impact. And of course, that final seize coming out of somebody here. Final nail in the coffin. Nyx, they get to 9, they take the pistol. It's very likely that they're going to be getting to double digits here, and this is the problem, right? Both these teams, they're so heavily momentum focused. After that halftime, it seemed like it was kind of reset, but Nyx now, once again, they are capable of putting up that kind of a power pack shield here already, starting off strong. Though Neons, it seems like they've given up, kind of. They're just going to be rushing it in, WPing, trying to do whatever they can, and Nyx, they're quick to capitalize the kills. They're just flooding in at this point.
Want to do the damage to Nyx here, going for the catch by the onboard again. Over at the corner, smoke dissipates, and now the lives of Neons are snuffed out. 4-10. And I think the point you really want to focus on here, Zach, is the momentum. Nyx are putting themselves in such a strong position, and it will take a big effort from Neons, especially during this round, to actually try and claw their way back into this game. And I feel for Neons here, this is effectively a must-win in this scenario, or else Nyx will put themselves into an even better position.
Yeah, this full buy, it has to work out here. Very likely otherwise that Neon was just get Nyx would just get match point and series point for free here. 3 rounds is all that stands between Neon and the end of their playing here. And they gotta be feeling the pressure here. Still though, they don't look super affected by it. In fact, just gonna be running it down towards this particular site. It's gonna be the recon to spot out the Killjoy as well. And with Kachao having been smoked out, they're gonna be able to get that site and that plant available for free. In the retake here, it's gonna be extremely awkward to try and manage it with just pistols and these awkward guns.
Yeah, Kachao though, ambitious sure, but she's gonna get found. Piety as well. The swings don't work here for Nyx. And eventually, it's Neons now looking to set themselves up for success. A strong full buy. The rifle's ready for contact with somebody. Gets a good surprise on the Belsi. Here comes the Bisky, and down she goes. Yamroll keeping tabs on Con. And overall, it's just a roll call here from Neons. Everyone at attention. Everyone getting as much damage as they can. As somebody's the only one still standing. It's difficult for Nyx to find any angle to work with. Seems like for Neons, this is what they want to see. Once they get the guns, they get the confidence, and they get the win because of it.
I'm sorry, but I respect somebody for like going for the ninja attempt, you know? It would have been so, because so many of these times in these 4v1 situations, you see the hunt kind of come in. Everybody on the opposite team just goes looking for the kill, and you know, the site is just often left empty. Not this time though. Yamroll's like, not on my watch, not happening today. I'm pretty sure she was smirking when she got that final kill as well. And Nyx, like you mentioned, the full buy finally materializing for them. They also get very close to that lockdown, a major ultimate that might just give them another round for free here, and that might be all they need to swing that momentum back in their favor. Because 10-5, still a big lead for Nyx, but 10-6, especially with that economy being broken, it's exactly what Neons need to do.
I mean, Nyx is going for that mid take, so they figure out that Neons, they want to play towards main, move on to that B side, and it's been their bread and butter so far on the attacking side. But Kon able to channel
the timing.
The null command in time, so she gets it still. I was thinking about it, but even though suppressed, she's also a beacon of the same kind of suppression. Silence now here for both sides. Eventually though, Neons are just waiting for their opportunity to strike back. Yoki watching the screens here if ever. KitKat She has the lockdown like you mentioned, and Kyosei now ready to lead the charge. Dash is there, smoke to flash coming on to the overhead, but somebody finds Kyosei. This is good here for Nyx. They're ready for more, but Felsi finds 2. Effectively, they line up for her. 3v3 for the time being. The disengage is there, but here comes Kachao. She's on the flank. Even on the defense, Kondo looking to get a helping hand courtesy of Piety if ever, as Kit Kat now making her way towards the site. Yamroll around 2, and Neons go for the dart, try and gather intel. Piety though spotted here, and Kon, she's known as well, but she is sharp, she is ready, and KO, and she gets 3! 11-5 as Nyx, they're 2 away from elites.
What a round to come out of Nyx there. The hold and the precision. That preemptive null command as well. Like you mentioned, Daks, the suppression kicks in, but she still manages to put it online, denying that lockdown to come in. And once that slowdown happens, she just tucks herself into the corner to find whoever remains for the side of Neons. Now, only 2 rounds stand between Nyx and that elite slot here. They can almost taste that victory, Daks. They have all the tools with which to do it, and Neons, they're staring down that match point, but still having to be forced into a half fight just make things so difficult for them.
And is this desperation from Neons? That's my biggest concern. Because if they lose this here, Zach, they're also gonna go for a force buy, basically, into the next round. You can see for Neons, everything crumbling, all they've worked for. Nyx, you say, on the other hand, a long day at the office, but they're working in overtime. They're working for more because they want to make it to elite truly. Kachao gets the first as she backs away towards the halls. Cloud versus there. Kachao keeps tabs on it. We hear it now, the Hunter Fury, but Coyote with the overrun. So a bit of cover made here by Neons. They'll get their post-plant going. 4v4 for the time being, and Buddy, she's on the high ground. Piety also looking to play from Link here. The closer angle being held by Nyx. Coyote, make or break moment for her. Can she surprise Nyx in time? Gets detected though, and the Nightfall making it even worse for Aware. The Prowler seeking that target. The flash is gonna be into play, and it's still Coyote with her eye set. With 3 for her so far. Somebody though at least gets that frag. It's 3v2 though. Such a long plan, such a better angle here for Neons, and they're ready to go for the pull once again. Getting on top of things. It's the screen here for the body shut on down. Piety with a defuse.
She's sticking it.
She's sticking it. She's going for it. Like and she will not get away with it. That was as close as can be. But Neon still will get the round.
Too close for comfort, and sure, they lose all the rifles in the process, but my god, if Piety had just stuck the spike, that would be the moment to haunt Neons for eternity there. Finally, off the back of that win, they're also going to be able to break the economy for Nyx, so they should be able to narrow the gap down a little bit further if they play their cards right. Slowly but surely, also building up those snowball ults. Only one off of another null command, this time from Yoki coming in, and Cosmic Divide as well, only 1 away. So definitely Neons, they had the tools with which they can really make the scoreline look a bit closer, but not if Kachao gets something with a classic. Excuse me?
Oh, critical pick here. Nyx. They got ecoed in the last map to end it. They want to do the same here for Neons to put themselves on series point. But the lockdown's there. Yoki now waiting for anyone who may push. Low HP for her though. Wouldn't be surprised to see Neons actually go for null command if ever, just keep her topped up. But they're feeling confident instead. Now we get the null command. Here comes the buddy looking for the taps. Piety sure shutting her down to the floor. But it's still Neons with the kills instead. Kachao though still alive, kicking with 20 HP. The pulse is ringing. And you see here for Neons, they're waiting perhaps for any kind of contact from both sides here on site. Here comes the push after the dart. Veloci getting the third and will be enough for Neons to get that round. 7-11. A bit inconvenience there for Neons.
Barely getting it to Daks. What if Veloci was on 14 HP by the end of it? So it's just really close. Too close for comfort, honestly. But that being said, it was enough for them to close it out. 11-7 right now, like you mentioned. And Nyx are going to be calling a timeout here. They really want to close this out as soon as possible. You just don't want to let a team like Neons really get to build up, get comfortable on a map like this on that attacking side. And that's another reason why this timeout is being called right now. Momentum, I think we said the words enough that I feel like we should like define it for a physics book here at this point. But I just feel that Nyx in particular, they're slowly but surely kind of being overwhelmed by the pressure that Neon are putting on them, the speed of the executes, the kind of coordination that they're showing in these last few rounds.
I think my biggest concern here for Nyx is the fact that they see the finish line, they're so close. And now Neons is rallying against them. Is this where they trip up? Can this team handle the pressure? Or will Neons find that recovery and that redemption they've been seeking from their previous outing in the upper bracket finals? It's still getting tense, Zach. And honestly, here for Nyx Kyosei, I think the thing to say to them is, do it for Fifi.
do it for Fifi, indeed.
No.
That is some solid motivation to have, especially, you know, when you look at that picture when the victory screen comes out.
It's
how
right
can you
there.
resist?
It's always
it's
there.
the motivation.
It's always there, Zach, on the overlay. Well, it's all
I mean, they don't
business
see it.
now. Well, they don't see it, but we sure do. Jokes aside, it's time for business. It's time for the round. Main again. The position where Neons is looking to play from. They have the blades, they also have the Cosmic Divide, so perhaps an Astra setup from Yamroll will be enough to cut a path towards the site for them. Fragment thrown towards Sagat. Doesn't clear things out. Coyote though, the blades don't connect.
Oh,
It's
no.
Kachao is able to crouch under them. And then also Nyx getting the catch with the stars. Kachao again looking likely for a potential victory if this keeps up. It's 4v2 as the ops in hand from Delbisky on the other side. Doesn't matter because he can rely on Khan. You rely on somebody to get the job done here on site. FLC, Yamroll, Lion Lease. Flush out anyone hiding into those corners. Backside being peppered by the shock darts. FLC going for the reconnaissance too. And eventually, this might be a sign here for Nyx to just reinforce.
Oh, no.
It's that one. They don't expect the corner held. Yamroll, the only one standing. And Neons, it's looking perilous. The shot rings from the operator. Now they know it's in the arsenal of Nyx. But with 12 HP, you know it's her destiny to effectively die. Nyx! This is it! It's not just match point here, Zach. It's not just series point. It's elite points.
One more round. That is all that stands between Nyx and Elite to be able to close it out. And what a story this has been for them so far, fighting it all the way through that lower bracket. And even today, Daks, the fact that they have played a best of three that went to all three maps extremely closely and then barely got like a breather before they jump back into this particular one. I feel like this is why they have a 7-member roster, so they can actually give some of these players a rest. But these 5 players on Nyx, in this best of 5, they haven't gotten any rest so far. And it's a testament that after the day that they've had, they are still putting up these numbers. They look as energetic now as when they started out. And I feel like it's because they can really taste that victory. Doing it for Fifi for real.
The motivation is clear. And the arsenal is set. 3 ultimates here for Nyx to work with, plus the operator to boot. As Neons, they're respecting the ops presence, they're playing towards mid instead to try and force any closer contact. Prowler though, that's big confirmation. Intel here for Piety.
Oh my god!
And already, one is gone. Yoki set back to the bench. 5v4 for the time being on such a big pick for Nyx to begin with.
Already starting off with Yoki there. No more suppression gonna be available. Kelsey does try to find a bit of a lurk here, but gets spotted out by the turret, so they know that this B site has been taken. A null command to boot. They know that Arn is going to be heavily peppered in. The kills still come through, though. Coyote for 3 already somehow. The light-up collateral almost happening. Now it's just going to be Kondo. Null command of her own triggered. All the players suppressed. Gets the fight, and it's a 1v2.
Yeah, behind the smoke, behind the wall. Here comes Delbisky. She's on top of things, and she's getting ready to go for the poke and prod. Goodbye, the Kit Kat. We go to a 1v1. Delbisky versus Felsi, as clutch as can be. Spike though is down, and Delbisky. This is Nyx's destiny. They are going to Elite. They have endured it all, Zach. Playing 8 maps in a row, but they win the final decider. What a moment here for Nyx Kyosei. What a victory to make it to the next level.
Absolutely insane. We've been here for almost 12 hours, Daks. And of that, Nyx has been playing through most of them. Do it for Fifi was the tagline, and they do it indeed. They are your 8th and final team to qualify for Elite this year, and what a show they put on to push through it. Amazing performances coming out across the board, and this was a team that fired on every single cylinder. You can't just say that one player was, you know, the highlight throughout, because every single map somebody different steps up. I think on Lotus it was Delvitsky, you know, the one before that it was Khan, and every single player, they had their clutch moments as well. Just a power-packed performance coming out, not just today, but also across the entire tournament from Nyx Kyosei. Well-deserved victory, and they take down every single one of their major opponents in the way to do it, right? They defeated Hero KDA, who they lost to in that Swiss stage today, and now finally winning over Neons. That's gonna be them making it.
A brilliant lower bracket run, and absolute congratulations to Nyx. I'm just feeling that this team, they're gonna get a good night's sleep after such a long day of Valorant. And it's been a long day for us on the casting side. We thank everyone who's tuned on in, but of course, there's still the panel to break down what happened. There's still an interview also to our winners. So don't go away, because we're moving it over now to Mika and Blackenblue.
And don't sell yourselves short, casters. You guys also deserve a well-needed rest indeed for that epic 8-map cast. And speaking of 8 maps, it was Nyx Kyosei to pull through for all of it. Amazing series indeed. And an amazing map. I mean, like Pearl, Blackenblue, we were mentioning how it was a big question mark at the very beginning, and we weren't exactly sure who would be able to take the momentum here. But Nyx Kyosei looked pretty dominant on it, I should say.
And surprisingly so, in the way that we were able to. And I remember, like, coming in from the half, we were talking about Delvitsky, who was such a huge player, right? Big time player making a big time play, and she makes the biggest one so far here at the end of things when it mattered the most to win it all. And they joined MLT Esports to qualify. But I think the real big story of this team is the tenacity of how much they've fought today. As you said, Mika, 8 full maps, a full best of 3 and a full best of 5. They got their full money's worth on the shift.
Yeah, it was amazing feat indeed. And I gotta admit, there were times wherein I thought that they might run out of steam, but I was wrong actually. Even on Fracture, even on the previous 2 maps, you had these explosive, like, you know, sparks, right? Wherein they would suddenly like have that momentum going. And it looks like they were just revving up at that time for Pearl, for the long run. You know, kudos to Nyx Kyosei indeed. And kudos as well to Neons, right? Again, this is a squad that was formed up pretty last minute, you know, with regards to like the entire tournament circuit, right? So this is amazing for them to have gotten this far in this tournament, right? Especially since you have players like Coyote, you have players like Felchi, who was just so amazing in so many rounds. I mean, I do hope that this squad stays together. I do hear that they do have a logo upgrade that they do owe everybody to be a counterpart to Fifi over there, Fifi and friends, and Nana and friends, right? So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing more of Neons, perhaps in 2024.
Well, Neons, they might have come in as one of, you know, one of the crowd favorites here, at least in this tournament specifically, but unfortunately just cannot convert it. They put up a great fight, and especially when you look at some of the players here like KitKat, who I think has been to an unsung hero. She has been by far the best performer, I think, on this squad, aside from maybe Coyote, who a lot of people have their eyes on her, but it's really KitKat, I think, who was being that big piece that kept them together as that Sentinel many of the times, sometimes a Brimstone, and without her, they wouldn't be nearly as formidable nor reliable as they are as a team as a whole and consistent. But it's Nyx who, once more, 2-site map, well, too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx Kyosei, I'm just in awe at the marathon that they had to run for the day, right? And how much energy they still had at the end of it all. You know, player like Khan, for example, that was still able to consistently pull out those 3Ks in such important rounds. I mean, she's been doing this for 8 maps. That is just amazing. I think that, you know, for for of course, like as we see Nyx Kyosei going up with alongside MLT Esports, two elites. You know, there's a lot of time for this roster still to iron out the kinks, to iron out, you know, the little mistakes that, you know, they still have. So it's looking optimistic for them indeed. And yes, they will be up against like titans like Team SMG and everything, but you know, they do have an X factor. They do have something that is very appealing for them as a team.
Well, what's certainly going to be appealing is the fact that they are able to qualify into this, right? If you are Nyx Kyosei, you definitely are going to be elated that even though it might have come through the hardest of paths, sometimes the most sweetest surprises await those hard paths. And, well, at the end of the day, I'm sure it's even more worth it considering the journey they took in that lower bracket to get all the way here.
Plus, it's undeniable now, right? Nobody can question them now because it's like they played every single map possible today and they got through it. And like, yes, Neons had some strong maps, and Nyx Kyosei, they still were able to fight back, you know, in every single scenario. So I'm just incredibly impressed, and I'm incredibly happy as well. You know, just bringing out a little bit of that Pinoy bias for just a little bit. We do have an interview coming up, I do believe. So as we wait for our interviewee to get ready, Blackenblue, any thoughts so far on our LCQ as this is, you know, this is drawing to a close?
I mean, it's been incredibly competitive. I think this final series has been the most competitive one that we've seen from the entire kind of opens, really. Full best of 5 with one of them, the first map, going, you know, 6 overtimes. That's undoubtedly just a statement to how the level of competition has increased here coming into this LCQ. And for every single team that has won here, MLT and now Nyx Kyosei, they're coming into Elite as the underdogs. And what we've known is that you can never catch these guys unexpected because they might just be the ones to show up these higher touted teams what they're made of.
Exactly. And you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams, you know, they do know that these two teams, MLT and Nyx Kyosei, they do have some players that are incredibly, you know, tenured. They will recognize some of these names. They will remember that these players gave them an incredibly hard time indeed. So I do think that, you know, it's very much building up to the rich scene that we have here at VCT Game Changers APAC. So I love that the legends are continuing for these players.
I'm sure. I mean, they've written their own kind of legends right now, different stories, especially a player like Delpsky who comes off a clutch like that. How can you not have songs and hymns praises of you? But I'm just at least happy with the fact that it wasn't a wash, because then you would be like, okay, there's these two teams and then everybody else kind of further removed, right, from maybe Nyx Kyosei if Neons just went down early without a fight, or same way for Nyx Kyosei. But the fact that it came so close means that the future of Game Changers in APAC coming into next year, even after Elite, there's still a lot to look forward to. You got some players here who have built up their storylines. Maybe it doesn't necessarily hit its crescendo in this specific tournament, but moving forward, that raises their stock on which other players to look out for. And I know I've got my eye on a few like KitKat, who we saw a while ago, Coyote, who we've seen in other teams as well, who have now kind of even bolstered their names even higher up than we ever would have expected.
Exactly. Stocks going up for so many names
Stocks
that we've seen here on LCQ. Yes, indeed. Like Belsi, for example. Oh my gosh. I'm so amazed with, like, you know, how consistent she is. And Con, of course, like, you know, I just can't stop singing the praises here for players like these, right? You know, these anchors on each of these teams. And again, like, you know, for all of the teams that we've had so far here on LCQ, there were so many players that were like that. Actually, for me, on a lot of these rosters, because I knew that, you know, a lot of them had these like last minute changes. Instead of like looking at the team overall, it was more in these individual players that really caught my eye. So I feel like, you know, it really says a lot. And as we move into Elite, of course, we're gonna see the very best of the best in APAC battle it out. And I cannot wait to see MLT Esports. I cannot wait to see Nyx Kyosei go up against the Giants. We have Full Sense Sapphire, we have RQ Kaguya, we have Team SMG, and the rest of them. It's gonna be so exciting.
Well, It's been a long day, Mika. It's been a hella long day, and obviously props to everybody involved here. We went the distance, but nobody is more tired than, I guess, the team that made it all happen, right? Imagine putting that all-out effort, especially in the full 5-map series, in the best of 3 they played a while ago, right? With some of those kind of extending even further, and still pulling it out off guard. That is, I think, a testament to the endurance that they have, which is something that is actually kind of avoided from a lot of these kind of newer talented teams who maybe have less experience, right? They typically burn down quicker, they kind of burn out quicker rather, in terms of how long they can continue in a long-winded series like this. And yet Nyx Kyosei are still able to make things happen, and I think that just gives us much more to look forward to. If anything, I'm happy as a talent that moving into Game Changers Elite, I have a lot more to talk about these gals than otherwise I would have.
Oh yeah, there's so much color that, you know, that the LCQ has given us, right? And of course, you know, all of these opens as well, since we have seen these players all throughout the entire circuit. Unfortunately, we have gotten word from production that we'll be skipping the interview. I can understand that. I'm sure that our players are extremely tired. So we're just gonna end it with Nyx Kyosei. Congratulations, you ladies deserve everything. A good rest. I hope you guys get some dinner as well. I don't think these ladies were able to eat at all today. Somebody send them some pizza or something great for tonight. They do deserve it as well. Now, as you can see, we have MLT and Nyx Kyosei here, our 2 representatives from the LCQ heading over to Elite.
Yeah, that's lovely. And tomorrow we're gonna see MLT versus Nyx. No, I'm kidding. No more final matches. This is our final one of the day. They both qualify. No need, no reason for them to bout it out. We're gonna see them at Game Changers Elite instead. And if they don't have a pizza for either of these 2 teams, I'll buy them a pizza because they deserve it for the way that they've done it, especially Nyx Kyosei today. 8 full maps cannot be understated. And even the most, I guess, the most hardened of cardio athletes would be impressed at that. Like, whoa, 8 whole maps, you are elite.
Well, good news indeed. It looks like the gods, the interview gods, have favored us, and we can actually have our interview. It looks like we were having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that is all ironed out, so we can bring Delbisky on board and to your screens for a very quick interview. Very interested to see how they're feeling, by the way. We're gonna make it really quick, by the way, because as we mentioned, these ladies deserve something nice. Probably gonna ask them like, hey, you guys have anything? If you guys don't, hey, I'm serious about this, send me a DM over on,
and we'll send you a pizza.
and we'll send you a pizza.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to call it these days.
X.
But yes. Delbisky, hello, congratulations.
Hello, can
to
you hear me?
guys. Hello.
Yes.
Congratulations to you and the rest of Nyx Kyosei. I hope you can hear us.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I want to talk about the start of this day. Can you talk about how the team began this day? Like, what was the mentality like going into the very first match?
Before we woke up, at the start of the day, we all are stressed out. Some of our players cannot play because of Shuni cannot play because of her ear. She cannot hear through her left ear, and she needs to go to the hospital in the morning. So we need to look for a sub, and Sheena is not available since she already have an agenda today. So we tried to play at least, and then once all of us were ready, then suddenly somebody and Con suddenly got no electricity. So we all got our hopes up so that we can play, and hopefully we worked it out with Liz, Kachao, Kim, and me.
Oh my gosh, Delbisky.
Yeah, we worked it out.
Tita Mika is so stressed
team
for you
play.
guys. As you were saying that, I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? I cannot believe that you guys started out your morning like that, and now here you guys are qualifying for Elite. Blackenblue, you got a question for Delbisky?
I mean, we know, power outage, how it feels to be a Filipino, but good job, guys. Pinoy Pride once again. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
I do want to ask you guys, so, you guys, some of you with a few of your other teammates came from another team in Go Cyrene, and you kind of like the core stayed together and moved on over to this roster now. What does it mean to be able to do this as, you know, retaining some of that core from your old team, and also what change and what difference do you feel like you have now in this team compared to your last?
The confidence we have in our team and the mentality. We all from group stage. Honestly, we all have our mentality get down on group stage, and we all fix it up when we qualify to playoffs. And fortunately, we all manage it out even regardless of everything that happened today.
All right, congrats again.
And
Thank you,
finally,
guys.
Davisky, just one last question for you guys. There were several times wherein it felt like, you know, Neons was making a comeback. I'm just wondering, especially on those last few maps where it was so close and you guys were, I'm sure you guys were very, very tired. I mean, it's 8 maps, right? How did you guys keep it together? How did you guys keep your cool throughout all that and manage to stay consistent, stay focused, and stay strong throughout these 8 maps?
We all just thought about qualifying to elite and just win.
Hooray!
We
Congratulations!
made
That was motivation
our
enough. Now you guys
inspiration.
did it. So congratulations to you guys. I hope you guys, seriously, I hope you guys get yourself something great to eat now. I don't know if you guys had time to eat, but you guys deserve it. So congratulations to you and the rest of Nick's Kyosei. We're very, very proud.
Thank you, guys. Thank you also to everyone who supported us. Bye-bye.
Can you imagine starting out your morning like that?
I know, right?
Everything that can go wrong did go wrong for these ladies, yet they pulled through, and that makes the victory even more sweet. I mean, like Blackenblue, like, you know, you, for example, like, not when this LCQ started, you had some problems with your ear as well, and then that also happened over here. But what if somebody were to ask you, hey, we gotta play a best of 3 and then we gotta play a best of 5 while you're doing that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a few times, right? You know, where kind of early morning starts. Just because you have a bad morning doesn't mean you're gonna have a bad day, like when Daks broke my door. But they're able to pull through. And so, for this Team Kyosei squad, they're able to pull through, and in such a great way, they put in the fighting spirit.
Okay, I'm just bookmarking that in my head. I gotta clip this part and send it over to Daks. And that is it for myself and Blackenblue as well. Thank you guys for tuning in. We hope you guys enjoyed LCQ. We're gonna see you guys at Elite, so hope to see you guys all there. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next VCT Game Changers APAC broadcast.